Monsters are invading Earth. But the real threat isn't what came through the portal, it's the guy standing in front of it. Just look at him, his mind is empty, except for rage, of course. With the help of resurrection, he dies and comes back stronger. He doesn't think, he reacts, usually with murder. Will brute force and zero thoughts be enough to save the world? Let's find out. The story began with the undead being those who cannot die even after death. For them, immortals who escape the cycle of life and death, dominating one dimension was easy. Conquering the dimension called Earth was only a matter of time, or so they thought. The skeleton attacked the protagonist, but upon seeing that he survived, he exclaimed in surprise, "How could this be? He was just a human. How was he still alive?" He came out of the flames, and after delivering a blow, suggested that it was probably because he was tougher than them. 2 years ago, Kang Hyun, the protagonist, returned home and was scolded by his younger sister Kang Ah-hen at the door. She furiously shouted that she let him live here because he said he was looking for a job. But now he spends his days just drinking and playing games. If he's going to be like this, he should go back to his mom and dad. The protagonist sheepishly tried to justify himself, saying that he couldn't rely on his parents at his age. Ah-hen asked furiously, "But is his little sister okay? And he has an allowance too. Tomorrow is New Year. Let him find a part-time job or some other." MC went further into the apartment and said that he should leave it for tomorrow. His head was spinning now. He entered the room and, closing the door, fell onto the bed. The protagonist, lying on the bed, remarked that he was pathetic. Why was he living like this? The only thing he had achieved since coming to Seoul was an in-ship at a large corporation. He should find a job in a warehouse or somewhere else. He saw the monitor working and remarked that he forgot to turn off the game before leaving. How much better would real life be if it were a video game? Then he could find a pretty decent job. Warrior, wizard, swordsman. MC went to bed when suddenly synchronization began. A system window appeared, saying that a common connection with the Hakan dimension was detected. Earth's defense system was activated. Connection with the Hakan dimension was temporarily prohibited. The training will begin on Earth. After some time, the protagonist woke up in a white space and asked in surprise, "What kind of place is this?" He saw the system window and thought that the words were floating before his eyes. The system window said that the time until a complete connection with the Hakan dimension was 4 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 27 seconds. They welcomed Mr. Hun to join the training. There are a total of 8 stages in the training. MC began to read the text in surprise, saying that death in this place is not connected with reality. He cannot give up halfway, and if he fails, he will not be able to try again. Another system window appeared, saying that when the training is completed, there will be an awakening and a reward. The protagonist thought that only serious gaming addicts who needed treatment could dream of something like this. Let his parents and sister forgive him. He would find a job. He opened his eyes and happily asked, "Who cares? This is a dream. Maybe this is a sign from God to give it his all one last time." A system window appeared, which said that thinking is another game. Entering stage 1, they believe that his courage will save the Earth. Let him prove his courage and defeat what he fears most. The condition for passing is to reach the destination at the end of the bridge. The condition for failure is death. Suddenly, a location was generated around him. MC asked in complete shock, "What is this? What is this heat? Is there really lava here?" He looked around and, seeing other players, wondered who these people are. What kind of stupid dream is this? Suddenly he noticed his sister Ah-hen and exclaimed, "Why the hell is she in his first dream in a year? This looks ridiculous." She replied that it was her line. But really, is this really a dream? Suddenly they started talking about saving the Earth or something like that. The protagonist called out to her and pointed out that she should not act like this is her dream. Because it is his dream. Ah-hen shouted furiously, "Does it matter now? How can lava be so hot if they are in a dream? Is it possible to have a natural conversation in a dream? Doesn't he think there is something wrong here?" MC answered with a confident smile that the brain is easily fooled. People always say that they do not feel pain in their dreams, but this is a lie. Does she understand this? He has had times when he felt like he was relieving himself in reality, and he woke up relieved that his blanket was safe. Ah-hen was puzzled and remarked that he was a good boy for saying something so shameful in front of his sister. The protagonist started walking along the bridge and said that he would go forward anyway. The girl excitedly asked where he was going. The MC explained with a smile that it said that they needed to go to the end of the bridge. Didn't she see it? Well, probably, since it was his dream. Someone like her wouldn't know that. Ah-hen exclaimed furiously that she saw it too. Wasn't he afraid of falling? The protagonist asked with a smile. Was she stupid? Since it was a dream, if he died, he would wake up. Suddenly, a man fell from above and a heartbreaking scream was heard throughout the entire location. Ah-hen excitedly asked what he had said there. The protagonist answered with fear that the scream had simply sounded a bit realistic. He was not afraid at all. The girl fell on all fours and told him not to do anything stupid. If he was going to move, he shouldn't walk. It would probably be safer to crawl. MC said he wasn't scared at all. But now that she brought it up, they started to slowly walk across the bridge. Ah-hin called out to him and asked him what he thought had happened to them. Did he have any ideas? The protagonist explained that it was just a very realistic nightmare. She noted with displeasure that he was still saying that. But really, he had realized by now that it wasn't true? Did he really think such a realistic dream could exist? There was definitely something here. Something had happened that they couldn't even imagine. If they died here, they might as well die in real life. MC tearfully noted that he had tried his best to ignore it, but she kept bringing it up. He was stuck here, frozen with fear. Ah-hin thought that he might be the most unreliable older brother in the world. The protagonist lay down on his stomach and said that they needed to rest for a while before continuing. He couldn't crawl anymore because his arms and legs were shaking. The girl asked if he would just lie on his side. The protagonist asked with a smile. Didn't she know? There was a chance that this was a dream, right? Maybe if he lay like this, he would wake up on his own. Suddenly, they had system windows that said that a certain amount of time had passed since the start of the tutorial, so the difficulty had increased. Suddenly, everything started shaking and all the bridges started collapsing from the very beginning. People started running in panic, and some started falling. Ah-hin excitedly exclaimed that this was not the time to stand still. She quickly got up on her feet and ran forward. MC, who was lying down, shouted in fear, "Let her wait for him." He also stood up, ran forward and thought that everything was fine. The bridge was not too narrow. If he didn't trip, he would be able to reach the end. He just needs to look ahead. They're almost there. He'll do it. It's over. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that the bridge above Ah-hin was starting to collapse and huge rocks were falling. He excitedly called out to her, when suddenly he made a lightning-fast dash to her bridge and grabbing her, quickly ran to the finish line. System windows appeared which said that he had a new level. They congratulated them. They passed the first stage. They temporarily awakened to get a reward for completing. They will officially awaken when the training is over. MC laid down on the ground and, sighing, noticed that he couldn't even move anymore. Ah-hin, having studied the text, asked, "Is that all?" The protagonist asked discontentedly, "Is she not going to thank the man who saved her life?" The girl thanked him, when suddenly a status window with their characteristics popped up. He began to list what was written there. The protagonist, hearing this, thought that this is the number one thing a man wants to get for his birthday? He tried to sit up and said that he also wanted to see his status window. Suddenly, MC made a jerk forward and woke up. Having caught his breath, he asked in bewilderment, was it a dream? After that, absolutely everyone in the world began to discuss the dream, saying that they all dreamed it. They talked about it everywhere, on social networks, TV channels, and even on the news. A system window appeared, which said that the time until a full connection with the Haken dimension is 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours, 4 minutes, and 25 seconds. After some time, the protagonist ran out of the room and began to call his sister. Ah-hin also called him, and when they met, they began to excitedly interrupt each other, telling each other about the dream. The girl angrily shouted that he should let her finish. MC furiously replied that she was interrupting him. They went their separate ways, and the main character asked if they should eat first. The sister agreed, and they sat down at the table. Ah-hin, while eating and reading the news on her phone, noticed that it really wasn't just a dream. And it wasn't just in their country. It seemed like people all over the world were having the same dream. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is that really true?" But he thought that dying in a dream doesn't affect reality. It was said that 3 or 4 out of 10 people fell, but there were no serious injuries. Ah-hin noted that it didn't matter. It was so realistic. Falling must have hurt like hell. She heard that those who actually fell were injured. So is it really normal for them to just eat like that? It seemed like total chaos outside. The MC wondered, what else can they do? They can only eat properly. Or is she going to jump into this chaos? He walked to the window and pulled back the curtain, seeing people frantically packing up their things in boxes. The streets were in chaos. Everyone was trying to stock up to survive. A hen approached him and asked, "It seems like they can't go to work?" The protagonist agreed and added that if they went out now, they would only hurt themselves. Does she remember anything about the connection with the Haken dimension? The girl wondered. He didn't look at the status window properly, did he? They said that they could at least check the remaining time until temporary awakening. She called out a command and suddenly a system window appeared. MC, watching this, thought that he would also like to look at the status window. A system window appeared, which said that the time until a full connection with the Haken dimension is 4 years, 364 days, 17 hours, 3 minutes, and 13 seconds. Ah-hin noted that whatever it is, they have almost 5 years left. The protagonist looked outside and asked if they can even prepare for such a situation in 5 years. It's chaos here now, but the situation will calm down soon, so it's better for them to stay home for now. The girl thought about why this idiot suddenly started speaking in facts. Unlike the chaos of the morning, nothing else significant happened. By the evening, most of the citizens returned to their daily lives. Thanks to this, stability was restored in Korea in just one day. And so, the first day came to an end. MC went to bed, and after a while, he woke up in the same space. A system window appeared with a greeting and a question, whether he wanted to see explanations and instructions for the basic interface. The protagonist exclaimed, "Let them show him the status window first." A window appeared with his characteristics and ability descriptions. He thoughtfully wondered if this was good. Without anything to compare it to, he can't judge. There is magical power here. Will he be able to use magic later or something else? The protagonist thought that he is not sure. But anyway, there is a cool and eye-catching line, a unique ability, resurrection. He noted with a sly smile that this smelled like an overly powerful cheat ability. System windows appeared with a description of the ability, which said that the ability resurrects 24 hours after death. Description: return after death before the moment the earth comes out of the crisis. If the place of resurrection is not specified, the resurrection will happen in the last place of sleep. Penalty: decrease by 1 level. All abilities lose efficiency by 50% for 24 hours. Training applies a penalty for resurrection. MC exclaimed with delight that this is amazing. It can't be that his life is just an extra one. A system window appeared asking if he wants to go to the second stage. He happily agreed, and noted that regardless of whether his indicators are high or not, he can increase them. The protagonist thought that as a miracle resurrector, what will he not do? After some time, he thought that up to this moment, he was very inspired as the owner of the resurrection skill, not imagining what will happen next. In the second stage, the protagonist was fighting fiercely with goblins. The system window said that he had to defeat enemies and prove his skill. MC, attacking opponents, thought that this could be a fight, since the system is similar to a game. And of course, he dealt a control blow and killed a goblin, and then thought that he managed to knock him down with a surprise attack with a mace. But the feeling that he is hitting a living creature makes his whole body tremble. He killed him. He feels like he's going to vomit. He won only because it was a goblin. If he had not surprised him, he would have ended up the same way. The protagonist began to leave, when suddenly a goblin warrior was waiting for him behind the wall. He saw the dead goblin and drew his weapon. MC thought in fear that there were 2 of them from the very beginning. And wasn't the goblin supposed to be a low-level mob for beginners? This one is much bigger than the previous goblin, and the sword he holds is over 1 meter long. If he gets hit like that, it won't just end in tetanus. The goblin warrior roared furiously and attacked him. The protagonist tried to hold back the blow with tears in his eyes, and thought that he was doing this with a body chronically deprived of physical activity due to long-term unemployment. And the mace, the weapon he chose at the beginning of his training, was only 70 centimeters long. There was no way it could withstand a 1 meter long sword. The opponent struck him several times and grabbed him. The MC, bleeding, thought, why did he have to go through this? Why didn't he just kill him? When was he going to wake up from this dream already? Anything, but let someone please save him. How much blood is in a human body? He didn't understand it until he confirmed it with his own blood. The slowly approaching fear of death was coldly squeezing around his neck, and the agony he endured for several hours until his breathing finally stopped. It was a merciless torture, arranged by 4 goblins. After some time, Ahan woke up and, running into her brother's room, furiously screamed, "Why is this wildness happening again so early in the morning?" On top of that, she had a headache. Suddenly, the girl saw the protagonist huddled in the corner of the bed, wrapped in a blanket and trembling with fear. After some time, the protagonist told her everything that happened to him. Ahan asked if he died from excessive bleeding. MC agreed and added that they cruelly tortured him. The girl covered her ears and told him to stop. She died too, but that was not quite true. So why was he crying in bed? The protagonist furiously leaned on the table and screamed that she would understand him if she experienced this. Even Guan Yu would probably cry and call for his mother. She shouted, "What difference does it make what others say? So he doesn't need to go to the hospital, does he?" They said that the number of visitors to the psychiatric ward has doubled in the last 2 days. There must be many people who have had similar experiences. The protagonist refused and added that he did not think so. Ahan, looking at her phone, said that this was good news. She thought that if he died, the training would end. People who died in the first stage did not dream of the second stage. The protagonist exhaled with a smile and replied that he felt better. Today, he would be able to sleep more peacefully. After some time, he was transferred to training again. System windows appeared, notifying that an error occurred in the second stage. Now, immediate transition. Let his courage save the earth. MC again found himself in a scary place and began to scream and curse furiously. After some time, a system window appeared, which said that he would not receive a penalty for resurrection, since he was currently in training. The protagonist, sitting by the rock, thought that he was passing out, falling asleep, and passing out again for several hours. He wants to die, but even if he dies, everything will happen again. He thought that he would wake up from this dream if he just endured it, but it did not happen. The protagonist stood up and wondered that he should do what they wanted, right? He walked up to the gate and thought that the weapon he chose last time was a mace. He chose it because it seemed easier in terms of destructive power and use, but since close combat is scary, it is better to choose a bow, or maybe a crossbow. For close combat, a spear seems better than a sword. MC chose several weapons and went to the second stage. Seeing the goblins and taking a position, he took a crossbow and thought, let him show off the shooting skills of a South Korean reservist. The protagonist fired a shot, but missed, and the goblins noticed him. The protagonist grabbed the spear and thought that it couldn't be that everything went well with the weapon he was using for the first time. He stabbed the small goblin furiously and thought that it worked. Now there was only one left. The goblin warrior swung his axe from behind. MC thought that the spear was not coming out. The enemy struck, and in an instant he woke up. Hyun, being completely wet, noted with a smile that this time he died immediately. Death without suffering is much better. After some time, he again moved to the game world and, seeing the system windows, irritably cursed them. When choosing a weapon, the protagonist thought that today's weapon is a sword and a shield. Wouldn't it be better to use a weapon that he has already used before? No, today it's a sword. He spent the whole day self-studying by watching videos on a video hosting site. MC entered the location and confidently shouted, let them attack. The two goblins pounced on him and killed him. The protagonist woke up again and asked with a mad smile, should he try again, right? He will kill them all. A hen peeping at him was perplexed. After some time, the protagonist once again moved to the game world and thought that at first he was just swinging his sword aimlessly. But why? Because, judging by the status window, this is the standard way. He began to practice swinging the sword. Suddenly, a system window appeared, notifying that his stamina had increased by 1, thanks to his efforts to overcome his limits. MC happily thought that stats increase with effort. After a while, he fell to the ground powerlessly and shouted, does he really have to wait for 8 hours to level up? The protagonist opened the status window and, seeing his stats, thought that a new line had appeared, additional stats. Come to think of it, he got this when he passed the first stage. He was so engrossed that he temporarily forgot. It's not that he was bad at remembering. In any case, he invested 1 stat point into strength. Having received a total of 2 increased stats, he planned to take revenge on the goblins. But he was too exhausted, so he couldn't beat any of them and died immediately. After some time, MC reappeared in the tutorial and began to train hard to increase his stats. Having increased his strength, he thought that it was now easier to deal with the 2 goblins in front of him, but due to the fact that he fundamentally lacked physical strength and combat abilities, it was still beyond his strength to deal with the remaining goblins. Once again, having moved to the location, the protagonist thought that he was just swinging a sword. After a long time of training, a system window appeared, notifying that his endurance had increased. The protagonist fell helplessly to the ground, when suddenly another system window appeared, which said that basic fencing had been created. Ability helps to correct posture and distribute force when swinging a sword, which allows for more effective strikes. Description: this is a fencing skill that only local bandits use, but it's better than having nothing at all. MC began to loudly rejoice that he did it. Having caught the motivation, he grabbed the weapon and shouted that today is the end for these damn green bastards. He thought that there were 5 damn goblins in the second stage of training. 2 were at the beginning of the fortress. 3 were in the second half of the forest. So far, these 2 were the easiest. He suddenly attacked the first goblin with a crossbow, and then he dealt with the second one with a sword. The problem was with the remaining 3 in the forest. He could deal with 2 of them just like before, but the last one was a real challenge. After a while, the protagonist began to fight the last goblin. After reflecting the blow with his shield, he thought that he could see his attacks, and he felt that his body could react even before he thought about it. This is the effect of basic fencing. MC used his skill, hit the goblin a little, and thought that there was still a problem. He was already exhausted and lost a lot of stamina, having dealt with only 4 of them. Suddenly, the goblin struck a powerful blow and threw the sword away. The protagonist excitedly thought that this couldn't be. He did it from such a distance. The opponent tried to strike again, but the protagonist deftly dodged and thought with a smile that this bastard really enjoys torture. That's why he doesn't kill right away. He'd better make the opponent tired first. He leaned his hands on the ground and, delivering a powerful kick, shouted that his movements are so obvious. The moment the goblin grabbed his face, MC took a stone and struck his leg. The opponent screamed in pain and tried to fight back, but the protagonist went behind him, and the moment he turned, delivered a powerful blow to the face with a stone. After the battle, the protagonist noted with a smile that it was his turn now. He was so boring that he was trying to die. System windows appeared, which said that he had completed stage 2. He received 5 additional stats as a reward for completing. He can choose a weapon as a reward for completing. Basic skills of the shield and crossbow are unlocked. MC happily shouted that he won. This is the power of a supreme being, and they are just cheap. Sometime later in the real world, he was making himself breakfast and happily remarked that since he was able to pass stage 2, he would make breakfast in honor of the holiday. The protagonist tasted the food and said that he knew he was the one who made it, but it was still perfect. Suddenly, Ahen came out of the room and furiously asked him what he just said. Suddenly, system windows appeared, notifying that Earth's training was complete. They can now freely use the system outside of training. The dungeon was now activated. They looked out the window in surprise and saw a powerful gate appear in the middle of the street. Another system window appeared, saying that dungeons can only be used by awakened ones. They need to finish the dungeon within a certain amount of time. The time remaining until the full connection with the Haken dimension is 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. After some time, MC, sitting at the computer, thought that after the dungeon appeared, the world became more chaotic. At first, they decided not to leave the house, looked at and systematized some information. The protagonist noted that it seemed that the training was not quite over yet. Recently, those who have just turned 18 have been joining the training, so the minimum requirement is 18 years old. Ahen, sitting at the laptop, said that the comment section is chaos because of the dungeon. People say that it is a hasty decision to call those who have completed the training awakened and send them to clear the dungeon. The protagonist replied that, however, there is nothing new. He came across a comment that said that people can continue to turn on and off the status window. Is this really possible? MC said with a smile that the main thing is that the status windows are useful. He tried to summon it, but a system window appeared, notifying him that the tutorial had not finished yet, so he could not use it. The protagonist thought that there were 8 stages in the tutorial. It seemed that when he tried to clear the second stage after 7 tries, others had already finished all the stages. He wondered if there was no other way but to clear them all. Did she have any information about the third stage? Ahen asked if he had not heard that patience is golden. That was all nonsense. There was no information, even the information about the second stage was very poor. The protagonist wondered if he should go and fight there again. Well, now that he was strong enough, he would not suffer a shameful defeat like before. He would clear the third stage with style and precision. Sometime later at night in the third stage, MC, wearing a camouflage suit and sneaking up on the enemy, thought that a monster was pissing on him right now. He would definitely kill that damn bastard. Earlier, the protagonist found himself at the beginning of the test. System windows appeared, notifying that this is stage 3. Let him prove his perseverance and patience by enduring any situation. The condition for victory is to eliminate the Gurkha chieftain. The condition for failure is death. Advice: if you wait long enough, the opportunity will eventually appear. The protagonist noticed that he had a camouflage suit. This outfit really amazes a man's fantasy. This task should be an elimination, an assassination. Something like that, right? He thought that he needs to eliminate the chieftain of the Gurkha people. This is a monster he has never heard of before. So, the first thing to do is to find him. But first, he needs to check what he got in stage 2. These bastards are so unkind. They don't even give him time to check everything properly. MC opened the status window and, seeing his stats, happily exclaimed that this is exactly what the status window should look like. And there are the newly added shield and crossbow skills. The skill descriptions still irritate him. He will put the extra stats into strength and endurance, which will come in handy right away. Should he add 2 points to agility just in case? He thought about it, and finally, what was that? It seems to him that there was something else. Suddenly, a system window appeared asking if he wanted to check his inventory. The protagonist opened the inventory and, taking out a sword from there, happily noted that this was amazing. This was the most amazing thing he had seen so far. Okay, the pre-battle check is complete. Now he will go look for this Gurkha or whatever his name is. After some time, the protagonist set off and thought that Carlos Hathcock is a legendary Marine Corps sniper who successfully killed a general after crawling 1.4 kilometers for several days. He is the person he respects the most. He has been crawling for about 10 hours. He has almost arrived. MC crawled through the bushes to the settlement and thought that 2 guards were on the alert. Maybe he should just force his way through? His pants were wet and sticky from the urine he had released. The grass was prickly and all sorts of bugs were crawling in his clothes. Suddenly, an enemy came up to him and began to urinate in the place where he was lying. The protagonist thought about what he should endure. Didn't the notice say that he needed to prove his persistence and patience? Perseverance, patience, and persistence. Suddenly, he couldn't stand it anymore, crawled out of the grass and furiously shouted that he would cut off his head. MC dealt a powerful blow with his sword and neutralized the enemy. But suddenly a second one appeared on the way. He noticed that in the end, he again cut off something useless. The monster screamed at the whole settlement, and a moment later all the residents came running and surrounded him. The protagonist shouted with a smile that since he was already in a terrible situation, he could say the phrase he always wanted to try. "Let those damn bastards attack him." The protagonist tried to fight back, but the monsters destroyed him. After some time, he came there again and decided to act loudly as well. A system window appeared, which said that he received a new skill, Lion's Roar of Fury. The ability reduces the stats and morale of surrounding enemies and also removes all debuffs. Description: the skill releases rage from the depths of the soul. This instills fear in his enemies and removes all harmful effects. MC, running into battle for the second time, thought that there is something he learned crawling for 10 hours in the first round. Gurkha warriors seem to go hunting during the day and return to the village only at sunset. In other words, the strength is at a minimum during the day. The protagonist flew into them and, killing everyone in his path, shouted that most of them are little boys. Having cleared his path, he happily ran into the chieftain's building. Seeing that 2 sorcerers were standing next to him, the protagonist was frightened to think that his body was not moving. The magicians used their techniques on him, and a system window appeared, which said that he was affected by the skill Low-Level Magic Restraint. MC was frightened to think, what kind of training is this that has magic? There must be a way. Suddenly, he used the skill Lion's Roar of Fury and shouted that he was a bastard. In an instant, all the spells dissipated, and the protagonist, attacking the chieftain, noted with a smile that everyone has a great plan until he was killed. He delivered the final blow and destroyed the enemy. System windows appeared, notifying that he had passed Stage 3. He will receive a mid-term physical regeneration as a reward. He also cleared Stage 3 in the shortest time and set a record. As an additional reward, he will receive the temporary title, Unshakable. Description: this is a title given to the rebel who cleared Stage 3 of the Patience and Perseverance tutorial the fastest. The title is automatically transferred if the record is broken. The effect is +1 point to all stats. MC thought about how he cleared Stage 3 in just 2 days. Considering that it took him a week to clear Stage 2, this is a huge improvement. With such an incredible growth, he came to one conclusion. Could it be that he is a genius? At this rate, he will be able to clear Stage 4 in just a few minutes. This is what he thought a month ago. Sometime later, Ahen, while preparing breakfast, listened to the news, which said that 25 days had passed since the special squad of awakened ones was sent to clear the dungeon. It was announced that 40% of the dungeons found inside the country had been cleared. Meanwhile, the awakened continued to participate in the cleanup. And in response to this, the government was considering paying bonuses. Suddenly, the girl heard the protagonist scream and noted that he was talking nonsense again. If he continued like this, the neighbors would file a complaint. Did he get shot in the back of the head with an arrow today? The protagonist came to the kitchen and replied that he had cleared them all out. He had just destroyed them all. Ahan handed him a frying pan and said that he was going crazy and saying that he couldn't handle it. In any case, she congratulated him. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and, seeing his change in physique, asked fearfully, did something happen in his dream? Why has he been acting like this since this morning? The MC answered with a gloomy face that this training was getting on his nerves. Ahan noted that his face already resembled the face of a criminal. He exclaimed angrily, let her watch her language. He was her older brother after all. The girl asked how he liked the 4th stage. He told her with a serious face that, in short, it was some kind of group project. It was necessary to show leadership qualities, or something like that. The system window said that the condition was to destroy the dungeon core. The penalty for failure was death. After destroying the dungeon core, a portal leading to the exit of the dungeon would be automatically generated. Advice: it is best to go without leaving a single party member behind. The quest was to lead the party to destroy the dungeon core. You could say that it was like a role-playing game. Party members behaved like NPC, fulfilling their assigned roles. They discussed whether to move forward or retreat. They did not have enough supplies to recklessly continue the mission. Despite strong opposition from the 2 couples, in the end, the decision was made to move forward. Ahen asked curiously what happened next. MC replied that of course he did a great job at first. He raised morale with the skill Roar of Fury and took the front line with the remarkable healing power, Intermediate Body Regeneration. A system window appeared, which said that the skill ability, Intermediate Body Regeneration, is to regenerate and restore damage done to the body using magic power. Description: any wound, including amputation, burns, frostbite, are automatically healed with magic power. Intermediate level of body regeneration shows a miracle of restoring even shattered bones within 24 hours. Ahen asked, so everything was fine, right? What took them a whole month? The protagonist with a downcast expression replied that the problems began that night. He shouted with incredible fury that those bastards were supposed to take turns on duty, but instead they planned to escape together. When he caught them, they ambushed him and killed him. He knew it from the start, ever since they dared to flirt in the sacred dungeon. The girl exclaimed in displeasure, let him swallow what was in his mouth before talking. The protagonist swallowed the food and added that the same characters and similar situations were repeated in every episode. In such extreme conditions, he finally found a way out with his brilliant mind. Ahen asked in confusion, and what was that? The MC, with a furious face, answered that he decided to simply destroy all the annoying pests and continue. A little earlier in the 4th stage of training, one of the dungeon clearing participants suggested that they should go a little further. It would be a waste to go so far and come back empty-handed. Another wondered that they had a limited supply of food. What if they could not find the core? The income from the magic stones alone was enough. If he dies going further, he will be held accountable. Suddenly the protagonist screamed furiously, and holding a blade to one of the participants, exclaimed that from now on they will all follow his orders. If they resist, they will die. Even if they complain, they will die. One of them screamed furiously, is he crazy? What kind of sudden nonsense is this? The protagonist immediately began to beat him and replied that he told him not to complain. He just has to follow him because he knows this road. If he behaves like this again, he really is finished. After some time, MC cleared the last mob and asked, is that all? The girl, watching what was happening, noted with fear that he really removed them all. They came to the core and the protagonist asked, does he just need to destroy the pillar? It will be very simple. He swung his sword and broke the pillar. System windows appeared, which said that he passed the 4th stage. He gets the skill, 1 hit, 2 halves, as a clear reward, and the Ring of Strong Mind as a transparent reward. MC thought that considering the results, the growth in stage 4 was not bad. The ability stats were increasing steadily, not to mention the many items that can be obtained from monsters. Among them, he still does not know the purpose of the magic stone. If he stocks up on everything, he can eventually find a use for it. The skill reward 1 hit, 2 halves, and the accessory Ring of Strong Mind were also not bad, but the most outstanding achievement is that he has become quite strong in reality. After some time, the protagonist, having done the exercises, noticed that it seemed that weight training was becoming less and less effective. Maybe he should start going to the gym. Suddenly, he received a warning on his phone that the dungeon was about to open. At this time, a real nightmare was happening outside, because monsters crawled out and began to kill people. A system window appeared, which said that if the dungeon was not cleared within a certain time, the gates of the dungeon would be opened. The protagonist, going out onto the balcony, thought, today already? He even applied to clear the dungeon. He remembered how his sister went to work and thought that she was in danger. He needed something that could be used as a weapon. MC ran to the kitchen and shouted, why is there not even a regular long sword here? He saw a knife in the sink, armed himself, ran out into the street and shouted that they have not seen each other for a long time. Upon seeing the goblins, the protagonist pointed out with a serious face that, as expected, he couldn't use the skill yet. But thanks to this, he managed to attract their attention. The monsters furiously ran to attack, but the protagonist mockingly shouted that the sounds made by level 2 trash are hard to hear. He thought that after all, there was no guarantee that they would be at the same level as in training. But somehow it was possible to determine their level just by their movements. MC dealt a powerful blow with a knife and said with a smile that first of all, thank them for coming. He will use this knife to good use. At this time, in Ahen's office, monsters were breaking in. The girl, frightened, holding a phone with an open correspondence with the protagonist, wondered what he was thinking about. Suddenly, a wild roar of monsters was heard, and in an instant, the protagonist, having destroyed the barricades at the door, with a furious smile said that he did not mean to break. Her older brother is here. The workers started shouting in confusion. Who was he? Suddenly, the head of the department called out to him furiously, asking that he didn't know who he was, but how could he break the barricade? And what should he do now? At this rate, the monsters will come here. MC answered with a smile that it was his fault. He was very sorry. He couldn't control his power. Well, they didn't have to worry anymore. He looked at the pile of corpses of all kinds of monsters and smiled. The workers asked in wild surprise that he dealt with them alone. The protagonist asked with a smile if they could see the weapons the goblins were using, let them hold on to it for a bit. He wasn't sure how long everyone could hold out, but he thought that if they didn't panic, they could defeat them. Ahen asked fearfully, where was he going? The protagonist, taking the weapon, answered that on the way here he saw that there were more goblins. Perhaps they were also on the upper floors. At least they should try to sleep peacefully. After a while, the sister started to treat his wounds. MC wondered if it was okay to pour out that much water. They didn't know if the situation would last, so they had to save it. Ahin replied, "Let him shut up, his wounds needed to be washed." And this was the only solution they had. He was so cool and all, so why did he get hit so often? The protagonist replied that it was because he hadn't learned how to dodge. His recovery ability was pretty amazing. He could withstand most attacks, but since he couldn't use any skills right now, that was a different matter. Ahin asked displeasedly, how could he brag about that? Let him be careful. If he couldn't use his skills, he couldn't resurrect either, right? His move to deal with the remnants in the building was just excessive. MC wondered with a smirk, but that was cool, right? The girl agreed and added that it was until he was beaten half to death. But still, she thought that other people saw things a little differently. There were a few of her seniors who asked her to introduce them to him. What would he say about it? Does he have a type? The protagonist replied that he just needed someone who didn't mind a man who swore as soon as he woke up. She exclaimed in displeasure, "What the hell?" After some time, the MC woke up at stage 5. A system window appeared, saying, "Let him prove his wisdom, capable of overcoming any difficulties." He thought that he had forgotten about this. He was so carried away before. The protagonist looked at the girls standing nearby and wondered what kind of situation this was. A system window appeared, saying that the condition was to defeat a succubus disguised as a human. Failure condition, death. Advice: the succubus hides its true nature. Those who find out its true nature will be the first victims. The protagonist wondered if a succubus was a dream demon, creatures that appear in dreams and suck out a person's life force. They are known for being beautiful, although all the women here are amazingly beautiful. So everyone knows about the existence of a succubus in this scenario. Suddenly, one of the girls approached him and asked him what he would say. "Who do you think is the succubus?" The MC thought that if he looked closely, she really was beautiful. He awkwardly replied that he had no idea. Suddenly, the protagonist felt something, and a system window appeared, which said that the ring of a strong mind resists charms. Item durability, 100 out of 100. Description: this ring was given to the Imperial Guards of the Hendeli Empire. Despite being a standard model, the ring boasts excellent characteristics, as this is awarded to the most elite knights. Ability: item grants immunity to all mental magic effects and mental status of rank A and below. Option: visible, invisible. Sometime later, when it got dark, they set up camp in the forest. MC, sitting on the ground, thought that Stage 1 was a circus of inferno. Stage 2, a week-long battle with goblins. In Stage 3, after 10 hours of crawling, he was doused with monster urine, and in Stage 4, a month-long group project from hell. Finally, he can enjoy interesting things after just rolling around like a dog. May God forgive him for cursing him. He didn't know that he had prepared this for him. He must control his expression, because whoever finds out the succubus's identity will become a target. If she realizes that he has guessed, he is finished. If it is a succubus, then most likely it is a powerful creature capable of disguising itself as a human. It is wiser to use an NPC than to attack blindly. Since a man can fall under the spell of a succubus, it is better to use a woman. It is better for him to sleep and think about it later. After some time, MC woke up and, opening his eyes, thought that this ceiling was familiar to him. He jumped out of bed and exclaimed that this was Ahin's office. The guy noted that he was just about to wake him up. There was an army there. The protagonist furiously said that the succubus must have noticed that he knew. She must have killed him when he fell asleep. Wait, the army came? He went to the window and saw how the armed forces were fighting off goblins outside. One of the people present happily noted that they were now safe. Another added that, as expected, these monsters were no match for the military's weapons. MC, after a short silence, replied that this was not the end yet. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger and wondered excitedly, what is this feeling? At this time, one soldier, shooting back at the monsters, shouted that there is no end to them. Another shouted, hasn't the army taught him anything? Let him keep shooting. Let him concentrate and shoot these bastards. The soldier shouted in displeasure. Why is this happening right before his vacation? This should be done by experts, not them. Suddenly, he noticed a huge hobgoblin who killed his comrade. The soldiers started shooting at it in fear, but it was useless. The column of cars started to leave, but the monster made a high jump and began to destroy everyone. MC, watching what was happening, could not move away from the window due to shock. A soldier fearfully noted that it seemed that the third squad was hit. Corporal Jong Jae-hoon shouted, where did the signalman go? Let him quickly send a request for support. What happened that things were so bad? Suddenly, a hobgoblin climbed onto the truck. He asked fearfully what was going on with the backup. The soldier reported that they were saying they would send one capable civilian. Jae-hoon asked again in bewilderment, one person, and a civilian at that. He was going to go crazy here. Suddenly, the monster jumped high and prepared to strike. The corporal started shooting at it, when suddenly the weapon jammed and he wondered why, after so much time, it decided to jam right now. At the very last moment, the main character appeared, threw a stone at the monster and threw it away. He climbed into the back and asked with a mad smile if he was okay. As a soldier, it must be hard for him in such situations. Jae-hoon jumped back to the other side of the truck in fear, aimed at him and shouted that it was a monster. MC raised his hands and told him to put his weapon away. "Doesn't he look like a human?" The soldier asked him twice in a panic. Was he human? The protagonist wondered why he was so confused that he had to ask twice. He wondered if this man was a volunteer. He certainly looked strong. Jae-hoon bowed his head, apologized, and explained that he was a little out of his mind. The MC replied that it was understandable since he had narrowly escaped death. The soldier thanked him for helping them. He said that there was no need. He didn't come out of a sense of justice. The protagonist looked at the monster and wondered if this was happening again. That bastard was clearly looking into his eyes. If the army had been destroyed, those monsters would have come to Ah Hen Company. Rather than messing around with them, it was better to deal with that bastard here and now. The protagonist, about to jump off the back of the truck, pointed out that they shouldn't shoot. Otherwise, if they hit him, there would be holes in him too. By the way, do they have something like tear gas? Jae-hoon replied that they did. Almost all the operational weapons were loaded. MC said that was good. Let them throw him one grenade. The soldier noted in surprise, let him take a gas mask first then. The protagonist jumped to the ground and shouted that everything was fine. Let them hurry up. No time to explain. And please let him make sure that there will be no shooting in his direction. If they do something wrong, they are finished. Jae-hoon agreed and shouted that all platoon members should put on gas masks and be on guard. They can only shoot at approaching monsters. Let them never turn their weapons towards the center of the street. The protagonist, approaching the monster, noticed that the table was set. Let him forgive him, but he has a little dislike for him. He threw a tear grenade behind the monster, and when the gas opened, the goblin began to cry. The MC, with tears in his eyes and a smile, pointed out that it doesn't matter whether it's a hobgoblin or just a goblin. That's their weakness. He rushed to attack and shouted that he reflects bullets. Is this his first time experiencing pain? It seems that his pain tolerance is quite high, but he's probably more used to pain. The protagonist struck and, having knocked the axe away from the monster, shouted that they need to confiscate the weapon first. He began a powerful series of attacks and, with tears in his eyes, noted that this thing is damn heavy. At this time, Jae-hoon, watching their fight, asked in surprise, "Is he awakened?" Suddenly, Kim Yi-young, the deputy guild of Dangwon, arrived on the scene and asked what exactly was going on here. He looked at the protagonist's battle and asked that he thought that he was the only one from support. At this time, the MC, with a red face from the gas, wondered what this bastard had endured. He expected this, but he never thought that it would not cause any harm. If this continues, his stamina will only decrease. Maybe he should get some kind of implant? The only thing he knows is cutting. Suddenly, Yi-young appeared and, having dealt slashing blows, said to give him a minute. MC was wildly surprised, wondering how so fast. Who is this? He, realizing that he did not cause damage, thought that the blows almost did not feel, as if he was hitting a stone with a knife. Yi-young called out to the protagonist and shouted that this goblin was only a rank F dungeon boss. Since the defense is abnormally strong, there must be other weak points. The protagonist noted with a smile that he looked like a person who knows a lot. He does not know who he is, but he understands. MC rushed to attack and asked if he had any brilliant ideas. Yi-young also started attacking the monster from the other side and shouted that his physical strength is not that great. His stamina is probably almost exhausted. The protagonist replied that he knew it just by looking at him. What does he do when he runs out of strength? He delivered a powerful blow with his sword, but did not penetrate and broke his weapon. Yi-young, continuing to press the goblin, shouted that he has speed, but he does not have enough strength to deliver the finishing blow. Let him please attack the vital area while he holds him back. MC grabbed the monster's axe that he threw away earlier and thought that even if this is a critical situation, perhaps this is just a show-off, but of course the goblin knows this and defends himself. So where should they attack? Behind the joint? Maybe the skin is weak there? The protagonist swung his sword without looking and shouted, "Whatever." In an instant, he pierced the monster right on target. The main character, seeing where he ended up, noted that for some reason he felt sorry for him. At the moment when an unpleasant sensation flashed through the handle of the axe, a philosophical question flashed through his mind. Is this place a vital point? Of course, he doubted that it was a weak spot that could lead to instant death, but he had already made up his mind, and his body performed the next movement. He stabbed the sharp tip of the weapon into the hobgoblin's weak spot with all his might, lifted it up, and then knocked it over, and the monster let out a painful sigh. Hyun ran up to it and aimed at its mouth, because the monster couldn't be completely hard. While the hobgoblin was foaming at the mouth, MC stabbed the tip deep into its throat and exhaled. Watching his actions, the hunter thought that he was strong. Where did such an experienced person come from? Is he not registered? Hyun stood up and noticed something glowing with golden light near the monster's head. The system informed him that the information about the item could not be verified since the training was still ongoing. He didn't know what it was for, but he decided to take it for now and thought it was a pity he didn't have an inventory. But this training should end soon. He hid the item under his clothes and the hunter headed towards him. Noticing this, he thought, usually items need to be distributed, right? But this guy just jumped out in the middle of the way. He practically dealt with this monster single-handedly. He decided not to share his loot and ran away, making the excuse that he had urgent business, but he would leave the axe with him. The hunter became worried and asked him to wait, and he just turned to him with a smile and said goodbye. Remaining perplexed, the hunter froze in place, after which he took off his gas mask and shook the sweat from his face, thinking, who kind of person is this? This hunter turned out to be Kim Yi-young. A few hours after the victory over the hobgoblin, with the onset of dusk, the situation seemed to calm down a little. After walking through streets that looked like ruins from an apocalypse movie, they were able to return home only after it became dark around them. They went up to their house and Ahen froze in the hallway. Everything inside was dirty, and all the things were scattered around as if someone had been there. She asked if he left without closing the door. He calmly confirmed this, and she sighed heavily, saying that she was an idiot for thinking that he had grown up. In the end, the brother and sister, who did not care that there might be intruders nearby, decided to clean up first and then eat. Soon dinner was ready and they began to eat. Ahen was looking at something on her phone and at one point said that this was simply unbelievable. Her brother looked at her questioningly and then she showed him what she saw. He leaned forward with interest. There was a video of himself on the screen, or more precisely, how he fought a monster. He grabbed the phone and excitedly exclaimed that it was him. Ahen said that apparently someone had taken a video on the way home from work, and he opened the comments and seeing the positive reactions, he remarked that things weren't that bad. He was enjoying the comments about him, and Ahen looked at him with disgust and asked what was wrong with his face. His mood changed dramatically as he saw the comments where everyone was picking on his handsome face. They were writing that he looked absolutely villainous, and even that they would wet their pants if they ran into him. He asked if things were that bad. His sister confirmed this, and soon it was time for bed. He lay down on his bed but forgot to do one thing. He called out to his sister worriedly, as if something had happened, and when she appeared in the doorway, he calmly asked her to turn off the light, but she refused. And then he started whining. With a heavy sigh, she said that she would turn off the light just this once, as he had had a hard day. But he shouldn't shout tomorrow morning. She was dead tired too. He winked and told her not to worry. This scene was easy, and offered to let her have a beer tomorrow at his expense, while she told him everything. She noticed that his confidence was almost at the death flag level now. She didn't expect much, but she would still wish him luck. After that, she turned off the light and left, and he went to bed. He looked at the ceiling, and remembering that hunter, thought that he was very strong. He wondered how many stages he had passed. He was supposed to be eliminated at the second stage. He rolled over and decided that there was no point in thinking about it now. After all, he was going to make it to the 8th stage because he would become stronger than everyone else. He closed his eyes and thought that the succubus from yesterday had been very beautiful, and despite the fact that he had been killed by a monster, he couldn't wait to meet her again. He fell asleep, but still didn't notice it and thought that even if it was a tutorial, it would be nice to take a look at her. While dreaming about her, he opened his eyes with a smile and saw a goblin's ugly face in front of him, after which he hid it out of fear. The goblin flew back and fell with a crash, and he looked around and thought, why is there a goblin here at all? A system window popped up in front of him. He needs to dodge the attacks of the cave goblin's horde and clear the dungeon. Advice: cave goblins have poor eyesight but excellent hearing due to evolution, so let him find a way to distract them. After that, the goblins started coming out of the forest and surrounding him, and he wondered, what about their hearing? Why is it telling him this now? He didn't pay attention to the goblins approaching him at all and realized that there was something more important. He gritted his teeth in rage and shouted, why did the tutorial scene change? After that, he woke up and screamed loudly, which made his sister furious. Meanwhile, in some computer club, there was a fight, or more accurately, a beating. A guy named En Yusung beat up the club employees, and one of them, having fallen near his feet, looked up at him and asked why. How can someone who hasn't even participated in the training yet be stronger than an ability user? Yusung stepped on his head and noted that little had changed. What's the point of being a little stronger if you don't know how to fight? He remembered the video of Hyun's fight and licked his lips. saying that it was probably good luck. It looks like there are a lot of interesting ability users here. Soon, the 5th stage of the training, round 3, began. The participants of the round need to defeat the doppelganger, a monster that hides among people and eats them every night. The paladin and mages can use their unique ability once a day. MC read the terms and, looking at the others, thought, isn't this similar to finding the succubus in the first round? Although it was more like a mafia game. He decided to use his wisdom to pass the stage, after which he took a deep breath and shouted loudly for everyone to gather in one place. People looked at him in confusion. Now all attention was focused on him. Clearing his throat, he declared that from now on anyone who moves becomes guilty. But at that time he forgot that in a mafia game, the most talkative ones usually die first, and he did not expect that. He woke up and stared at one point, realizing that he had never won in Mafia. He decided to go out to eat, but at that moment, he did not expect that he would repeat the same failure for a month and a half. One evening he met his sister in a very uncharacteristic outfit for him. He looked like some kind of bore who went to work in the office of a large company. Ahen's face immediately twisted in disgust, and she exclaimed, "What kind of mess is this that she has to deal with right after work?" He said that he was trying to change his appearance in order to change his inside. Having calmed down, she sighed tiredly and asked him to stop messing around. Hyun was slightly upset by the disgust spectrum that appeared on her face and asked what he should do. He thought it was the perfect cover. His sister said that the idea that glasses made him smarter was ridiculous. What kind of book was this? People with brains obviously wouldn't buy something like that. She decided to keep quiet about the fact that he was holding it upside down, and then said that the suit was too small for him. At that moment, she realized that they had never had a business suit in the house, and in a rage she ran up to him and grabbed his clothes, exclaiming that they were already broke and he had bought a suit. He said with a smile that he had taken some from his savings, and she exclaimed that she would definitely go crazy with him. She sat down and said in disappointment that they should have spent the money on housing and food. Why did she need a brother like that? He exclaimed that it had been 53 days already. He had died 53 times in this 5th stage. So he had to do something, right? They say that you need to use wisdom to pass, but the scenes change every time. Even the smartest ones couldn't solve this problem. She said that she would rather transplant someone else's brain to him than wait for him to get smarter. He looked at her in surprise and realized that this was a great idea, and she said that he was saying the same thing as before. If he has money to buy a suit, he should use it to soundproof his room. Because of him, the woman downstairs installed a subwoofer. With a heavy sigh, she grabbed her head and headed to her room, and soon Hyun went to the 5th stage again. This time he found himself in a dungeon, and he wondered what kind of terrible task they had prepared for him this time. When he saw the passage conditions, he was very processed, because he was told to do what he does best, wave his fists and not turn on his brain. He needs to completely clear the Frank dungeon, the tarantula incubator. The spitting tarantula guarding the incubator is level 20. He needs to find its weak points and develop an appropriate strategy. After walking around the cave for a while, he soon came across a tarantula and rushed into battle with the thought of how to make the conditions so simple and understandable. Finally, he found a solution that even Aristotle would not have thought about. The spider spat a slimy liquid at him, which was unexpected for him. Apparently he missed the system's words that these monsters spit. As soon as the strange liquid got on his hands, they turned blue, and he thought, is it poison? He cut off the infected part without thinking, which even shocked the spider. After that, he ran up and slid under the monster's belly and thought that it was a little painful. The system gave him a hint. A clue to the weak points of the spitting tarantulas is hidden in the incubator. But he ignored it and cut the monster in half. In the end, he decided to break through by force. Why does he need weak points and clues? The main thing is to kill. Instead of looking for the key, he just decided to break down the door and go straight ahead. That's how he passed the 5th stage and received the power of a B-rank giant as a reward. He looked at his overgrown arm and thought with a smile that only those with a bad body need brains. His new ability strengthens his muscles with magical power and increases his strength by 12 units for 10 minutes. Time passed, and in the morning, schools started classes. A schoolboy called out to his friend Kwon Min-soo and asked him to hit him on his birthday, but he said with a tired look that he would do it later. He was already exhausted after this training. His friend remembered that he was already 18 years old and asked how the 1st stage went, to which he replied that it was as terrible as the rumors said, but he still managed to pass it. The problem is what happens next. There is no worthy advice from the 5th stage onwards. The guy said that according to rumors, only passing the 4th stage allows you to enter the top 1%. They are probably carefully hiding valuable information. Min-soo scrolled through the web and got curious. There was a new rumor that someone had passed stage 7 yesterday and was going to stage 8. His friend thought it was all nonsense, so Minsu read someone's post that talked about the stages. The theme of Stage 4 is leadership. You need to subdue all the members of the group with strength. The theme of Stage 5 is wisdom. Muscles are the highest form of wisdom, so you need to increase your strength. Stage 6 is villainy. You need to destroy both enemies and allies. Stage 7 is loyalty. You only need to destroy enemies. He didn't believe the post was true and asked if this wasn't just bait. The comments only laughed at the author of the post and called him stupid, while the MC exclaimed in anger that he tried his best to share the best advice with them. His sister, who was getting ready for work, asked why he was yelling and making noise again. He shared his indignation with her. He personally revealed the strategy for training, but these guys do not believe him. She headed to the exit of the house and shook her head with a smile, asking why he tries to please everyone. She just needs to wait, and then she will see how he passes the 8th stage and becomes the 3rd graduate of the training in South Korea. He will rise to the same level as Han Sayon, the leader of the Donggun Guild, or Choi Dongwoo, the president of the Ability Users Alliance. She barely held back her laughter and asked how he can compare geniuses who passed the stages in one go with someone who took more than 4 months to do it. He indignantly exclaimed in response that he also passed the 6th and 7th stages in one go. Soon, night fell. It was time to go to training. He successfully completed the 7th stage, and now it was time for the 8th. As a reward for the 6th stage, he received a B-rank weapon, the Bilgun sword. This sword accompanied the mercenary Bilgun, who became famous on the battlefield for 30 years. It was originally just a well-made longsword, but as it absorbed the blood of enemies, it became imbued with an ominous aura. Because of this, the sword gives the user berserker abilities and increases durability. For the 7th stage, he received the Armor of Ronald, a wandering knight of the Alua Kingdom. This armor has a function that automatically restores damaged parts after repeated breaking and repair. Hyun thought that if he passed the 8th stage, he could use all of these items in reality through the inventory. He needed to check the item that the hobgoblin dropped as well. He went to the 8th stage. He did not expect to pass it in one go. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in emptiness. There was only a system window in front of him with a question. What are his beliefs? He thought for a few seconds, and then suddenly he was shaken. An earthquake began. Because of this, the space cracked, and he, hearing a crunch under his feet, froze. He felt how his legs began to lose support, which scared him a lot, and then the floor collapsed, and he flew down with a loud scream. He woke up already on the streets of the city. Passers-by were going about their business and did not pay attention to him at all. He looked around, and some girl passed through him, and he nervously wondered, was he in a formless state? He sees a city in training for the first time. So, this is Earth? He looked at the passers-by and frowned. None of them were people, but some kind of reptilians. They led a lifestyle familiar to people. They smoked during breaks from work, took children home, walked. In short, everyone was doing their own thing, and he was standing alone in the middle of the intersection and watching them. When he looked back, he ran into the gaze of some guy. He was looking straight at him. This made him nervous, and he wondered if he could see him. He looked into his eyes and realized that he wasn't looking at him at all, but through him, at what was behind him. A multitude of monsters of different types emerged from the rift behind him, and when they made a noise, he turned around in fear and ran along with the others. The city quickly plunged into panic, and the rifts became more and more numerous with each passing second. The monsters began to rampage, and among them, MC noticed creatures he knew and those he had never seen before. This was a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in the dungeon 2 months ago. Everything looked like a scene from the apocalypse. People were running in panic, and the monsters were grabbing them and filling their bellies. The system reminded him that the time remaining until the full connection with the Haken dimension was 4 years and 278 days, and he became nervous. Is this really what Earth will look like in 5 years? He remained in place, watching the chaos around him, and someone's huge shadow covered him. He turned around and looked up. Behind the buildings there was a huge creature resembling a man. It stretched out its hand to him, and he, watching it approaching him, stretched out his hands in front of him in horror. It seemed like it would crush him now. But the hand passed through him, and then everything disappeared and he returned to the void. He began to think about what just happened, and someone's voice was heard, asking what he felt. He sank to the floor. Distorted watches were flying around, and an unknown creature was standing nearby. Hyun wondered who it was. A god or something like that? The creature answered him with a smile that it was not so. Simply put, he can think of it as a kind of administrator of dimensions. At this stage, he will have a personal conversation with him, so let him not be shy to ask him about everything that was interesting to him. This is also a valuable time for him to ask questions. MC thought for a second and then asked what he just saw. Will Earth be like this in 5 years? The administrator told him that it depends on what they all do next. Hun didn't get it. If he was such a great being, then why didn't he stop all this himself? He pointed out that as he had said before, he was just an administrator, not a guardian. He only maintains the ballots. The state window and the training he gave them are the best he can do. Now, could he ask him a question? MC agreed, and he asked what beliefs he lived by and what had he lived for until now. He pointed out that this was a pretty deep question. Why did he ask that? He told him that after watching the humans during that event, he became curious. All sentient beings are interesting, but humans especially. He smirked and thought that for some reason it really pissed him off, and then said that he didn't watch them enough. At least no one around him lives thinking about such nonsense. They just fight to be a little happier since they were born. They just survive, day by day. The administrator asked him if he had anything he wanted to protect, and he confidently answered that he wanted to protect his rude little sister and his parents, in short, the whole family. Then the administrator asked if he ever thought about becoming a hero. He was slightly surprised by such a question. In his opinion, it was complete nonsense. He told him that after several deaths, he understood his place in this world. Such a cool, but exhausting job is not for him. The administrator said that from his observations, heroes definitely have natural talent, but he does not have it. But personally, he is a fan of him. He can't even imagine how much fun and joy he had watching him conquer the training. This left MC confused and wondering, did he call it fun? Does that mean the administrator is a sadist? He remembered how he was struggling with something and asked, is the 5th stage, where the main theme is wisdom, the task should change every time? The administrator chose not to answer this question and said that time was up. It was nice to talk to him. The system congratulated him on passing the 8th stage, and wine currents swirled around him, foreshadowing the exit from the stage. The administrator finally told him that the training is just the beginning. New challenges await him. And whether he wants it or not, he believes that he will become a hero who will save the world. Hyun didn't listen to him at all and exclaimed, does that mean the 5th stage is still his merit? The administrator congratulated him on completing the training, and before he was pulled out of sleep, he managed to shout a couple of curses and then disappeared. The administrator was left alone. He said that he would be looking forward to it, after which the system notified MC that he had become the 62nd person to graduate from the training. He received the title of training graduate. He woke up and the first thing he did was jump out of bed and started screaming curses. But he found that he had a sock in his mouth, which muffled all his screams. He pulled it out in disgust and asked why he had that in his mouth. Ah Hen, who was sitting next to him, said that she expected him to scream, so she had gagged him beforehand. He asked if it was really necessary to put a sock in his mouth. She smirked and said that if he was angry, he should wake up quietly. Judging by his expression, he lost again, didn't he? How long does he think it will take this time? He just smiled maliciously in response, then opened the status window and proudly asked, does she see her brother's strength? It looks like he is a capable person now. She left the room and praised him, saying that now he should go and earn some money. This morning she made breakfast for him as a special treat. He said resentfully that she could at least congratulate him a little. She is just a heartless woman, no wonder she doesn't have a boyfriend. For such words, spatula immediately flew into his face. After they had breakfast, she went to work and he began to look at the system window. He thoughtfully read the description of the title that he received for completing all 8 stages. It adds 2 units to all stats. He looked through the status window and thought, is it possible to combine titles? The system reported that except for the selected title, all other effects are applied only at 50%, but he expected that. Then he decided to apply the title Training Graduate, and all his stats were added 2 units. And now the moment he had been waiting for so long had come. Finally, he was able to open the box with the mysterious item that he received after defeating the monster. He took the book from there and commanded it to reveal its true identity, and the system told him that it was a skill book that allowed him to learn the E-rank magic burst skill. After learning the skill, he could fire a magic sphere with explosive force. This mysterious thing was truly a treasure. Trembling with joy, he hugged the book to his chest and then jumped up from the sofa and raised it above his head, exclaiming in his mind that it was so cool. After 4 months of shouting openly, Hyun finally mastered the art of shouting silently. The system asked if he wanted to learn the skill, and of course he agreed. He was already eager to get it. After learning the skill book disappeared, and he thought that the sorting of items was finally finished. Now he should apply for admission to the Awakened Training School. Time passed. The girl named An Mi-young was walking to work in anticipation. She is a newly appointed civil servant. Her first job is at a training school for awakened ones, where those who complete the training must receive a certificate. The awakened training system in their country is rapidly developing, becoming one of the best in the world. It is believed that this is because a similar system already existed. They may be new, but they are future heroes. Isn't watching their journey begin incredibly rewarding? That was what she had thought just a few hours ago, but now she was terrified. Shaking with fear, she apologized to the Awakened One and looked up at him with tears in her eyes, telling him that he should show her his ID, not someone else's. Unsurprisingly, it was Hyun in front of her, his evil gaze literally burning into her. He looked quite cute in the photo on the ID, so she thought that these weren't his documents. When she asked him to show his documents, he asked her in displeasure what that even meant, and she shrank back in fear. She couldn't stand the pressure and started crying loudly and asked why he was doing this to her. He became confused because of her reaction and asked what the problem was. After that, a whisper went around the room. Everyone paid attention to him and thought that he was offending her, and some even started filming him. He hurried to correct the situation and said excitedly that he did nothing, after which a man came up to them and asked what was wrong. Mi-young was very happy to see instructor Kim Yi-young, and he, looking at the huge line, noticed that the process was going slowly. What's the problem? He made eye contact with Hyun, and they froze because they seemed familiar to each other. Yi-young didn't pay much attention to it and asked the girl for his documents, after which he looked at them and told Hyun that he looked completely different from the photo. He explained to him that his appearance had changed because of the skill, but he swears it was really him. If he's still unsure, he can do a fingerprint or DNA test. Yi-young asked if he's trained to stage 5. MC confirmed it. He actually downplayed it to avoid drawing attention. The man pointed out that his level was 12, which was pretty high. Has he ever raided a dungeon illegally? This made Hun nervous, so he lowered his level by more than half, but it was still too high. He hesitantly told him that he'd entered the dungeon a few times before the law was passed, and he asked what he meant by man's strength, which he called his unique ability. He proudly told him that it was an ability that temporarily doubled his strength. Yi-young thanked him for his cooperation and pulled him aside, saying that he had one more question. At stage 3, Awakened Ones get a skill, at stage 4, an accessory, and at stage 5, another skill. He needed to see all of these rewards. MC thought he was being too meticulous, then rolled up his sleeve and said that he would now show him the skill he got for passing the 3rd stage. He bit into his arm, which made Yi-young feel uneasy, and when blood started flowing out of the wound, he stopped and showed it to the man. His wound began to heal right before his eyes, and he, nervously adjusting his glasses, noted that this was a self-healing skill. After that, Hyun showed him the ring he got for the 4th stage and thought that he had transformed the giant's strength into man's strength as his unique ability. He said that for the 5th stage, this skill instills fear in nearby enemies with a scream. Is it okay if he uses it here? Yi-young allowed him to do so, and meanwhile Yu-sung, who was standing in line, turned his attention to them. He looked closely at the guy who was taking a deep breath and recognized him as the same goblin slayer from the video. Realizing what he was about to do, he shuddered and immediately covered his ears, after which a loud scream was heard, and all the other Awakened Ones grabbed their heads, not understanding what was happening. As soon as the scream died down, Yi-young looked at Hyun in surprise, and he asked with a smile, "Is that enough?" Pulling himself together, he asked him to go to the 2nd floor of the neighboring Hongmu building, while Yu-sung was mesmerized by his idol, and, judging by his face, seemed to have developed special feelings for him. So the MC was almost turned down because he looked different from his ID photo, but after he attracted attention with a ferocious roar, everyone was talking about him, but in a bad way. The Awakened Ones who had registered were gathered in the lecture room, and everyone started whispering while looking at Hyun. Chewing a piece of meat and listening to them, he guessed that they didn't like him, but it didn't matter. Yu-sung, meanwhile, was sitting behind him and didn't take his eyes off him. And finally, Yi-young came. He introduced himself to everyone and said that he would be leading the training at this branch of the Awakened Training School. Everyone present greeted him with applause, and he said that the training would consist of 10 days of theory classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. Meals and accommodations would be provided by the school. If no major problems arose, they would all be able to safely complete the courses and receive a certificate. So, as they know, it has been less than half a year since the world changed. New information about dungeons and monsters comes in every day, so tactics and strategies are also constantly evolving. In other words, what they are learning now is not the absolute right answer. MC thought boredly that he was already revealing such things from the beginning. Yi-young said that the information might not be relevant, or might soon become completely useless, so he will only teach them what is necessary for their survival. For the next 10 days, he is looking forward to working with them. Soon, the first lesson ended, and it was time for a 10-minute break before the next one. The Awakened Ones scattered around the lecture room, and Hyun tiredly threw his head back and stared at the ceiling, thinking that this was as boring as psychological training in the reserve army. And they will do this for 10 days? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man approaching him. He extended his hand and offered to introduce himself. His name was Kwak Su-il. MC looked at him and thought, "Who is this muscular pig?" He shook his hand and told him his name, and then the man smirked. Hyun noticed this and his new acquaintance asked him to take care of him, after which he activated his skill with a smirk, thinking that he was caught. It is better to put such a guy in his place from the very beginning. He disliked him from the moment he started causing a commotion over a trifle, but something made his smile disappear from his face. He did not understand how this guy survived under the oppression of his power. The MC responded by using the giant's strength, and his muscles immediately became powerful, and he squeezed the man's hand tighter. Sewell felt a slight pain and became nervous, thinking, is he losing in a strength competition? He, who dedicated all his stats only to this? He noticed that everyone around them was looking at them, and realized that he couldn't back down and look pathetic. He applied more force, so much so that his face turned red and his muscles began to swell. In the end, his hand couldn't withstand it and exploded from such a huge force, which he and Hyun did not expect, and therefore were surprised. Blood gushed out in all directions, and Yusung, who looked bored until this moment, now smiled and enjoyed the actions of his idol. A loud scream was heard throughout the lecture hall, and then the victim was taken away in an ambulance. Because of this incident, the MC was called to Yeong's office. He started making excuses, saying that this big muscle man came up to him first and wanted to meet him. Then, while he was grunting and puffing up his arms, he suddenly burst with a roar. Yeong, of course, didn't believe him and grabbed his head, exclaiming that it was driving him crazy. He didn't have to believe him or not. It was the truth. Luckily, his unique ability, the strength of a giant, increased his strength by 1.5 times. If he didn't have it, he could have gotten hurt. If he didn't believe him, then let him check the security cameras. Yeong noticed the discrepancy in his words. Didn't he say that his unique ability was called man's strength? Realizing that he had let it slip, he nervously said that he had simply gotten it wrong, and the man pointed out that judging by his words, it increased strength by 2 times, not 1.5. He laughed nervously and looked away, trying to justify himself by saying that he was confused because he didn't understand numbers. Yeong looked at him suspiciously, then sighed heavily and told him to go back to the lecture room. He returned to his seat and sighed tiredly, thinking that he was so tired on the first day. Yusung sat down next to him and called out to him, asking if he could sit next to him. Hyun agreed and thought, first the muscular pig, now who? They said their names and shook hands, and Yusung asked if he could call him brother. He just turned 18, he had already graduated. He is a fast learner, so he had already graduated from high school. And let him address him informally. MC thought that he seemed to be the oldest here, judging by their antics. Yusung asked how he did it, but he didn't understand what he was talking about, and then he exclaimed with mad delight that the guy's hand exploded with a roar. It was just incredible. Is this his skill? Because of his reaction, Hyun was convinced that this guy was also abnormal, and said irritably that it was not like that. The muscle pig's hand exploded on its own. At this moment, Yeong entered the lecture room and asked everyone to take their seats. It was time for the second lesson. He turned on the projector and said that due to the significant delay, he would focus on explaining the key points. Currently, dungeons are divided into 2 types, normal and incomplete. Normal dungeons are the most common. They usually open 4 weeks after they appear. As they already know from experience, the opening of a dungeon refers to the phenomenon when monsters begin to come out from inside. Incomplete dungeons are dungeons whose opening time cannot be predicted. This could happen either earlier or later than 4 weeks, so you need to be on your toes at all times. So how do you prevent the dungeon from opening? There are 2 ways to do it. The first way is to clear the dungeon, targeting the central core, which is the main one. The other way is to periodically remove the normal cores to delay the opening of the dungeon. However, they need to be careful with the order in which they attack the cores. One of the awakened ones didn't let him finish speaking and exclaimed in displeasure, "Is there anything else that is needed to fight monsters? Does he think he came here to listen to this useless lecture?" Everyone turned to look at him, and the MC said in a displeased voice that there is another stupid musclehead here. To be honest, all these muscle guys and macho men are a real problem, but for some reason, he didn't think so to himself. One of the assistant instructors warned him that if he causes trouble again, he will be expelled, and Yeong said that it was okay. He asked the awakened one to come down, but he ignored him. Yeong sternly ordered him to come down, and he let out a chuckle, asking, "Does he have pride then?" He came down and spread his arms out to the sides, asking what he was going to do. Yeong took out his phone, set the timer for 1 minute, and said that from now on he would dodge and block his attacks for 1 minute. If he even touched his body, he would pass the course, and if he failed, he would be expelled. Does he still want to do this? Hyun and Yusung meanwhile thought that the second muscular guy was really insolent. He was annoying them so much. But this whole situation looks funny, so it's okay. They both smiled in anticipation of a funny sight. In this huge world they found each other. The guy meanwhile asked, "Who does he think he is?" He pulled out a sword from his inventory and asked with a smile, "Is he sure he won't regret this?" The assistant instructor was worried about Yi Yong, but he said it was okay and stepped forward, telling the awakened one to act. His words only angered him, and he, telling him to get ready, rushed towards him and struck him. But Yi Yong only needed one step to the side to dodge. He noted that attacks made with a warning are meaningless. Surprise is the basis of an attack. The man threw an angry look at him and swung his sword. It seemed to him that he managed to hit him. But Yi Yong was already behind him at that moment, and said that his problem was in the large preparatory movements. The opponent will not wait for him to attack. Gritting his teeth in rage, he turned around and struck, but Yi Yong dodged again. As he swung his sword wildly, trying to hit him, he said that swinging his sword alone is not enough. An awakened one must be able to observe and understand how the opponent moves, without missing a single blow. His opponent got angry and told him to stop talking nonsense, then rushed towards him and cursed loudly. He swung his sword. Yi Yong ducked and said that attacking with all his might is not always the best approach. It inevitably makes the awakened's movements bigger, and as a result, his openings get bigger too. He kicked upwards, knocking the weapon out of his hands, and after the sword pierced the ceiling, he said that if he kept doing that, he would get tired quickly. The guy fell to the floor tiredly, and Yi Yong showed him the timer, and said that time was up. All the other awakened were surprised at this sight. MC thought it was like a video of a professional boxer dodging punches from an ordinary person. He had seen videos like this before, but to be able to do it against a capable person was surprising. Is there really such a difference, even among awakens? The speed and reaction speed he just showed was incredible. Even he, who had raised his stats, would have a hard time keeping up with him. He closed his eyes, thinking what if he faced him in a one-on-one fight, then opened them wide, and thought with a crazy smile, who would be the winner? Meanwhile, Yusung was thinking the same thing. He looked at him and thought, what is with that weird expression? Is he crazy? And he thought so, even though he had the same expression just now. He pulled away from him in disgust and wondered if maybe he shouldn't let him sit next to him. He doesn't want people to think that they are similar. So, the curriculum of the Awakened Training School consists of theoretical classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. At this point, the practical class was just starting. Yi Yong took them outside and showed them the weapons stance, telling them about today's training. They need to practice their weapon techniques. He asked them to choose weapons one by one, let them practice in their own way at first, and let the assistant instructors correct them. And let them remember that individual training is impossible due to the lack of people. Hin took the sword with boredom, and was amused by Yusung, who suggested that they train together, since it was boring alone. He agreed to his suggestion and asked if he was good at fighting, but before he could answer, Yi Yong told everyone to take into account that sparring was prohibited until the 6th day of training. The training began. The awakened began to hone their weapon skills, simply swinging and lunging. After watching them, MC thought that he did not expect much. But is everyone like this? The average level is lower than he thought, does not need practice. It is better to practice strikes for training. He scratched the back of his head in confusion, then made several quick successive swings of the sword, and Yi Yong, noticing this, began to watch him. While Hyun was swinging his sword, instructor Kim Sunghan came up to him and told him that he shouldn't do that. In this stance, he needs to narrow his legs slightly and change the angle of the sword a little. It seems like he's showing off a little, but it's useless in practice. He looked at him with an annoyed expression, and when he continued teaching him, he started testing his patience. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, and grabbed him by the collar, pulled him towards him and asked threateningly, "Is he that good at fighting? Should they try it then?" He wanted to do that, but he'll endure it because it's troublesome. He lied that he took his advice into account, and then Yi Yong asked the assistant to come to him. He did so, and he clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself, and announced a demonstration sparring match between the trainee and the assistant instructor. It must have been at that moment that the MC suspected that he was reading his mind. He said that assistant instructor Kim Sunghan would follow the instructions he had just given, and that trainee Hun would continue swinging his sword as usual. They would only have one exchange of blows. The assistant instructor was slightly confused, and the MC smiled in anticipation, and Yi Yong told them to get ready. They stood opposite each other, and as soon as the instructor counted to 3, they both rushed towards each other, and Hyun brought his sword behind his back and swung it as he approached Sunghan. He managed to parry it, but the MC didn't stop and then swung his sword again, knocking the weapon out of his opponent's hands. His sword flew high into the air and spun around before landing in the sand behind the fallen Sunghan. The training grounds fell silent, and Yihong turned to the other awakened and said that the weapon skills they were currently training with should prepare them for real combat. They train their body to react immediately to an attack. However, as Hun showed, they must not forget that the most important thing is to be able to react at the right moment. Let them never think that what they are learning now is the right answer. He suggested that they applaud these two people for their wonderful demonstration, and the MC proudly raised his head while Songun bashfully scratched the back of his head. Yong extended his hand to him and apologized to him. He took on an unfavorable role. Songun accepted his help and said that it was okay. Thanks to him, he learned a lot. But it was a little unexpected. Yong apologized to him again, and looking at Hyun, who was now chatting with his new friend with a smile, adjusted his glasses and said that he just wanted to check something. When the training began, he began to keep his precious training diary. He described the first day like this. A big guy started a fight with him, and he taught him a lesson. The guy named Yusung acts friendly, but he seems a little crazy. The theoretical classes were boring, and the practical ones weren't that useful. The second day isn't much different from yesterday. In the morning, they studied tactics, and in the afternoon, they had practical classes. There was more training with weapons, and Yusung seemed really excited. But after he saw him juggle swords, he realized he'd better keep his distance. Day 3, the only one who talks to him is this little mosquito-like guy, Yusung. They didn't listen to the instructor and fought in their own way. Day 4, he feels depressed. He wants to chop up monsters. The instructor scolded him for training with 2 swords. Day 5, he's really bored. He wants to go home. During training, he just lay there out of boredom, making the excuse that he was meditating. On the 6th day, he felt completely unbearable and asked his friend why he didn't make trouble. He asked him in return, didn't he say a while ago that they should behave well and finish the course peacefully? He looked up at him and said that it was not his problem if he got kicked out. Yusung smiled and remarked that he could say nasty things so casually, but he thought that he shouldn't worry too much. Today is the 6th day, so they are starting sparring in the afternoon. He feels that something interesting will happen there. He smiled suspiciously and added that his intuition tells him so. It was time for afternoon training. Everyone gathered in the gym, and sparring began. The guy attacked Hyun, but before he could take a step, he lost his weapon and lost his balance. The MC emerged victorious from this sparring match, and while he was nobly helping his opponent up, Yi-Yong invited the next group to the stage. Hyun returned to his place next to Yusung, and he remarked that he was fighting well. He saw him knock out the assistant. He told him that his opponent was just weak, that's all, and looked at the next group of awakened ones. He thought that this was just a child's play. Overall, the level here is not that high. He doesn't really understand talents and stuff, but it seems that ordinary people can't pass many stages. They said that the sparring will continue until the 8th day. Do they all have to continue doing this boring nonsense? Meanwhile, one of the awakened ones pounced on the opponent with a loud scream, and he got really scared, and the rest began to wait to see what would happen next. The tip of the spear stopped just a few centimeters away from his face, and he, realizing that nothing happened, opened his eyes. His opponent was now being held back by Yi-Young. He said that they would stop there. The winner was Kim Chan-woo. Applause went around the gym, and the MC thought that he was pretty good. If he was going to fight, it would be better with this instructor. It was time for the next group. Yusung stood up from his seat and told his friend that it was his turn, then smirked. Hyun noticed this and started watching him closely. He remembered what he said earlier and thought he wasn't going to cause trouble. Was he? He had a bad feeling about this. Well, with the instructor there, nothing bad should happen, right? Lee Yuri, a mage, came on stage, and Yi Hong said that she would use her personal weapon instead of the training weapon. It would give her an advantage due to the lack of space. He turned to Yusung and asked if he had any objections. He agreed to this condition, and Yi Yong, looking down at the mace in his hand, said that he remembered his main weapon was a sword. He shrugged and asked, "There is no rule that you can only use one weapon, right?" Yi Yong didn't dwell on it and asked both sides to take a step back. He would count to 3, and then they could begin. As soon as the countdown ended, Yuri used her magic and purple crystals appeared around her, which she immediately directed at the enemy. Gripping the mace tighter, he began to swing it in different directions, breaking the crystals, and at the same time smiling widely. Everyone was surprised by this, and MC watched the fight with delight. This is the first time he sees magic in real life, so he can learn it, depending on how well he has trained. Why didn't he see this during weapon training? Did she train separately? Noticing that he was repelling all of her attacks, Yuri cursed, and then magic condensed at the tip of her staff, and she created a huge crystal above herself and immediately directed it at the enemy. Yusung glanced at Yi-Yong, then picked up the mace and, taking a step back, began to spin around with a smile. Hyun was surprised. He carefully watched the guy's actions and realized that he was spinning the trajectory of magic into the instructor. When a huge crystal flew at Yi-young, he quickly jumped aside and it stuck into the wall, and Yu-sung meanwhile ran to the girl. He deliberately distracted Yi-young and he, realizing what he was going to do, called out to him in fear. One blow with a mace and a crack was heard, and then blood spilled. Yi-young, watching this in horror, froze in place, and all the awakened in the hall became nervous. Having brought the enemy to the point of falling with his blows, Yu-sung stopped and wiped the blood from his face with his clothes, after which he smiled with pleasure. Now the MC realized that this idiot was crazier than he thought. Yi-young immediately took action. He ordered his assistant to give her first aid, and another to call an ambulance. The poor girl had an open fracture on her right arm, and while she was being given first aid, she was moaning in pain. Yi-young meanwhile pointed his weapon at Yu-sung and asked in anger what he just did. He raised his hands and said that it was a mistake. Such incidents can happen during sparring, right? Yi-young asked if he thinks he will believe that. He just winked at him in response, and he looked at him with disgust before taking a deep breath and said that they would take a 20-minute break. He ordered Yu-sung to follow him, and they left the gym while Hun took a closer look at the instructor. He recognized his blade. It was the same hunter. Despite the incident, sparring continued as usual for the next 2 days. Yu-sung was not expelled and continued to participate in training. But it seemed like he was marked as a suspect, and the instructor and assistants were being extremely careful with him. However, it felt like there were more wins due to penalties than usual. Now there is a healer present during sparring, and their salary is quite large. All in all, thanks to this, the 8th day passed without any major incidents. But everything was going too well. After class, he came to the instructor's office and smiled and offered to duel him with real swords. Poor Yi-young looked at him with a tired look, then sighed heavily and asked if since graduation was in 2 days, maybe he could let him have it in peace? This group of students was especially exhausting, and he should not come into the teacher's office without warning. MC thought about something and asked if he wasn't tired of these childish games. You can tell he's feeling restless and bored too. This isn't the place to look at documents, right? He came closer and leaned over him, smiling and saying that they had met before. Wasn't he right? Yi-young looked at him with a displeased look, his words intriguing him. They went to the gym, and the instructor, after confirming that the man was indeed him, thanked him. Last time, they were able to prevent more destruction thanks to him. Hyun hoped that he didn't notice that he had lied to him for the items, and he said that he had reached level 5, right? He did have an impressive sword, but wasn't this a reward for clearing level 6? Calmly told him that he had found it during the cleanup, and he noted that it was a good excuse. Realizing that he didn't want to answer any more questions, he took out his blades from his inventory and said that he would respond to him with what he had found during the cleanup. Without warning that the fight was about to begin, he took off and was behind him in a matter of seconds. MC quickly turned around and took one look at him and managed to block the punch. Yi-young smiled and said that he thought he was mainly focused on strength, but his agility was impressive. He told him that if he was only good at one thing, it would make him very vulnerable. Since he had recovery skills anyway, he should feel free to attack him with all his might. Yi-young said that he would not hold back and disappeared, then began to circle around him at high speed and throw punches, some of which he missed and some he blocked. At one point, he thought that his physical strength was incredible. How did he hold on so easily? While continuing to block his punches, Hyun laughed loudly and exclaimed that this is how sparring should be, and his opponent, looking at the blood that was constantly appearing, thought that it seemed like his recovery skill was very effective. In that case, he decided to be more aggressive and create an opening with the inevitable attacks. He grabbed the blade more comfortably and pounced on him, pointing the tip at his neck, and he noticed this and put his hand under the blow with a smirk. Yi-young wanted to attack again, but realized that he couldn't pull the blade out. It turned out to be stuck between his bones. MC smiled widely and noticed that he was caught, then jerked his hand back, thus pulling the opponent towards him, and then hit him with his forehead, which immediately caused him to lose his balance and fall to the floor. He looked at the ceiling in surprise and said that he lost, after which they decided to take a rest. After relieving the pain with an ice pack, Yi-young opened a can of soda and told Hun that he really is very strong. He noted that he could say the same about him. In fact, this sparring is a draw. They agreed not to use skills, but he still seemed to do so. Yi-young smiled and said that he won then, and he would be expelled for breaking the rules. He became flustered and exclaimed that it was unfair. He couldn't do anything with a passive skill. The instructor sighed with a smile, then thanked him. He felt a little relieved. Let him go and rest today. Tomorrow they have dungeon exploration training. Meanwhile, a suspicious man in a dark robe appeared at the huge gate of the dungeon. He looked around for witnesses, then went invisible and headed towards the gate. leaving quiet steps behind him. He carefully opened the door, squeezed through it, and it closed with a dull thud, after which everything again plunged into the silence of the night. After a while, several people came to the gate and Yeong said that this place was designated as the training dungeon for their school. It is an F-rank dungeon, the Geiki Forest. The Geiki monsters that appear here are stronger than the monsters in a normal F-rank dungeon. However, there are two reasons why this place was chosen as the training dungeon. First, it is a field-type dungeon. There are traps and the like. However, other than the monsters, there are no threats here. Second, the Geiki do not live in groups, so they can lure them somewhere and deal with them one by one. More details will be explained after they enter the dungeon. Hun looked at the gate and thought that this was his first time entering a dungeon in real life. Since the training began in the dungeon, he had never entered a door like this before. A slight feeling of levitation when passing through the door, and another world when he opened his eyes. Everyone who passed through that gate was very surprised when they found themselves in a dungeon. He asked, "Is this a portal or a gate?" What they passed by, if he goes back to the same place, can he go back to where they came from? Yu-sung said with a smile that they explained it in class. He can go back. The protagonist turned away from him and said that he doesn't want to be considered crazy, so he should stop talking to him. He looked at him with a smile and said that he was the one who talked to him first. Yeong said that first the assistant instructor will lure the geika and give a demonstration. After that, they will lure one monster at a time in a group of 5. He turned around and called the assistant. They left, and he said that for now they should lure them, move to an open space where it is easier to fight. As they move forward, he will explain about the monsters again. Geika is a bird-type monster. They are slightly over 2 meters tall from head to toe, and they look like an ostrich. Their most distinctive features are their fast legs and strong beak. In particular, the beak attack can penetrate even plate armor. Since these monsters are so deadly, extra caution is required. The standard strategy is to surround it with several people and tie its legs. The system announced that the central core of the dungeon has been removed. A portal to the outside has opened. The dungeon will soon collapse. Everyone is requested to come out. Everyone immediately read this, and Yeong said loudly that they should not panic and slowly move through the portal one by one. They must get out before the dungeon completely collapses. There is enough time, so they should move in an orderly manner. All the students came out of the portal and asked what was going on. Didn't it say that the main core had been removed? So isn't it cleared out? He was counting the students and thought that everyone had left without delay. Who cleared this dungeon? One of the assistants looked at the gate with a frightened expression and called out to the instructor. He turned around and saw a huge amount of dark energy and said that this couldn't be happening. He turned around and loudly told the assistant instructor that he should request backup. The trainees must leave the dungeon immediately. A dungeon breakthrough is about to occur. The MC ran up to him, called out his name, and asked what was going on here. He saw him and said that he came just in time. This is a dungeon breakthrough. He would like the trainees to help him. He was a little surprised by this and asked what he just said. Yeong said that if he destroys or removes the main core without killing the boss monster, when the dungeon collapses, the remaining monsters will jump out through the portal. This is called a dungeon breakthrough. Didn't he learn all this in theory class? He agreed, looked away and said that actually it was a test to see if he knew it well. He looked at him and said with a small smile that he was talking nonsense again. He asks for forgiveness, but he has no time for jokes. The geikas will come out soon. He will lead the cadets, so it's better for him to stay here. At that moment, monsters came out of the portal with loud screams. He took out his weapon, ran to the cadets and said loudly that he was leaving this to them. Hyun was surprised by this and said loudly that he should wait. He hadn't heard everything yet. He didn't pay attention to his words and said loudly that they should gather in groups of 5. If they don't follow his instructions, they might die. He turned to the crowd of monsters that ran out of the portal and asked, "So he wants him to deal with all these monsters alone?" He ran towards them and said loudly that it didn't matter, he could handle it. He turned around abruptly because he heard Yu-sung loudly call him brother and say that he would help him. He ran up to him very quickly and hit the monster's head with his mace. The blow made the monster make a very loud sound. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and called out his name. He didn't listen to him, raised his head and said with a crazy expression on his face that, as expected, it would be best to crush them with a mace. He looked at it with disgust and said nothing. He ran to attack the crowd of monsters and said loudly that he should join the fun. He turned away with a displeased expression on his face and thought how much he hated all this. He still took out his sword, ran towards him and said loudly that there was some kind of confidence when you have a psycho in your assistants. He walked around Yu-sung and started fighting against the army of monsters, calling him by name and telling him that he should cover his ears. The system announced that the lion's roar of rage was activated. He insulted all those monsters loudly, and the system announced that all the stats and morale of all the enemies had decreased. The other people also started fighting against the monsters and asked, "It seems like those monsters suddenly became weaker, right? Wasn't there a sound just now?" Yi Young wondered, did he use some skill and was it the group debuff effect? Support will come soon. It seems that everything can be solved without loss. Everything is going better than he thought. However, there is a problem. At the same time, MC used the skill magic explosion on the monster in front of him. Because of this, his arm was hurt a lot and asked, "What kind of skill is this?" He can use it since it is him, but other people can't use it, right? Yu Sung was surprised because of this and asked, "Is it magic?" His arm quickly recovered and he said with a smirk that it was a skill he had acquired a while ago. What caught his attention was what he said he should look in that direction. They both looked towards the portal and saw a mutated geek. He looked at it and thought it was a boss monster. Yi Young also saw it and thought, with a worried look, that the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. No matter how long it was, the cadet had dealt with bosses before, but that huge physique was another problem. Even if it was those two, it was their first time facing a real monster. Yu Sung said with a wide, happy smile that he should give this monster to his little brother. Hyun refused him with a crazy expression and said that this monster was his alone. After a while, Yi Hyung said that tomorrow was the graduation ceremony. The girl who was standing with him in the office asked, "There was an accident during the dungeon training today, right?" He agreed and said that someone had infiltrated the training dungeon and intentionally caused a dungeon breach. There is speculation that this is a continuation of the terror in the dungeon that has been going on since last month. She asked if there was any cadet who stood out. He agreed and said that there were two of them. They were the ones who dealt with the dungeon boss, the mutant Geika. One of them is a cadet with tremendous physical strength, speed, and agility, all at the level of a monster. However, his main strength is his incredible healing ability. Not only endurance, but also recklessness without fear of injury. As a result, his unpredictable tactics can be the most difficult for the enemy. The second is of a completely different type. Should he be called a genius, he is a cadet who was born with excellent combat sense. His quick reflexes and technical prowess are truly outstanding, but his excessive cruelty is a big drawback. The girl said that regardless of the last line, he rarely praises someone like that. He made a job offer? Yi Young said that selling students as an instructor is forbidden. She said that he was stubborn as always. He said with a small smile that it was natural for employees to be like their boss. He called her the guild leader, and she turned out to be the leader of the Dangun Guild, Han Sayon. She said that it was good to be an instructor, but he should quickly return to the guild. There was something strange about this incident. He agreed and said that he understood it. After that, the man in the audience said that he was grateful for their work over the past 10 days. He hopes that they will all become great people. At this point, the graduation ceremony is over. The protagonist, along with the others, starts clapping their hands and thinks that this person is the principal of the school, whom he sees for the first time. It seems that Yi Young is the boss here, since he has only seen him from the management. When the ceremony is over, he goes outside, where a man bows to him and tells the gentleman that he can come in. He is very surprised when he sees an expensive car and asks Yusung, was he born with a gold spoon in his mouth? He opens the car door with a calm expression and tells him that he should get in. He will take him home. They start getting in together. MC thanks him and says that he has never been inside a car like this. He stops because Yi Young calls his name. He looks at him with a small smile and asks, "Did he come to say goodbye?" This is a very kind act on his part. He sighed displeasedly and said that this was not so, but something like that. Yesterday there was a dungeon breakthrough incident. The reward for clearing it will be given to both of them because they were of great help. He should know that they will contact him and Yusung soon. Right after that, he turned around and said goodbye to him. He felt embarrassed about it, loudly asked him to wait, and asked if he really came here just to say that. He could have at least said a few words of gratitude. He sighed unhappily because of it, called out his name, and said that he was strong enough. Maybe he would become even stronger. He was confident that they wouldn't have to wait long and would meet in the dungeon soon. However, he should never forget his responsibility as a person with abilities. After all, he is an awakened one now. After a while, Hyun returned home, loudly called out to Ahin and asked if she could see her brother's potential now. She looked at her phone with a calm expression and agreed, and said that it was so great and amazing. He said with a smile that from today onwards, this arrogant behavior must stop. He will clear all the dungeons from tomorrow. He thought about something and asked how to get into the dungeon. "Does it appear if you search for it on the map?" she asked. "They say there is an app for users called Radar, right? She thinks everything comes from there." He was delighted due to what he heard and asked, "Is she a genius?" She asked with a slightly dissatisfied look. "He can find it himself if he just searches on the internet, right?" She thought that in the past he spent too much time playing games. Why does she feel like he's getting dumber as time goes by? He asked. The dungeon map, information about the monsters, is this where they recruit party members too? At that time, Geiki Forest was considered an F-rank dungeon. He can't do it himself? He has to make a lot of money and brag about it to his mother. On the news, the anchor said that the reward for clearing the lowest level dungeon, F rank, is said to be 20 million won. Also, the magic stone is attracting attention as a new source of energy. It is said that the items dropped by monsters are also valued quite highly. For top performers, their monthly income. The protagonist's father, who was watching TV, asked if anyone had heard anything about their son. He heard that he got his license or something last month, right? His wife said that he sent her 10 million won as pocket money. It seems that they bought a used car last week. He laughed and said that he makes more than his father now. She put the plate of food on the floor and said that she was still worried. She heard about a lot of people getting hurt and dying, and what if something happened? She didn't finish because he said that it was still better than being unemployed at that age. They say on TV that when a person gets into a dungeon, they form a team or something like that. He's not the type to do anything rash, he's confident that he'll take care of it. Mom said that it seemed like he's always been smart since he was a kid. At the same time, MC was running through the dungeon with a crazy expression on his face and said loudly that all of this was nonsense. They should all come to him. He started laughing loudly and killing the monsters that were running towards him. At the same time, his car was parked near the dungeon and his phone was ringing. His mom tried to call him and said that he wasn't answering. Dad said that he must be sleeping or something. She shouldn't wake him up for no reason and to call him tomorrow. She agreed and said that she would go wash the dishes, so he should clean up the room. He said that, by the way, she should tell him about it when she called tomorrow. She didn't understand what he meant, and he said that he meant about the thing that appeared in front of the supermarket. She asked, why tell him about it? The country will take care of it. He asked how long they would wait for this. If he had his own group, he better call him and tell him. At that moment, the gate that appeared next to their house began to slowly open. Immediately after that, a crowd of orc warriors came out of it. The system notified that the central core of the dungeon had been removed, opening a portal to the outside. In the morning, Hyun came out of the gate and said that after all, he had cleared this dungeon in one day. Should he go to an E-rank dungeon, or would it still be too difficult? Maybe he should be careful, right? It is not yet known whether resurrection can be used in real life. He walked up to the car, opened the door, and said that he needed to go home and sleep first, and would eat beef with Ahen tomorrow. He picked up his phone and saw that he had 36 missed calls from her. He answered the call and asked what was going on. She called him out and said that something bad had happened. She told him what had happened, and he was very surprised by what he heard. After some time, the news anchor said that the government had announced that they would make every effort to resolve the issue as soon as possible. Due to a large-scale dungeon breach incident, the Ministry of National Defense, in cooperation with civilian ability user groups, had cordoned off the area to prevent further damage, but the residents trapped in the isolated area were growing increasingly worried. In response, the Dangan Guild stated that they would actively participate in the rescue operations. Ahin asked if he was sure about this. Going alone, it seemed. She didn't have time to finish because the protagonist was smiling and tying his shoelaces and said that she didn't have to worry. Who does she even take him for? Even if he looks like that, he's completed his training, she should just wait for him at home. She was still worried about him and said that he shouldn't get carried away and not act too recklessly. He started to leave the house with a smile and said that he did tell her not to worry. He closed the door behind him and said that she should go and rest. He would bring their parents soon. After that, he got into his car with a serious expression. When he reached the checkpoint, the military stopped him and said that he couldn't go any further, so he should turn back. MC took out his license and asked, he's an ability user, can't he go any further? The military man was confused by this and was about to say something about him driving alone. The man who was sitting in the car looked out the window and said that they should let him through. They said to let all ability users through. However, they will not be responsible for what happens to him later. He thanked them with a smile for their work and thought, this man is not a soldier but a civil servant? After that, he quickly drove on and thought, there are at least 5 confirmed open dungeons. Even an E-rank dungeon? He hopes that they hold on well. But will he be able to arrive on time? If no monsters appear on the way, then within 2 hours. He did not have time to finish his thought because a huge boar crashed into his car from the side. Because of this, his car flipped over several times. He got out of the car, took out his sword and said that he would take revenge on him for the car. After that, he raised his head and said with a little surprise that he was quite big. His and the huge boar's attention was attracted by the loudly screaming orcs who were running towards them. Hyun looked at this and wondered, maybe in his past life he burned down the goblin country or something like that? When he thinks he has forgotten about them, they appear and cause problems. He can forget about winning. He does not have time to deal with all of them. He started to run away and said loudly that he heard that the best revenge is forgiveness. It is time for him to leave, and he wishes him a good time. The boar ran after him very quickly with loud sounds, but at that moment the orcs shot at him with their bows. He noticed this and thought the goblin's attack happened just in time. The monsters started fighting each other, and he thought that if they wanted to fight, they'd better fight among themselves. Now that the car was gone, he couldn't waste time on unnecessary things. After a while, he stopped in the forest, looked at the map on his phone, and thought that it was probably too difficult to walk there on the same day. He needed to save battery, so he couldn't even turn on the flashlight. If he had known, he would have taken the main road with flashlights, trying to shorten the path. The protagonist continued running through the forest, but he noticed that someone was chasing him and turned around abruptly. He abruptly struck a strong blow with his sword and killed the disruption monster that was trying to attack him. He thought that this meant that there were monsters that could also become invisible. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. He looked around and noticed those monsters running around him. Many monsters stopped using their invisibility, and he immediately began to attack them with his sword. He quickly killed all those monsters and said with a big smile that they will see what they are capable of. After some time, when dawn came, MC, who was sleeping on a tree branch, began to wake up. He sat up and said that he couldn't sleep properly after fighting all night. He said with a serious look that they need to hurry. At the same time, his mother was sitting in the apartment, texted him, and waited for an answer. She turned to her husband, who was sitting next to her, and was about to say something, but he gestured for her to be quieter. She quietly asked, "Is he really coming here?" He quietly asked, "Can't they call him?" She refused and said that there seemed to be communication problems. He thought with a worried look. He said that everything will be fine, but will everything really be fine? That orc monster that appeared yesterday, it seemed to him that he could somehow cope with such creatures. They said that it was a monster from the F-rank dungeon. However, will their son be able to defeat the monster that just appeared and killed all the orcs? Where did such a terrifying creature come from? Hyun, who he was currently looking at with a crazy smile, laughed and thought that the orcs were just a warm-up for him. He finally arrived at his parents' place. He laughed and said that he was someone who could clear an F-rank dungeon by himself. Dealing with dozens of orcs was easy for him. He noticed another group of orcs and said that they were still moving, but he was not tired. When he saw them, he thought, there are 3 boss monsters there, right? So that means it was an E-rank dungeon? He loudly called out to his parents and said that he came for them. They should just stay there and not make a sound. His parents were surprised when they heard his voice and immediately realized that it was him. They carefully looked out the window and asked, "That person, is that really Hun? What happened to him these past few months?" At that very moment, he ran towards a group of orcs that had come to that street. They ran towards each other and struck with their weapons. The monster tried to attack him with his sword, but he managed to dodge that attack. Immediately after that, he concentrated energy into his hand and used his magic to attack. The orc he was attacking was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Another monster immediately ran up to him from the other side and swung his weapon. He was able to stop that attack by grabbing his weapon with one hand, but that caused his hand to crack. He felt a lot of pain, but he still attacked with his sword in response. Immediately after that, he picked up the orc's body, which he had pierced with his sword, and threw it at the last orc. He fell to the ground, and the protagonist walked up to him and stuck his fist into his mouth. He directed energy into that hand and used the skill Magic Explosion. With that attack, he killed that monster and got back on his feet after that. He looked around and saw a crowd of orcs standing around him. He looked around and saw a huge monster among them, who was an orc general. He laughed and asked, "Is he their leader? He is incredibly ugly." He thought that he was trying to save his magic for regeneration, but still decided to use the power of a giant. The system notified that he activated the lion's roar of rage. He said loudly with a wide smile that he would see what he could do. Suddenly, the general punched him in the face very quickly and hard. He crashed into the orcs who were standing behind him, and they pushed him back. He continued to receive blows from the monster, and thought that this freak was just playing with him. After another blow, he fell to the ground and thought that he did not even know whether he could be revived or not. He still got to his feet, and said loudly that he could not retreat while his family was behind him. He ran to attack with his sword in his hand, which surprised the general a little, but suddenly he heard loud screams. He immediately realized that it was his mother, and turned around sharply. He saw several orcs crawling through the pipe and stopping on the floor where his parents were hiding. He said loudly with a serious expression that they can't climb there. He immediately ran towards them, but the orcs that surrounded him immediately grabbed him. He was able to fight off these monsters and continued to run to help them. However, their general ran up to him very quickly, grabbed him by the head and threw him to the ground. He continued to resist, tried to break free, but began to lose consciousness, and the last thing he saw was how the windows of his parents' apartment were broken. At the same moment, someone attacked the general with their weapon and killed him immediately. Seon, after killing this monster, landed on the ground and sheathed her sword. The other guild members ran up to her and called her. One of them said that they were also done. She looked at them and asked what about the villagers? One of them said that they were evacuating the wounded first, and they were also prepared to ensure the evacuation of the rest. She sighed with a dissatisfied look and said that the damage was simply enormous. He said that, however, thanks to the fact that someone gathered the orcs in one place, the damage was less than in other nearby areas. She looked in the other direction and asked, "Is it him, right?" The man who held out alone until they arrived. The guild member said that unfortunately, he passed away. She said that they should take special care of the body. She was surprised when she looked down and asked, "Where did the body go?" After what happened, MC came to his senses and opened his eyes abruptly. He sat up and asked, "Did he wake up in the tree where he fell asleep?" A system window appeared in front of him, which notified that the resurrection skill was activated. He read it and asked, "So he appeared at the last point of the dream?" He remembered what happened before his death and thought that 24 hours had passed. He immediately took his sword, jumped down from the tree, and thought that he should immediately return there. He thought with a worried look that his body felt very heavy. Maybe it was because of the penalties from resurrection? He ran back and thought that he hoped that everything would be okay. After 5 hours of exhausting running with his body aching in pain, he saw his hometown, which had turned into empty ruins. After wandering around aimlessly, he came across a military base. There he borrowed a phone and was able to contact Ahen. Only then did he receive news about his parents. His father had lost his arm and his mother was in a coma. 2 months later, the Dangan Guild went out to hunt in the D-rank dungeon, Hyjin Plains. The guild leader, Seon, also told him about a C-rank dungeon that had recently appeared. His sister asked if he would go to the dungeon again. Hyun walked up to the door and agreed. She said with a slightly worried look that he had already died 3 times this week. He said with a calm expression that everything was fine. He closed the door, and Ahen said that it was not his fault. Why was he trying alone? He didn't say anything to her and left, and she came out and looked at him with a sad look. After some time, a group of several people defeated a monster in the dungeon. The system notified that he had leveled up. The guy was very happy about this and said loudly that he had leveled up. The party members looked at him, congratulated him, and said that this was exactly what was expected of their professional. He thought with a smile that he was an elite who had passed the 5th stage of training. He didn't have much time left to be with losers like them. If he reached level 35 by next month, he would be able to join the Dangon Guild. He said that it was thanks to them too. He is sure that soon they will become stronger. He noticed something, turned around and asked, "What is it?" The main character with a serious expression on his face was running towards them. He ran past them very quickly and they asked, "Is someone going through the dungeon alone?" "He is running towards the boss room. It is dangerous. What should they do? Maybe they should follow him." The guy with a dissatisfied expression thought that they can't just leave this like this. They were going to run after him, and he stopped when he saw a crowd of Antrias. His body was engulfed in strong energy because he used the skill Secret Wane. The system notified that when activated, all indicators except mana increased by 40%. As you use it, the body is destroyed. Description: Wayne is a mad warrior who lived only for the sake of battle and died in battle. All his life, he sought out difficult fights and finally was able to gain incredible strength at the cost of destroying his own body. He ran very quickly through the crowd of monsters and killed them with his sword. He defeated these monsters very quickly, and the group of people were surprised when they saw corpses in their path. He restored his arm and with a calm expression on his face thought that he only received this skill yesterday. It goes well with his regeneration skills. It would be tense if he did not have advanced body regeneration. The system notified that advanced body regeneration rank A. The skill restores received damage using magic. Description: Any damaged body part will be completely restored unless the brain is destroyed. Advanced regeneration allows you to recover within 24 hours. The guy called him with a worried look and asked, "Is he okay?" MC turned to him, agreed, and they looked at each other. He took the normal core that was left after the boss, put it in his inventory, and said that if that was all, then he would go. They should clear the way for him. The guy looked at him and asked, is he not going to collect magic crystals from these corpses? He calmly walked past them and said that he was in a hurry. A group of people started collecting items and asked how much money they would get for this. It doesn't matter, he wants to become stronger. When they collected everything, they started to leave and asked who it was. The guy asked, what difference does it make? The most important thing is that they will earn a lot of money. She can just forget about it, because there are a lot of strange people. Thanks to him, they were lucky to earn as much as they would not have earned even in a week. A party member asked if this was the same guy who has been clearing dungeons alone lately. Their leader looked at him with a smile and said that it was impossible. Even if the rumors were true, this was an E-rank dungeon. Clearing an E-rank dungeon alone, even Sion or Dongwu, cannot. A system window appeared in front of them, which said that the main core of the dungeon was destroyed. The portal to the outside was open. At the same time, he unfinished killing the monsters and the system notified that he received the Intercession of Antria, F rank. Description: a book of skills for creating a Antria's cover, rank F. Ability, when activated, strengthens the skin. He read this and thought that Wayne's secret and regeneration were already consuming a lot of mana. Using multiple skills at once is not always the right decision. The best example is the Berserk ability of the longsword Bilgun. The system notified that the Berserk skill increases strength and endurance by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but deprives the ability to think clearly. The consequences of use are unpredictable. He thought that it does not matter how good the ability is if you use it thoughtlessly. No matter how much he hurried, he cannot lose his cool back then. It is useless to regret it now, as long as he has one goal, to become stronger at any cost. He decided to master the skill he just received. At the exit, they were met by a journalist who said that there are rumors that someone has been clearing dungeons alone lately and that he was seen here today. The squad leader said that it was not them. He noticed the protagonist, pointed his finger at him and said that there he is. He walked out of the portal and many journalists began to take pictures of him. They loudly said that he was a reporter from KCT. Is he the ability user rumored to be there? He asks him to look at the camera. If he hasn't joined the guild yet, he can join them. He walked past him and said he doesn't know what rumors they are talking about. He doesn't care. They should go away and not bother him. He pushed people aside and one of them asked with a displeased look, what's wrong with him? He just hit him. He leaned towards him with a very angry look on his face and asked what he was going to do to him. The reporter was confused by his angry look and apologized. He didn't say anything and immediately walked away from those reporters. They looked at him and asked if it seemed like he was ready to crush him on the spot. He probably has a criminal record. After that, the MC came to the parking lot and said that they were annoying him and wasting his time. He was about to go to his car but stopped because his name was called. He turned around and calmly asked who he was. The man walked towards him with a smile and said that he didn't have to work so hard. He was here to help him. He handed him his business card. He took it and read what was written on it, Son Yunho Ability User Association. He looked at him and said that they had been watching him for a while. If he joined them, he could count on their full support. He didn't insist on an immediate response. He could contact them anytime he wanted. He bowed to him, said goodbye, and left immediately. After a while, Hyun thought that the Ability User Association, unlike the guilds that only pursued selfish interests, this organization advocated for the rights of the awakened. He had never heard of them luring people. He said that he could contact them whenever he wanted. A little girl who came into the store where he was eating pointed her finger at him and called him a monster. He didn't pay attention to it and thought that the biggest problem right now was his mana. Lately, he has been spending too much on Wayne's secret technique and regeneration, so there's almost nothing left. In this case, there's not enough even for attack skills. This is bad. He needs to find an artifact. He went to the auction and thought that there was nothing useful here. He needs at least 4 items, regardless of the type. He does not want to buy something cheap that will increase 1 or 2 stat points. He needs better artifacts than the ones he already has. The next day, the protagonist thought that in Gangnam, there is an E-rank dungeon called the Goblin Village. If you defeat the local shamans, there is a high probability of getting a ring that will increase magic power by 1 or 2 points, but sometimes even more than 4 points fall out. If you kill the dungeon boss, the Great Goblin Shaman, you can get a ring with good stats. Initially, only a couple of people knew about this place, and they received items and money. However, recently, they were displaced by some people who declared this place their own. But the government doesn't care about this until the monsters come out. He hopes that at least after seeing this post, they'll send some guild to sort it out. They wrote in the chat that these people are a large guild. There are a lot of such people. They monopolize good places, distribute items among themselves, and even control prices. It's better not to interfere with this. He heard that this causes a lot of trouble, and they get rid of even those who just enter the dungeon. Is it really possible to openly kill people for money now? MC read this, reached the gate but saw no people nearby, and said that he thought someone would guard the entrance. He didn't pay attention to it and went inside. When he found himself in the dungeon, he immediately saw people, one of whom asked, "Is anyone else here?" The guy smoking a cigarette looked at him and smiled and said that he had pretty good equipment. It seems like they can get a lot of money. This is a great gift for them. She said she dreamed about a pig today. It's a good sign. He didn't hear any rumors at all. This place belongs to the Bait Guild. He looked at them with a calm expression and asked, "So what?" They said that when someone steps on someone else's territory, you have to pay. He has to give everything he has, and maybe they will spare him. Unexpectedly for them, he threw one of them back a few meters very hard. The others were very worried about what happened and immediately took out their weapons. The man took out his sword and tried to hit him, but Hyun caught the blade of his sword with his hand and broke it. Immediately after that, he delivered a strong kick to his stomach. The guy was thrown back a few meters and asked if they knew why he liked people like them. He started kicking one of them and said that it was because kicking them was not shameful at all, but even pleasant. The girl who was standing to the side used the skill Magic Burst. She released a ball of energy and hit him in the back. He turned to her and wondered, Magic Burst was a ranged skill all along? He thanked her and said that she taught him something, grabbed her hand and said that he also wanted to teach her something. He started to use Magic Explosion and asked, "This is much more effective, right?" She screamed loudly in pain and held her hand. He began to shake his injured hand with a dissatisfied look and said that this is just the beginning. He turned around, saw a group of people who came to them and asked who they were. They began to take out their weapons with dissatisfied faces and asked how dare he encroach on their territory. He may not even think to get out of here alive. He said with a crazy smile that this is great. He just needed a guide. The guild leader thought that the training completely changed his life. The dungeon is a world where only strength matters. Cruelty and money. Until last year, he was nothing more than the scum of society. But now his life has sparkled with colors. He also got the place of the leader of a large guild. You can say that the tiger got wings. As long as he was in the dungeon, he had nothing to fear. Right after saying that, the protagonist punched him really hard. He also defeated their entire squad, and their leader wondered what just happened. Were they all just defeated by a guy with no weapon? He looked down and noticed a knife sticking out of his stomach, and said that he still missed one hit. He took it out and told those freaks that he was giving them 5 seconds to line up. He licked the blood off the blade of his sword and said that there would now be an interview for the role of a guide. After that, he said that based on the results of the special interview, his strictest selection was passed by a member of the Bait Guild, Kim Sonu. They should applaud him. The rest of the guild members were kneeling in front of him and silently looking at them. He put the knife to the throat of one of them and said that he ordered them to clap. He immediately started to applaud but stopped and asked what would happen to them then. MC thought about it and asked if they promised to live a righteous life from now on and stop doing bad things. They all immediately agreed to it and said loudly that they will behave well and will never do anything bad. Suddenly, he started beating one of them and asked loudly if they think he is an idiot. It is very easy for killers like them to lie. He finished beating up all the guild members, put his hand on Sonu's shoulder and said that it was time for them to go. After a while, he thought that it can't be said that all dungeons are like this, but some types can easily reach the size of a whole city. He looked around and said that this place is incredibly huge. He is not leading him in circles, is he? He turned to him and said in a scared voice that of course he is not. He is just choosing the best path to avoid monsters. Hyun asked with a slightly displeased look why he is doing this. Monsters are even more fun. He gets bored. He was a little surprised by this and said that he would take him to them immediately then. He put the sword on his shoulder and asked if he was crazy to go to monsters in such darkness. This confused him even more, and he wondered what he wanted from him at all. He said that they needed to make a camp here. Does he have food? After that, they made a camp and lit a fire. He was sitting by a tree and asked if the food was ready yet. Sonu turned to him and said that it was almost ready. He wondered why he had so many swords. He went to the fire and picked up the sword that was cooking ramen, took one pot and said that he hadn't eaten this in a long time. Do they still make this? He was confused by what he saw and asked if it was too hot. He said that it was fine. He handed him the second pot and said that he could help himself. He thanked him for that and thought that he had cooked it after all. They both sat by the fire and started eating. The protagonist called him by name and asked how old he was. He looked at him and said he was 25. He asked, he went to college before he was awakened? When he got a positive answer, he asked if he could have just continued his studies. Why did he bother with this? Sonu said he had no money. His education expenses were piling up, and he was working a lot of part-time jobs, so the scholarship didn't work out. His father's business went bankrupt, and the family started getting poor. His mother was in shock. He didn't finish because he asked with a very displeased expression why he needed this sob story. Did he want to die? He better shut up and eat, because they needed to get ready. When they finished eating, they put out the fire and went to bed. Sonu waited until he fell asleep and started getting up from his seat. He thought this was his chance. If he killed him now? He remembered how he beat up the rest of the guild members and thought that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it, and it was better to run away. He was about to leave but stopped because MC called his name and asked where he was going. He turned to him with a worried look and said that he had something to do. He said that he had to do it here. If he tried to run away, he would kill him. He was not speaking figuratively now. He really would kill him. The next morning they walked further together, and Sonu said that in that place there was a goblin village where the main core was. He looked there and said that it was indeed so. He could feel a concentration of magical power in one place. This made him confused, and he asked if he couldn't feel it. He called him an idiot, to which he just laughed. He looked at him with a serious look and thought that he should stay calm. It would all be over soon. It was because he was going to die now. In the goblin village, all the monsters are concentrated around the core. However, they send out reconnaissance teams from time to time. The Bait Guild is attacking them specifically. Since they haven't encountered any teams yet, it means they're all in the village now. He'll see how he survives in an E-rank dungeon. Yan took out his sword with a wide grin and said that he was a goblin slayer master. He and the crowd of monsters ran towards each other. When he ran up to the monsters, a backpack hit him in the back, which surprised him a lot. He turned around and saw Sonu, who showed him the middle finger with a wide grin and loudly told this idiot that he was running away from here. He was not glad to meet. Thank God they will no longer see each other again. He looked at him with a wide grin and said that he did warn him that if he ran away, he would die. After a while, he stopped by a tree and said that no matter what kind of monster he was, he would never get out of here. The system notified that the main core of the dungeon was extracted. The portal of the dungeon was activated for exit. He read it, and with a surprised expression said that this could not be. E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village. In this dungeon, all the monsters are concentrated around the central core. There are no normal cores. Kim Sonu stood next to the portal and wondered how he was able to clear this entire dungeon alone. He didn't understand how he managed to overcome the numerical advantage. Did he burn everyone with fire? No, he knew that he was strong, but he had no idea what exactly he was capable of. Does he just have great strength and resilience? Of course, this is also important. But against a crowd, it is important to be able to competently hold the defense and not waver under the onslaught of enemies. If he withstood all the attacks and reached the boss along a straight path, then such an outcome is quite possible. His body trembled with fear, and he thought that this was a dangerous strategy where even a moment of hesitation could lead to failure. He thought that he was just a good fighter. Who were they messing with anyway? He definitely has unimaginable power. At that moment, the protagonist attacked the monster and said that he knew it. Brute force is the best. He stuck his fist into the monster's mouth. After a while, the system reported that he had received the Goblin Shaman's magic crystal. Goblin Shaman Ring of D rank. Durability 50 out of 50. Description: Goblin Shaman Ring Kark increases magical power. Abilities: increases magic by 4 points, increases mana recovery speed by 10%. Then the protagonist looked at the new ring on his finger and said that it was cool. He had achieved his goal. After that, he went into the portal and asked, should I go and squash Sonu or something? Then he climbed out of the portal and, seeing the guild members, asked in surprise, what do they want again? Did they decide to attack with the whole guild? Is it all for him? Then he noticed Sonu in the crowd and said, well, of course, their Sonu is here too. He stretched his shoulder joint and said that he would handle the survivors in 30 minutes. Before he could finish speaking, the guild leader stepped forward and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He smiled and added that they were not going to fight, they had come to an agreement. It seemed that their guild members had treated him very rudely. He put his hand on his chest and said that he was Zhong Yichen, the leader of the Bait Guild. Could he know his name? The protagonist asked. What if not? He was surprised. What? He replied that he should stop being polite and get to the point. He was getting annoying. Yichen clenched his fist and said that in that case, he would say it straight out. He must join their guild. He would guarantee everyone's respect and support with resources and even a position in the leadership. He thought that they should get this strong man at any cost. With his help, they could grow into one of the strongest guilds. Hun sighed and said that he did not want to. Yichen chuckled as he reached into his inside pocket and said that he knew he wouldn't agree right away. He then handed him his golden business card and told him to think about it carefully. The protagonist took it in his hand and then, after thinking for a moment, tore it into several pieces. He threw it forward and declared that he was not an easy guy, but at least he was not as trash as them. How could such third-rate trash even dare to recruit him? He then approached the guild leader's face and smiling madly asked, was something wrong? Was he mad? Maybe they could fight normally? He forced a smile and replied, no need, they came to negotiate. He suggested that they discuss it another time, if that's how he introduced himself. The MC walked past him and turning around, spat, saying that he should go somewhere far away. What other time? They came running like cockroaches from all the cracks. He got himself into trouble. Sonu turned around and said, what a freak. Then he looked back in surprise. After a while, the protagonist was driving and thought, damn, there were 100 of them gathered there. He could have easily died there, considering the mana draining away. He said, he even forgot about Sonu. It's all because of that freak Yichin. Well, there will still be a chance the next time they meet, he will definitely finish him off. Meanwhile, one of the guild members pointed his finger forward and shouted, it's true, Guildmaster. Sonu volunteered to be his guide. Yichin stood in front of Sonu, who was kneeling in front of him, and asked, is it true? He tried to answer something, but the guild leader stretched out his hand back and told the deputy to give him a sword. Sonu trembled with fear, looking at him. Folding his hands in a prayer pose, he asked for mercy. He will do anything. Yichin asked, does he want to live? He replied with tears in his eyes that it was true, he would do anything he asked. But the next second, a sword pierced his chest, and Yichin, with his brows furrowed and his body tense with rage, said, how dare a traitor like him hope to survive? A pathetic worm. Then he kicked him in the chest, pulling out his sword. Sonu flew into the open gate, and with his last breath said, Guildmaster. The next second, the gate closed. After that, the Guildmaster called the deputy and told him to find out who and what he was. He replied that he understood. Yichin added that he had already submitted surveillance to him. At this moment, a man driving a car was moving towards the protagonist. The Guildmaster laughed and asked, how dare he reject his offer? He had better be as impenetrable as his arrogance. I wonder how he will sing if something happens to his loved ones? If he doesn't understand in a good way, he will just squeeze him. They will see how long he lasts. Meanwhile, Kanahen, lying on the couch, looked at the protagonist and asked what they will have for dinner. He looked at the screen of his phone and told her to wait. He will pay for mom's hospital bills. Sometime later, at Chongyuk Korean barbecue, Ahan put the meat to fry and turning to her brother said, wow, for an unemployed college graduate to buy beef so often? It seems he has succeeded in something after all. He turned over a piece of meat and asked what else to spend money on. Except for food. She extended her hand to him and offered to fry it. He agreed and then asked, has she been to the hospital? Is mom better yet? She replied that, according to the doctor, she is recovering. Perhaps she will wake up soon. The protagonist sighed in relief and said that this was good news. She noticed that he had just smiled. He hadn't smiled for a long time. Lately he had been walking around all gloomy, not like himself at all. He smiled madly and asked what she was talking about. He smiled all the time. She replied that she was not talking about his psychopathic smile. The next second, the protagonist's stomach made a loud sound. He grabbed the sore spot and, getting up from his seat, said that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. She was surprised now. The meat was already cooked. He turned around and said that he knew, but he had to. Did she even realize how inconvenient it was to go to the toilet in the dungeon? She told him to choose his words. People were eating here. He had to be faster. After some time, he washed his hands and, leaving the toilet, sighed and said that this was payback for 2 days. Then he looked ahead in surprise and saw a man standing in front of his sister. He asked, what's up? The next second, his sister pointed at him and the man turned around, bowed, and then headed for the exit. Hyun sat down opposite his sister and asked, is she already hitting on boys? She was surprised. What? Doesn't he know him? He pointed at himself and asked, who? Him. She handed him a folded sheet of paper and said that he asked her to give it to him. The protagonist unfolded the sheet and said, if it was someone he knew, why would he leave immediately upon seeing him? He should have at least said hello. Then his brows furrowed as he read, hello, Mr. Kang Hyun. He hopes he remembers the invitation. Best wishes, Guild Leader Bate. There was a phone number written at the bottom. After a while, the MC told his sister to wait. He was going to the convenience store. She turned around and asked, does he want to get another beer? He replied that it was not so, and she, walking forward, said, as he knows. Then she would only buy some for herself and get drunk alone. He put out his hand, moved it back, and told her to go home. He would buy it himself. She was surprised. Why all of a sudden? After some time, he left the store with a bag. The employee told him to come again. After that, he walked forward and thought, what were these Bate up to? Were they planning to pester his family? Maybe he should stop going to the dungeon for now and stay home? But what about Ahen's working hours? He doesn't think they will openly threaten her there. But the next second, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he noticed that his father was calling him. Then he answered the call. His father asked if he was home. He replied that he had gone out for a while. His father said that his mother had woken up. He was surprised, really? How is she? Is everything okay? He said that she still needs care, but she will recover. He sighed with relief and said thank God. Then his father added, by the way, his friend came to visit her. He was surprised. A friend? Which one? He didn't think it was one of his friends. Before he could finish speaking, his father said, what was it, Ichin? I think? He asked me to say hello to him. Is that a friend from his neighborhood? He didn't remember seeing him before. The protagonist's face twisted in anger. The next day, Myung greeted Sarah. She turned around and asked why she was late. She awkwardly scratched the back of her head and replied that she overslept. She asked if she had a good weekend. At that moment, Shin Sona approached them and wished them a good morning. They turned their attention to her, and she took out bottles from the bag and told them to get coffee. Myung said, no need, she is so kind. She replied, nothing. She does this because she wants to. Then she bowed and wished them a good day, and then turned in the opposite direction. Sarah asked, but why is she always in armor? Myung, smiling awkwardly, said that she is a little strange, but she seems to be a good person. She agreed, and indeed, all people are special, each in their own way, but Sona really is an angel. Although when it comes to special people, she has a lot to say. She said in confusion that they were the worst. Someone could even break their opponent's arm during sparring, and someone else had a bandit face since registration. Even in nightmares, he looked like a fierce orc. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise when she felt a terrifying aura behind her. Then she turned around, and her gaze crossed with the protagonists. The next second, the girls screamed in fear. They screamed that they needed to call the police. The protagonist walked forward, holding out his hand to them. They were already asking for help. He said, Mr. Kim Hee-young, he is looking for him. He held out his hand forward and said in order to protect his family, he needs this person. They looked at him in bewilderment. Myung asked, is he talking about Instructor Yeong? He only occasionally acts as an instructor, so he is not here now. After a while, Yeong spoke in the meeting room. He said, judging by the recent events, the level of the dungeons that are appearing continues to rise. Therefore, the most important thing is to attract people with abilities. Then he turned to the door, hearing a knock, and opened the door, said that the meeting is still in progress. At the threshold stood his subordinate and said that they had a small commotion in the reception room. It seemed to be his acquaintance. He was surprised. What? After some time, in the reception room, Yi-hyung sat opposite the main character and said that when he said that they would see each other soon, he did not even imagine that in this way. And on what business did he come? He replied that he needed their services. Yi-hyung took a sip of his drink and asked, even so? Okay. Can you tell me more? Hyun replied. The Bait Guild, they began to pester his loved ones to put pressure on him. He needs someone to protect his family while he gets rid of these rats. He asked, and what did he say? He then placed his cup of drink on the table and said, Bait Guild, they have quite a bad reputation. However, there is no evidence against them as such, and they can't do anything. The protagonist smiled and said that's why he was going to wipe them out completely. It's just in everyone's favor, right? He noticed. It seems like he's already decided, but why him? He doesn't think he chose him just because he belongs to the Dangan Guild. MC replied, he's just the strongest person he knows. He was surprised. What about Anyu-sun? He asked in return. Would he trust him to protect his family? Yi-young remained silent. He continued. For a week, he asks that they protect his family for just 1 week. He will pay handsomely. He replied that he doesn't want to brag, but he already earns quite a lot. He thinks much more than he imagines. After all, he is the vice leader of the guild. If he wants something from him, he should offer him something more interesting than money. The protagonist said, not money? Does he really want his body? His face turned red with embarrassment, and he covered himself with his hands. The vice leader of the guild asked, did he still come to negotiate? And then he sighed and added, it was scary to think what else would come to his mind, so he would offer it himself. This was not so much a business proposal as a request. If everything went well, he asked that he meet with their guild leader. He needed to get approval, but perhaps in that case they could help him at the guild level. After a while, they stood outside the building, and the vice leader said 5 guards were outside and inside his parents' room, and 5 guards were also patrolling his younger sister's place of work under a reasonable pretext. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest while sitting in the passenger seat and remarked that it was cool. Yi-young looked at his phone screen and said, it's better to be on the safe side so nothing happens. But does he really want to go alone? There are quite a few people there after all. The protagonist thought about it and looked ahead, saying, well, compared to their guild, their size is much smaller. Yi-young said, the strength of a guild is not determined by the size of the building. I mean, these guys have taken over quite a few dungeons, and that means something. MC thought about it, and he added, besides, he contacted him right after he received the note, right? They most likely gathered all their available forces. A surprise attack might work. He remembered how he agreed on the phone and said that it was inevitable. The safety of his family comes first. Thanks to this, he was able to buy time to hire them. Then, he handed him an item and said that he trusted him too. The deputy guild leader took the item in his hand and asked, "What is this?" The main character started to get out of the car and asked him to park it near the house. He exclaimed, "Really him?" Hyun said, "No need to guess. He can't explain everything yet, but by tomorrow he will be back alive and well." He went. After some time, on the territory of the Bait Guild, Yichin spread his arms to the sides and said with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Hun." They were waiting for him. MC, grinning, sighed, looking at the huge number of people, and asked, "Aren't there too many people greeting? Are they going to test him?" He replied, "What is he saying? He is now part of the Bait family, so everyone came to greet him. From now on he..." Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist released an ominous aura and said, "Family. Then, does he know what will happen if the syllables are reversed?" Shackles. His hands sparkled from the energy released. The system reported that the lion's roar of rage was activated. After that, he spread his arms out to the sides, throwing his head up and shouted, "Magic explosion." Then he directed his hands at the floor, releasing powerful energy. The awakened screamed, "What a lunatic. What is he doing?" The floor. Yichin, covering himself with his hands, shouted, "Crazy. He planned to collapse the floor? There is metal reinforcement." The protagonist reached for the sword, taking it out of the inventory, and said that he knows. Idiot. He activated Wayne's secret technique, the power of a giant, 2 halves. Then he directed a blow forward. The floor began to collapse. The awakened fell down. After a while, the smoke began to dissipate. The protagonist rose from the rubble, and, bowing his head, noticed that this was a good effect. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, "Antria's cover rank F." Description: recreates Antria's cover. Ability: when activated, strengthens the skin. The next second, the guild leader called him over and asked him to be reasonable. It's not too late. They can become good partners. MC was indignant. Reasonable? Partners? Stop talking nonsense. He's already crossed the line. Yichin said if he meant that they visited his family, then he apologized. But he still had to think about it. If they joined forces with him, they too could. They could even overthrow Dangun. They could show the uptight Hanseon where her place was. They could easily defeat her. Did he understand the depth of these words? Hyun smiled and replied that he understood the depth of his dementia. Yichin spread his arms out to the sides and laughed, saying, "There are more than 200 guild members inside this building alone, and many more in the entire country. They're only missing one. The face of their guild, such a strong man who will lead the people. And then the guild will even be able to go beyond Korea, expand to the whole world." The next second, the protagonist collected saliva, then spat in the face of the guild leader and said, "Sounds like the delirium of a pubertal liar. Let him also record his desires for the amusement of the video hosting site." Yichin wiped the saliva from his face and, looking at his dirty fingers, trembled with anger and asked, "Is that so?" Well, this was to be expected. Such low-grade trash is not able to understand his great plans. The protagonist's face twisted with the desire to laugh, and he asked, "No, but did they hear?" He said that seriously now. "Well, just like a medieval nobleman showed up, and how should I address him, sir?" Yichin was already red with rage and shouted. He had already gotten to him. He did not have much time left to talk. He put his hand forward and ordered the guild members to kill him. The awakened used block magic, confusion, darkness, perception test. A multitude of energy pulses flew at the protagonist, and he activated the lion's roar of rage and shouted for them to go to hell with it. The system reported that all debuffs were removed. The ring of strong mind protected against mental attacks. The morale of the surrounding enemies was reduced. Yichin looked indignantly at the frightened guild members who were standing above and shouted, "What are they standing there for? Idiots. Carry out the order, quickly. They must kill him." The others also directed their attacks at the protagonist, and he said that he just wanted to see how the shroud copes with magic. The system reported that he was using the Antria's cover. A powerful explosion occurred. The awakened descended from above, closer to the protagonist, and tried to attack him directly, but he easily made his way forward, attacking everyone with his sword. The guild leader shouted, "Everyone attack." The next second, another powerful explosion thundered in the building, and when everything calmed down, the wounded awakened were lying on the rubble. Hyun, breathing heavily, held the sword in front of him, and the guild leader, laughing, looked at him and asked, "What's the problem?" He pointed his finger at him and added, "He's a murderer too. He's the same as them." The protagonist frowned and grinned. He should listen. He shouldn't even try to put pressure on his sense of justice. If he got into the habit of killing people, he should be ready to die himself. He was indignant. He was the one who would die here soon. He didn't have to pretend. He could pretend as much as he wanted, but he could see that he was already at his limit. The next second, several tendrils burst out of the ground and grabbed the protagonist's body. He shouted, "Idiot, that's him." But before he could finish speaking, the deputy appeared behind him and pierced his chest with a sword. The protagonist rolled his eyes and thought, This is the end. Well, he lasted for quite a long time. Yichen, turning to the deputy, said that he was good. He would finish off this idiot. He agreed with him. Then he frowned and thought. He received so many wounds, but he was still breathing. Incredible resilience. He would gladly exchange him for all the trash that had gathered here. Then he leaned towards him and added, "But beasts that cannot be controlled are useless. Do you have anything to say in the end?" The protagonist replied that he should choke on his hair every time he ate gukpub. Yichen asked, "Is that so? So he will mock until the very end?" After that, he put his hand on the protagonist's face and released a powerful energy, burning his body. After that, he turned around and lit a cigarette. He exhaled and, turning to the awakened one, asked how things are. He replied that they had over 30 dead, roughly 50 seriously injured. He said angrily, "Damn, nothing but losses, and all because of one person." Then he waved his hand and said okay, he should at least take off his equipment. It looked good, maybe he could at least compensate for their losses a little. And then the awakened one shouted, "Leader, the body is gone." Meanwhile, the system informed Hun that he was resurrected. The level was lowered by 1. All abilities were cut in half for 24 hours. He left the room, and the sister noticed that he took a long time. Judging from where he came from, did he die again? MC scratched the back of his head and said that he was hungry. Is there anything to eat? And then she was indignant. Him again. He looked at his shoes and apologized to her, and she shouted indignantly. How many times did she ask? When he resurrects, he must first take off his armor. She was washing the floors. He replied that he understood and apologized again. She added that the blanket was clean too. 2 days later, Bait Guild Dungeon, Cake Gorge, one of the awakened standing guards said how boring it was. Why are there no people lately? His partner, taking a drag on his cigarette, said that it seemed like everyone had heard about their guild and their affairs. He replied, scratching his ear, but even so, what's wrong with risking losing equipment? He replied, and his life too. Then the awakened said in surprise, someone is coming. The protagonist was approaching them, stopping right in front of the gate. The awakened looked at each other and asked, what kind of crazy person is this? After his spontaneous performance, he realized one thing. His actions were no different from throwing eggs at a stone. Of course, it's not bad that he has an infinite number of eggs, but he can't constantly take the rap for the resurrection penalty. It would be easier to destroy them individually. He decided to invade the Bait Guild's dungeon and clear it out one by one. In one of these clearings, he grabbed the awakened by the throat, lifting him up. He asked for forgiveness with tears in his eyes. MC was surprised. He was asking for forgiveness? What did he do wrong? He replied that he did not know. And the protagonist squeezed his throat tighter and said if he did not know, then he did not have to apologize, idiot. Then he threw him to the ground. The awakened turned his gaze to him, and then the protagonist handed him a sheet of paper with a pen and told him to write down where to find another dungeon that they owned. Then he would spare him. The awakened took the pen from him and, agreeing, began to write. After that, the protagonist said that he had one question. They killed so many people. How come they have not been caught yet? No matter how they cleaned up after themselves, there were bound to be loose ends. Did they really bribe the police? He replied that he didn't know much, no details. Maybe it was because they often occupied the dungeon, where there were no surveillance cameras. MC asked, is that so? After that, the awakened one handed over a sheet and told him to write down everything he knew. The protagonist, having read it, agreed and then extended his hand to him and said that he was smart. The awakened one, horrified, looked at his hand, exuding powerful energy, and the next second, a powerful stream burst out right into his head. MC got to his feet and said that he also did not want to leave Tails, idiot. He should wait for him, and an even bigger idiot is on the way. Sometime later, the news reported that monsters broke loose in the building of a popular guild. How is this different from a dungeon breakthrough? The concern of the civilians continues to grow. The guild's position is that they must study monsters for the future of humanity. Yichen angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted, damn! He clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, but he had to use such an excuse to cover up the incident with that lunatic. The next second, a subordinate walked in and shouted, leader, they have a problem. But before he could finish speaking, he threw an ashtray at his forehead and it flew to the ground. He stretched out his hand and said, who the hell told him that he could just go in? I'm already in a bad mood. In response, he bowed and apologized. That guy appeared again. Yichen stood up from his seat and asked, him? The idiot who only steals from their dungeons? He confirmed it. It's the 7th dungeon. They've lost 100 guild members. The guild leader thought irritably, damn, what is this lunatic up to? Especially at a time like this, the more people he puts in, the more deaths there are. Then he ordered his subordinate to increase the security of the dungeons from now on. Send every single one of them there. They will sleep in shifts. If he understood, then he should leave here. The subordinate agreed with him, closing the door behind him. Yichen sat down in his seat and thought, 5 days have passed since Hyun's attack, First his body disappeared somewhere, and 2 days later the attacks on their dungeon began. Are there too many coincidences? Everything fits. Hyun definitely has accomplices. There is one thing he does not understand. Did he hide the body with skills? Not enough information to counter. Then he looked at the screen of his phone and thought, yeah, even though he does not like it. After that, he made a call. Yusung answered and said, oh, Ichin is a fool. He has not heard from him for a long time. The guild leader frowned and then said that he needed his help. At this, he laughed and asked, what happened to the manager of the great guild bait? Oh, right. That's all the news has been talking about lately. What does he get for helping? He already has more money. He replied, a battle. He likes hot fights, right? Their troublemaker is an unusual guy. He's sure that even he will be satisfied. Yusung said that he will fall for it and check. After a while, he stood near the gate and turning to the second awakened one, asked what his name was. He answered, Kim Il-woo. He asked, is that so? Well, it doesn't matter to him. He will just answer to a 1. Il-woo remained silent, and Yusung stretched his whole body and said, when will this unusual guy show up? He will come, right? If he suddenly waited for him for so long in vain, it will not be fun at all. The next second, he looked forward, seeing the protagonist whose face was hidden under a mask. Smiling, he said, amazing. He thought that this was the first time his sixth sensibility reacted so strongly. Before, it only rang vaguely, but now it was screaming deafeningly, which meant only one thing. He pulled himself up to the system window and, taking out his weapon, thought that if he didn't want to die here, he needed to run away from this monster immediately. The next second, the protagonist asked in surprise, what was he doing here? And Yusung? He was surprised. That voice, Hyun? What was he doing here? Then he smirked and added, was it really him who slaughtered all those guys? Wow, is this how he has fun in his free time? He walked towards Hyun. He thought that there was definitely someone bigger behind them. Come to think of it, he was a rich man. Was it really his family that was behind the bait guild? Then he pointed his sword at him and asked, is he working for bait or something? Yusung closed his eyes and said, hey, he shouldn't put him in the same category as that trash. Who does he think he is? He smirked. Then why is he here? He asked, does he know Yichin? It's his guild. When some bandit clinging to his pride begs for help, it's so funny. He answered, I see. He walked forward, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, okay then. He has no complaints about him. He just shouldn't get in the way. He suggested having lunch together sometime. Walking forward, he picked his nose and thought, after all, he doesn't even know his number. But at that moment, Yusung swung his weapon forward, attacking the protagonist from behind. But he managed to turn around in time and asked, what? He laughed and said that it was too boring. The protagonist asked, really? They swung their weapons at the same time. They crashed into each other, and MC said that he could have let his friend through. He should back off. He answered as many as 10 times. No way, he needs to give it his all. The protagonist used the strength of a giant and the secret technique Wayne. He swung his weapon and attacked forward, but his opponent dodged to the side. The blade of the sword grazed his cheek, and he grinned. He became an even bigger monster than he was. Can you see? Amazing. They continued to attack each other, and Yusung laughed loudly. Gin thought that he didn't need this fight at all. He needed to finish it quickly, but he hadn't felt such courage from a battle for a long time. Yusung pulled back, smiled and shouted. That expression. He knew. He liked it too. He suggested enjoying it. Before he could finish speaking, an awakened one ran towards them, holding a sword in his hands, and shouted loudly and shouted that he must die. They turned to him in bewilderment, and he thought if he helped, he would be generously rewarded But the next thing Yusung attacked him with his weapon, killing him instantly. He sighed and said, where are you going, idiot, when the fun is in full swing? MC, looking at him, thought that they didn't look like allies at all. He killed him so easily. Then he sighed and said that even the mood was gone. He really wanted to fight him properly. He scratched the back of his head and added that he still wanted to, but he couldn't let him hate him. The protagonist thought, it's too late to think about it. He's already incredibly annoying. Then Yusung put his hands in his pocket and said, anyway, he already understood what kind of idiot Yichin is, right? He answered, the son of a bad woman. Yusung added, he's the illegitimate son of the chairman of a large company, that's why he acts so arrogant. The MC thought, are they in a drama? Then he asked, so what? He wants to say that he'd better not bother him because of his family? He walked forward and added, if he could be scared like that, he wouldn't even start. He shouldn't waste time on useless talk. It's better for him to go home and sleep. Yusung put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to rush. He needs to be able to listen to the end. He wants to join. He wants to see how mad he will be. Meanwhile, Yichin grabbed his head and shouted loudly, damn! He slammed his fist on the keyboard, breaking it and shouted, 3 more dungeons to plunder? And Yusung is not responding? Useless scum. They can't do anything properly. What is he paying this idiot for? Is it too much to ask? Kill one idiot. Then he sighed and ordered his subordinate to collect all the members of the guild. Tomorrow by 8 o'clock everything should be here. He lowered his gaze and replied that he was not sure he could gather many. The guild leader pointed his finger at him and shouted that he didn't care if it was illness, the death of a relative, or anything else. Everyone had to be here. Did he understand him? He replied that recently more and more people were leaving the guild. Many of them could not be contacted. Yichen shouted for him to take their relatives hostage and threaten them. Those who disobey must be forced to obey. The subordinate awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that the guild was currently in an unstable situation. If he ordered them to threaten their own, when so many people were leaving, who knows what would happen? The guild leader grabbed his face and then his phone rang and he looked at the screen and asked, "Damn, what else?" It was unclear what was going on. On the screen it was written, "Caller ID restricted." He answered the call and the other person said that he seemed to have a lot of trouble lately. He thought, this voice, everything could be simpler than he thought. Meanwhile, the protagonist was reading the comments. What happened to the bait guild? They haven't been seen in the farm lately. Seriously, if you meet someone, they don't care. He also heard rumors that their guild went to check one of their places, but it was empty. The farm that day grew incredibly, so it came out to 300,000 per person. Those greedy idiots were put under pressure. His friends from the guild said that someone was putting a lot of pressure on them now. Yusung, looking into the main character's phone, said, "It seems the effect is obvious." Although he had only been doing this for a week. He agreed with him, walking forward, and added, "It was time to put an end to this." He spread his arms to the sides and, smiling, said, "What a pity, it was fun." And what kind of ending is in store for them? The protagonist thought about it, and then, turning around, sighed and said, he thinks what he can tell him. After that, he leaned towards his ear and whispered his plan. Yusun, moving away from him, asked, "He has gone crazy, right?" After some time, Yichen read a note that said, "Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening. If he wanted to save his guild, he had to come to the Disrupen Forest dungeon." He then clutched the note in his hands and shouted, "What an idiot! They'll see what he can do in an open field." He walked up to the gate and said, "He'll take that insolent mug off his skull and hang it in his office." The awakened standing behind him were whispering he really didn't want to go. His comrade replied that he understood, but who knows what would happen if he didn't come. He had to be careful. The guild leader said, "Damn, he can't believe he has to take such scum along on a mission." Veins on his face bulged with anger, and he thought it was all because of that idiot. He remembered the phone conversation. Minju then replied that it was him. He called to lend a helping hand if there was a need. He thought it worked. He didn't know how to contact him, so he asked Yusun for help. It was lucky that he got in touch first. He could definitely do it. He laughed and noticed how timely he had called. If he helped him, he would return the favor. His father would take care of him too. Minju interrupted him and asked, "What? Who would take care of whom?" It seemed he didn't understand him. He changed his mind. He was washing his hands of it. The guild leader shouted at him to wait. Why so abruptly? He replied that he himself could rely on his wonderful father. In the present tense, he continued to clutch the note and thought with irritation that he couldn't even be called an idiot. This idiot was worse than Yusung. He looked at his hand, where the note was covered in fire, and thought, arrogant idiot, they will see how long he can last like this. Meanwhile, Minju looked at his subordinate and asked, "Is that so?" Bait Guild called all its members and even Yichen went? Chiul added, "In theory, they are allies. He really doesn't plan on sending help?" He held a cup of drink in his hand and then put it on the table, saying that it's fine, there is no reason to support this trash anymore. Chiul said, "But if he dies, Zhang Sangsu won't be left out." Minju abruptly turned his gaze to him and released clots of energy that wrapped around his neck. He lifted him into the air and asked, "So what? Does he have to grovel before this old man?" He replied that it's not like that. He's not talking about that, he's asking for forgiveness. Minju then sighed and let go of him. Chiul held his neck, trying to clear his throat, and he told him to go do his job and attract new facilities for them to finance. He replied that he understood. Meanwhile, D-rank dungeon, Disrupen Forest. Yichen turned around and asked what time it was. His subordinate looked at the watch on his hand and replied, 6:03. The guildmaster frowned and asked, "Isn't he an idiot?" He called them here himself and didn't show up. Did they really waste their time? Then he turned around and shouted that they should be on guard. They don't know how many enemies there are or if there is an ambush. The others accepted the order, and then his subordinate pointed his finger forward and called him. A cloud of dust was approaching them, and he said that there was one. MC was running towards them at full speed, laughing loudly, and the Disrupens were running after him. The guildmaster was horrified to recognize him. His subordinate asked, "Is this a doppelganger?" Yichen, perplexed, thought, "Is he really alive?" The protagonist, noticing him, shouted that they haven't seen each other for a long time. "How is he doing? He has a present here." With these words, he took one of the cubs out of his bag, and the guild members said with admiration, "A disruping cub? It's cute. Then Hun swung his arm and threw the baby forward and shouted for it to catch the serve. The awakened screamed, "This psycho! How can you throw such an adorable creature?" One of the awakened threw his weapon and said that he will catch it. He put his hands forward and was able to catch the baby. He smiled, looking at it, and said, "It worked. It's okay, baby. Daddy will protect it." The rest of the awakened looked at the cub with admiration and said that it was cute. They want to play with it. One of the awakened screamed, "Idiot! Idiot! How can he do this?" Another guild member shouted, "Is he completely incompetent?" Yichen shouted for them to shut up. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This psycho stole their cubs, and now the damn evil disrupins are all rushing after him." At this moment, the protagonist continued to run forward and, throwing them into the bag, shouted, "Here's another gift for them." There were several more cubs in the bag, and the guild members, looking up, were preparing to catch the babies. One of them shouted, "Reign of cuties." At this moment, the protagonist was already next to the guild leader, and swinging his sword, attacked in front of him. Then the monsters ran up, jumping to attack. Yichen put a fire attack in front of him, and, turning his gaze to the protagonist running forward, wanted to call him, but he shouted that he wished him luck. Yichen gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn him." The disrupins were already hard to deal with because they were invisible, and he destroyed their formation with his explosion. His body shook with anger, and then he shouted that they were retreating. "Everyone get out of the dungeon," and the guild members standing at the back suddenly turned around, and one of them shouted how good it was that they were in the back row. "Hurry!" Seriously, he was going to get out of this damn guild tomorrow. At that moment, Yusung's face appeared from the portal, smiling and greeting the guild members. He swung his weapon and attacked everyone. Yusung advanced, swinging his weapon and killing the awakened ones along the way. They screamed and begged for salvation. Yichen clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yusung?" He thought, did he betray them? But when? This is a failure. What if there is still a way? He looked around and thought, a way. His body trembled with anger. He thought, since things turned out like this, it was time for extreme measures. He clenched his fist, covering it with fire. At this moment, the protagonist stuck his weapon into the mouth of one of the awakened ones, and then swung it to the side. He said, "Damn, why are there so many of them?" Just like cockroaches, he is already tired. At this moment, Yichen called him, shouting loudly, and ran forward. He shouted, "If this is the end anyway, then he will take him with him." His body was covered in fire. He used self-immolation. The protagonist covered himself with his hand from the flames approaching him. The others were screaming. And why them? The guild leader thought, this skill is dangerous to his life because of its colossal power. But if he takes it too? Then he saw a hand coming out of the fire. The protagonist grabbed his head and he cried out in confusion. He asked, "Is this all he can do? Can you only warm your feet with this?" Then he plunged the weapon into his stomach and threw him back. Yichen rolled on the ground, crashing into the monster. Clutching his stomach, looked at the protagonist, and he told him to sit here and watch. He will be back soon. After everything that happened, they can't just go their separate ways peacefully. Now he has to sit and enjoy watching his minions die. Guildmaster looked ahead. He saw his subordinates dying and thought that this was the end. Everything was over because of one freak they had gotten involved with. After that, he started laughing loudly, looking up at the sky. After a while, the battlefield was littered with bodies, and he continued to laugh. Yusung, smiling, leaned towards him and asked, "Hyun, is this idiot laughing?" He replied to leave him. He had lost his mind. Yichen, looking at them, thought that this was the end. Everything was over. Wait, the end? Who? Him. He trembled again and said that this was impossible. He couldn't die like this. He was an illegitimate child, a bastard, a stray, an unexpected brat from a mistress. Strangers were closer to him than his own brothers and sisters. They always looked at him like he was empty space. But at the same time, he was constantly dragged into a power struggle, although he clearly had nothing to gain from it. They just twisted him around their fingertips. Probably his father felt sorry for him, so he supported him. But for them, it was just an excuse to bite harder. But one day, the world changed. Training appeared, awakened, and dungeons appeared. The world returned to the principle of the survival of the strongest. So then he felt that this was his chance to change the situation. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist swung his weapon, separating his head from his body. Then he sighed and said, "Why do villains always have boring speeches at the end?" Yusung, smiling, said, "Okay." He could listen to his last words for a while. He replied, he had nothing to do. In any case, he was grateful to him for helping him, although it was not even his business. He opened the system window, and his comrade waved his hand and replied, "What can I say? It was fun. And how is he? How does he feel, having committed his revenge?" Hyun thought for a moment and said he didn't know. Yusung looked at him and added, "They say that when revenge is done, a person usually feels empty. Is that true?" He was surprised. Really? Empty? He just took out the trash that belonged in the landfill. If you use an analogy, the feeling is no different from when he pulls out a piece of wax stuck in his ear. He scratched his ear and added, "It seems like nothing serious, but he feels relieved." Yusung said, "Yeah, metaphors are clearly not his thing." And then the protagonist walked forward and asked what they would do with their things. "Can you sell them?" He replied that he didn't need it, he had enough money. MC picked up a sword from the ground and said, "That's how it is, okay then." He thought about money. Until now it didn't really matter to him. What he got from clearing dungeons was enough. But now he realized that he couldn't protect what was dear to him with just his strength and finances, so it wouldn't hurt to earn money and also gain power. After a while, they stood in front of the closing gate and Yusung noticed that now it was really the end. The protagonist thought for a moment, then called out to him and asked if he would suddenly decide to create his own guild. But before he could finish speaking, he answered that he agreed. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and said that he wasn't done yet. Yusung looked at him and, smiling, said, "Well, the guild he would create would definitely be fun, his gut tells him." He replied, "Then his gut is at a loss. Who said he wanted him to join?" He replied, "Even a fool would understand that he was just testing the waters." MC asked him to shut up. At that time, no one suspected that a small guild created by two men as a joke. MC asked, "Are they going to eat beef?" His comrade asked, "Is he treating them?" He was indignant, but he has a lot of money. Will become the most famous guild in Korea. Of course, in a bad way. Sometime later, in the chairman's office, Jung Sang-soo, the chairman of the Hansuk group, shouted, "What do you mean by all this? He was responsible for promoting Yichen. Isn't this a violation of the contract?" Minju turned to him and waved his hand, asking, "A violation? He must be joking. What is he even talking about?" The chairman clenched his fist and shouted, "In this situation, he is also making a fool of himself? It has been a week since contact with his son and his guild members was lost. Under the current circumstances, this..." Minju, smiling, asked, "So what?" He was indignant. "What?" Minju put his feet up on the table and asked what they expected from a trash with no abilities, who was made the guild leader on a whim. He thought he had earned his money back. Sang-soo was already red with rage and shouted, He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Everyone attack! They must kill him." The subordinates, armed, headed towards him, but Minju released his whips of energy, grabbing the workers by the neck and lifting them into the air. He told him to listen carefully, Chairman Zhang. He walked towards him and added, "They had a contract, and he fulfilled it to the best of his ability. What else could they complain about him?" He repeated fearfully, "He." Minju said, "If this happens again, he will not let it go so easily. Understand?" He replied that he understood, and then Minju dismissed his subordinates and, sitting back in his chair, waved his hand and said that he was glad that they came to an agreement. He was waiting for the promised money by the end of the day. Although he was even curious about who exactly beat up Yichen, the bait guild fell. Such a sudden disappearance of a huge guild gave rise to many rumors and speculation. Of course, the media and adventurers made a stir. The community experienced a number of shocks, but as a result of the emergence of new guilds and talented awakened, the bait guild began to appear less and less often, and then completely disappeared. After some time, the protagonist asked, "Is that so?" "Good, no one found out anything, no problems are expected, since all the annoying flies have been eliminated." He leveled up greatly in battle, and thanks to his connections, all the loot was sold, and they have the pleasure of tasting expensive dishes. They were sitting at a table filled with various dishes, and Yusung put his hand forward and asked, "Everything turned out great, right? Then why is his face so gloomy?" He trembled and replied that the problem was with the title he had received. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, "Cruel Bond Breaker." Description: It is a superstition that monsters do not have feelings. For countless families broken in the most cruel way, he receives an exclusive title. Effect: Strength +2, Disrupting Hostility. The title holder causes an instinctive feeling of fear in those around him. He put his chopsticks on the table and thought, of course, unequipped titles only give half of their effects. Then he screamed. He was already stressed out because of how people reacted to him lately, and because of this misunderstanding, it would only get worse. Yusung smiled and told him not to worry. He was a creepy person, even without any misunderstandings, so he wouldn't even notice the difference. The next second, the protagonist received a call from Yeong from Dangun. He answered the call, Yichen. His interlocutor was indignant. It was Yeong. He hoped that he called him that, not because they had the same name. Did he remember their agreement? Hyun was surprised. An agreement? What? Yeong grabbed his head and, sighing, said that he thought so, to meet with the leader of their guild. "I would like to arrange this as soon as possible. When will he be free in the near future?" After some time, the Dangun guild. The protagonist, going up in the elevator, asked, "Is it really okay?" He pointed his hand at Yusung, who was standing next to him, and asked if he could take this one with him. Yeong replied that the leader had given her permission. His comrade was indignant. Hey, calling him this one is too much. Besides, he and Seon Nuna are familiar. The protagonist turned to him and said that the word Nuna sounds creepy from his lips. When did they meet? He replied that they once met at a cultural event. He thought, who is this anyway? After that, he repeated, at a cultural event. He thought, so she is also one of them. Is he the only one left out, even though he completed the training? After some time, they approached the reception area. Yeong knocked on the door and called, "Leader?" She replied that they can come in. They met eyes, and she said, "Welcome." She extended her hand forward and introduced herself. The protagonist shook her hand and introduced himself in return. She said that she was glad to meet him. She had heard a lot about him from Yeong. Yusung also greeted her, and Yeong, leaving the office, bowed and said that he would leave them here. Saeon agreed and thanked him for his work. Then she pointed to the sofa and told them to sit down. They agreed and sat down opposite her. MC thanked her for her help and said that he would definitely pay her. She replied, "What is he saying? It was not difficult at all. There is no need to worry about it." He said that he can't do that. He hates being in debt, so she should spill the beans. What did he call him for? She asked, straight to the point. He replied, "They are both busy people." She closed her eyes and said she thought they would have tea first, but since he said so, she will not make excuses. Would he like to join the Dangun Guild? He replied in the negative. An awkward silence hung in the office, and then she said, "I see." Yusun looked at the protagonist and smiled, waved his hand saying, "What a quick answer, how cut off." He was surprised, and then said, "Well, what?" Saeon closed her eyes and replied, "Nothing." He gave a clear answer, she will not insist. The protagonist agreed and then said he would not mind paying back, but in some other way. If they need his help in any matter, she should just say. She told him not to strain himself. For them it was also a good deal. After all, now they have a strong awakened in debt. If they need anything, they will definitely contact. The protagonist added, to be honest, how can he help the guild in first place in the top? No, if he can help, he will definitely help, but, she asked him back, how long did he think this peace would last? He wondered, peace? Well, the world in which dungeons appeared, crime is thriving, and it's like a powder keg. Perhaps she is talking about this. Compared to the 8th stage of training, the current world is really in a state of calm before the storm. Then he put his hands behind his head and said that he had no idea at all. Worrying about it wouldn't solve the problem anyway. The only way to prepare for the future was to become stronger. They still had 5 years before they connected with the Hakken dimension, right? She remained silent and then answered, 3 years. In 3 years, they would be in danger, and time was running out. He asked why she thought so. She answered that she couldn't tell him everything, but he could believe that there was one entity that knew everything in detail. They had an awakened one who could communicate with it. Hyun thought maybe it was about the dimension administrator. There was a person who could communicate with him? Seon asked. He had already noticed, right? The difficulty level in the dungeons was increasing, and the awakened one's level was lagging behind. He thought, but that didn't apply to him. Did it? Yusun raised a finger and asked, did he know what they say? What doesn't kill him makes him stronger. For example, a gun doesn't kill monsters. He asked, right? So there are no awakened with guns? Yusun confirmed this, but crossbows and bows remain afloat. There are many theories about this. Seon finished, that's how it is. Only those who are active in the new environment can become as strong as Hyun. He may well become a hero. He awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, oh, it won't be easy. He's not a very kind person at all. She knows, right? What he did to the bait guild. She replied, screw that trash. He was surprised, what? She said, they wouldn't have helped in any way in saving humanity anyway, so they don't deserve to protect everyone. A person like him is more useful than hundreds of people like them. The world is not protected by saints, but by the strong. After a while, Yi-young knocked on the door, and then walked into the office. Seon asked, did he see them off? He confirmed it and added that he put them in the car. And how did it go? The impression of a personal meeting. She leaned her head on her hands and said, definitely not what she expected. He asked, does she mean? She replied that it is true. It was only a moment, but when she spoke of the Dimension Administrator, his eyes trembled. He clearly completed the training. Dungeon E and D rank. The difference is only one letter, but it is colossal. Of course, the strength and number of monsters increased, but the most obvious change was the variety of monsters in the dungeon. For example, the D-rank dungeon, the Dion's laboratory, the variety here is just off the charts. MC walked forward in the dungeon and scratched the back of his head and thought, originally the monsters, no matter if it was a boss or a normal monster, were the same type, so it was easy to fight them. But when all the monsters are different, you have to sweat, because everyone has different weaknesses and attacks. Then he looked up in surprise and asked, what the hell is this? Right in front of him stood a huge ogre chimera, Urg. The next second, the monster growled, and the protagonist asked, was it molded from what was there? Is it an orc carcass with a goblin head? It looks like a nerf. Then he invited him to join his guild. He made a bet with Yusung on who would be the first to bring a newbie. But the next second, Urg swung his huge hammer, preparing to attack. After that, he struck in front of himself, and the protagonist, having managed to jump up, said if he did not want to, then he could have said so right away. Okay, he is no good, he can walk. The monster screamed again, and then released liquid from his mouth. Hyun concentrated energy in his hand and shouted, "Ugh!" Immediately shot liquid? He sent a powerful clot of energy forward, and then landed on the ground and, turning around, thought, "The liquid melts." He looked at the pillar, part of which had melted, and said, "And the skins are clearly not easy. Their weight categories are also different." He scratched the back of his head, added, "Thanks to his bright head, he already knows the answer. His hammer, he will just take it away." Meanwhile, one of the awakened ones went into the dungeon and asked who was screaming so loudly. Kim Jusik said that he thought it was someone hunting. And anyway, he should concentrate on what was in front of him. He pointed his weapon at Sona, and she silently took her weapon, and he said that this is why he likes the dungeon. His comrade added, "But the sounds are really strange, aren't they?" He asked what the sounds are. "Hey, they said they were hunting sounds." Meanwhile, the protagonist approached them, holding a huge hammer behind his back, and said that he smelled feces. Then he smiled madly and added, "Oh, he just loves messing with this." One of the awakened asked, "What kind of idiot is this?" Jusik said, "That thing on his back, that's a hammer, right?" The protagonist was approaching them, and then swung a huge hammer, hitting the ceiling. The other awakened covered their hands and screamed, "What the?" Jusik asked, "Is he completely out of his mind? Swinging such a thing in a tight space?" Then he was surprised to see that the hammer went forward and the protagonist hit the ground in front of him. They screamed that he was crazy. And he continued, "Well," and waving his hand, said that it was too bulky, it was inconvenient to use it as a main weapon. After that, he put it in his inventory and said that he would put it away for now. The group of awakened ones looked at him in bewilderment, and Jusik laughed awkwardly and said, "He started off so effectively, he even started to anticipate something interesting, but it seemed that he realized that he was doing something strange. Then he swung his weapon and shouted that he was now unarmed. He should die." Before he could accelerate forward, Hyun punched him in the cheek and threw him to the ground. The others looked at this in bewilderment, and he grabbed him by the hair and, lifting him up, said, "Gentlemen criminals, they must give him everything they have." He put his weapon to the awakened one's neck. The others said that he was crazy. One of them pushed off the ground and ran forward, shouting, "Everyone attack!" He was alone anyway. He asked, "Really? They were attacking even though he had taken a hostage? Nothing is sacred among people at all." Then he looked at the awakened one and asked, "What is his name?" He answered, "Kim Jusik." He threw his weapon and said, "Good." He grabbed him between the legs and said that he would avenge him. He directed the survivor forward and shouted, "Jusik, attack." Another awakened flew back from this blow. The rest stopped, looking at this. The protagonist said, "Well done. Well, they must advance. The Ramdala Jusik will caress everyone." They continued to stand there, and then one of the awakened ones shouted at him to move away. The MC was reflected in his eyes, who was walking forward. Screams were heard. His lips touched him. They were calling for help. After a while, Sona, who remained standing, looked at the protagonist's back, and he scratched his head and thought, after all, this was just a minor D-rank dungeon clearing, although it took longer than he thought. Next second, Sona thanked him for his help. Thanks to him, she avoided trouble. He waved his hand and said that she could forget about it. As he said, dealing with this is his hobby, no need to bow. After that, she introduced herself and asked how she should address the esteemed savior. He blushed with embarrassment and awkwardly said, "Well, esteemed." After that, he introduced himself, and she, putting her hand to her chest, asked what she had to do to become as strong as him. It was a historic moment when a third one joined the two worst scum in Korea, but more on that later. The protagonist awkwardly scratched his cheek and asked how to become stronger. Was it that hard? Well, you just have to try? She answered that if she tried, then too. Before she could finish speaking, he put his hand forward and told her to look. Not every effort they made would work. They had to try until death. Literally. She repeated, until death, and he thought it probably sounded strange coming from the lips of someone who could resurrect himself. Then he walked forward and, waving his hand, said, in short, she had to take care of herself. She would decide for herself whether to leave these idiots alive or not. After that, he went around the corner, but the next second he looked out from there and asked, she would be able to get out on her own, right? She replied that she didn't think so, and he thought, isn't it usually the case that they ask for help? After that, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he would like to help, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. After all, he had come here to clean up. She put her hand to her chest and said, then maybe she could accompany him. He was surprised. What? Was she already going to try to die? No need, that wasn't exactly what he meant. She said that it was not like that. She knew her limits, she would quietly follow him, collect magic stones. She promised not to interfere. Of course, she would give him everything she collected. He said that it would be dangerous, but she objected. She could take care of herself. He thoughtfully folded his arms across his chest, and then, pointing his finger behind himself, said, okay, follow him then. After a while, they were standing surrounded by monster bodies. and Sona said that she saw that he had already done a great job so he could leave the collection to her. She took out her knife and, cutting open the monster's body, took out a stone. He thought, it seems that she can stand up for herself, as she said. She has stealth skills, but when the fight starts, she acts as a support and shoots from the rear, does not interfere, and also took on all the annoying work of collecting magic stones. The fight has definitely become easier. Then he asked what she will do now. Judging by the energy he feels ahead, there is a boss room further, so it will become really dangerous. She said that she has already decided everything and will follow until the very end. After a while, the system reported that the main core of the dungeon has been removed. A portal to the exit of the dungeon has been opened. MC was surprised. Has it already been cleared? Who went ahead of him? Wait, but he still feels the boss's energy? Breakthrough? For the first time in Korea, a D-ranked dungeon has broken through. According to the news, several dozen dungeons opened up at the same time within Seoul, a phenomenon called the monster invasion. This is the third incident in Korea after Dungeon 2. 8, and the incident that forced the government to call in the army, but this wave is different from the previous 2 incidents. According to experts, these are nothing more than planned extremist acts. Meanwhile, a subordinate ran into the office and shouted, "Leader." Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Ability User Alliance, said, "Is he here because of the monster breakthrough?" He replied that the preparations have been completed. According to the latest report, among the dungeons that broke through, there is a D-ranked dungeon. Dong-woo, frowning, walked towards him and asked where. He replied, "Suwon Gyeonggi-do Dian's laboratory." He thought, wasn't he the one who postponed clearing this dungeon because of its difficulty? So this is it? He left the office and walked down the corridor and asked if there were any large guilds nearby. His subordinate replied that there was the Hangul Guild, but their main forces were currently elsewhere. He told him to prepare 50 of their elite fighters. They would go to Suwon. The rest should split into teams and go to the remaining dungeons. The subordinate accepted the order. Meanwhile, Seon asked what the situation was. Yi-young, looking at the tablet in his hands, said that intelligence reported that the leader of the Ability User Alliance would personally go to protect the Dian's laboratory along with his elite fighters. She turned around and said that they wouldn't have time. Was there no guild nearby that could take over the defense? He adjusted his glasses and replied that, other than the Hangul Guild, there were only small guilds. However, there was also a report that one awakened was dealing with monsters at a tremendous speed. She was surprised, alone? He answered, a man with a huge sword and muscles, and such an evil face that he could be mistaken for a monster. She smiled and said then, she thinks there is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the protagonist was standing on the street surrounded by dead monsters. The surviving awakened, looking at him, said that he was abnormal. Did he do this alone? Is he really just an ability user? The next second, one of them approached him and, apologizing, said that thanks to him they survived. They are grateful to him. How can they repay? The protagonist, angrily turning around, told him to get lost. He wants to die? He must get out of here. He said in confusion, what? And MC understood that it was not over yet. The rift was still not closed, which means the boss is coming. He shouted, the boss is coming. If they stay here, they will die. The awakened approached him and told him to wait. They were all ability users too. They could be useful. Han asked how many bosses he had. He put his hand to his chest and tried to answer something confused, but the protagonist leaned over him and asked if there was at least one. They would all just get in the way. If he understood, he should run to the shelter. He wanted to object, while the other awakened asked, what kind of person is this? Why is he talking like that? Even if he is strong. And then MC released a terrifying aura, and the others, smiling awkwardly, asked if maybe they should leave after all. The next second, they had already turned in the opposite direction, and the protagonist sighed. Sona approached him and, putting her hand to her chest, tried to say something. MC asked, she can shoot, right? She was surprised. What? He told her to cover him. She should find a place to hide. She can do it, right? She resolutely confirmed it. After a while, 3 monsters appeared from the portal. The protagonist asked, what? The 4 heavenly kings? No, the 3 heavenly kings? Each one is no weaker than Urg, with whom he had fought before, and the boss appeared from the portal and said, what unusual buildings. MC was surprised. A monster speaking? The boss said, a human. Did he really decide to block his way alone? He replied that it was true, and at that moment he took a hammer out of his inventory, striking it in front of him. He said, what's there to think about? He'll smash his head and that's the end of it. Diance was indignant. What an impudent creature, but his body can come in handy, so his personally. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said, enough. How about a cool battle just between them? Let the lackeys rest on the sidelines and they will fight, man to man. The boss said that he refuses, and the protagonist, spitting on his hand, said that he had hoped in vain. He grabbed the hammer handle more firmly and swung it, shouting, forward. The 3 heavenly kings headed towards him, but he let the air out of his lungs, throwing them back. The system reported that he used a lion's roar of rage. The monsters stopped in place, and then he jumped up and shouted, "Now! They'll all get it." He attacked the monsters in front of him and shouted, one by one. The boss looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that he did not feel the flow of magic emanating from him. So this is pure physical force. It's even a shame to kill. I need to capture him alive and make him my slave. The next second, the helmet from the monster flew apart into different pieces. The creature itself fell to the ground. MC landed, his legs trembling from the strain. He said how heavy it was. Diane pointed his finger at him and thought, mind control. Powerful streams of energy were directed straight towards him. The pupils of the protagonist changed color, and the boss thought, it worked. Now he is completely under his control. After that, he said, welcome to the ranks of his slaves, human. So he must bow his head to him, showing loyalty. The protagonist extended his hand forward, and the next second, smiling, showed him the middle finger. The system reported that the ring of strong mind resists mind control. The boss said so some object protects it. Too bad nothing came of it. At that moment, the tiger, swinging his hand, wanted to attack the protagonist, but he managed to use the cover of Muravlir. From the blow, he flew into the building behind him, and at that moment an arrow flew into the tiger's head. The lich thought, does he have allies? However, nothing worth worrying about. The protagonist, smiling, said, she's good, Sona, good timing. He rose to his feet, the next second, taking a hammer in his hands, quickly flew forward and swinging, shouted, perfect for a hit. He hit the hammer right on the arrow, moving it further into the tiger's head. The monster fell. The next second, the lizard's tail pierced his chest. He gritted his teeth in pain and then grabbed the lizard's tail and swung it, hitting the ground. After that, he took out a sword from his inventory and, smiling madly, attacked again. The boss continued to watch what was happening. MC said, so now only he remains? He looked at the lich in the air with a mad look and said, bald head. Diance thought for a moment and noticed that MC was not telling the truth. A man who can't even cast spells anymore. How was the protagonist even going to fight him? Hyun looked at him sternly and thought that he definitely had a deficit of magical powers. His regeneration was also at its limit. The protagonist noticed that the enemy was in the air. He thought with shaking legs that he wouldn't have enough strength to either jump to him or throw something. If only MC could use the power of a giant. Hyun's heart instantly sank and he tensed up greatly. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and coughed. He slipped on a pool of blood and fell to the ground. MC raised his head in confusion and asked, what is this? Diance clarified, did the enemy finally understand? That attack before, the protagonist thought it was a regular cut? How could he not use poison? Now MC has no chance of winning. Diance will give an antidote if the enemy surrenders and becomes his slave. Hyun smiled decisively and exclaimed that he said he would kill him now, and from the pieces he will assemble puzzles. The protagonist filled his eyes and body with mana and thought that he would use the remaining magic power to get rid of the poison. And then, the last secret weapon. The system window notifies that this is a longsword Bilgain with a durability of 500. This is the longsword Bilgain, which accompanied him on his wanderings for 30 years. Initially, it was just a good sword, but it absorbed a lot of blood and was saturated with an ominous aura. Abilities: Berserker and increased durability. Berserker increases strength and endurance by 1.5 times for 5 minutes but deprives the ability to think clearly. The consequences of use are unpredictable. An ominous aura instantly enveloped the protagonist's body and sword. MC furiously yelled for the enemy to attack. Since Diance appeared here, he would kill him. Dongwoo asked him to stop, and Hyun turned his head to the side in great surprise. Dongwoo clarified that no matter who the protagonist was, MC did an amazing job. The ability user alliance would take care of the rest. Hyun thought with admiration that he was the one who had completed the training completely. Dongwoo looked at him with a smile and noticed that the protagonist's wounds looked serious. He asked him to rest for a while. MC asked him to wait in confusion and was about to say something, but fell to his knees in pain. Hyun fell to the ground with great fatigue and exhaled heavily. He thought that Dongwoo had appeared so cool, like the main character. After some time in the hospital, the protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise. Ah-hen turned her attention to him and clarified, did he wake up? MC sat up and said that no matter how he opened his eyes, that scary face always appeared in front of him. Ah-hen irritably replied that he shouldn't open them then. She looked at the phone and noted that it was a waste of money for a hospital. Couldn't brother just rest? Hyun angrily clarified that it was possible to be more friendly with his brother. He tensed up and asked what was up with that dungeon. What about the monster breakthrough? Ah-hen calmly replied that she didn't know the details, but everything was under control now. Does her brother even know how surprised she was? They called her and said that the protagonist was in the hospital. And when she arrived, the leader of the Ability Users Alliance, who was also shown on TV, was there. MC remembered the business card from Yunho and crossed his arms and thought, Does that mean he owes them anything now? His sister asked him to be careful. She clarified that maybe he has a unique ability, but who knows? What if he really can die? Brother asked irritably, what is she talking about? Sister thinks he is dying because he wants to? Not only does he feel bad, but his level is also decreasing. In general, there is little pleasant about this. Hyun was scared looking at his sister's irritated face. He looked away and said that he would try. At the same time, in the Ability Users Alliance in the main office, Yeonho asked if the president knew Hyun. Dongwoo, sitting at the computer, disagreed and clarified that Yeonho had somehow contacted the protagonist. Yeonho asked then why the president personally took MC to the hospital and even paid the hospital bills. Dongwoo laughed and replied that he witnessed the birth of the hero. Could he miss a rare chance to do him a favor? Dongwoo remembered Hyun and, crossing his arms, asked what happened to the enemy with the escaped Lich. After some time in the hospital, the doctor adjusted his glasses and said that no pathology was revealed according to the examination results. The speed of recovery of ability users is really surprising. The protagonist, walking down the corridor, clarified that so everything is normal, he was discharged. The sister asked what the leader of the Ability Users Alliance was paying for then. MC turned his head to the side and noted that in general the fine for resurrection is much higher. Shin Taegil from the security department asked, so there is no patient named Heen here? The protagonist noticed him and asked his sister to go first. Taegil asked with concern, is it really so? The nurse replied that there is no such thing. She can find out. Perhaps such a patient has already been discharged. Taegil exhaled tensely and noted that he was late. MC asked who it was. Taegil looked at him, and Hyun introduced himself and said that he heard that a man was looking for him. Taegil asked for a minute and put his hand in his pocket. He held out a business card from the security department and introduced himself. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and clarified, the Ability Users Division? And why does the government need him? After some time, a piece of meat is fried on the grill. MC, sitting at the table, clarified, is everything really okay? Isn't it too expensive here? Taegil answered that of course not, no problem. Hyun smiled and said that he always wondered where the taxes he pays go, and they suddenly came back to him. The protagonist frowned and asked, will they also offer to join them? Taegil confirmed this and clarified that they will not insist. He is just making an offer. MC thoughtfully scratched his chin and asked, does this mean he will become a civil servant? That sounds good. Taegil said that first of all, this is not just a civil servant position. Their organization was created in order to prepare as much as possible for the rapidly changing future. This is exactly what they will have to do. The government knows that it will not be possible to take control of all ability users in any case. The number of awakened continues to grow, and they cannot be controlled by force, and feud certainly does not mean anything good. So instead they try to build a relationship where at least mutual support is possible. MC asked, is that so? He looked at the grilled meat and wondered who cooks meat like that? Hyun wondered what benefit awaits him. Taegil raised a finger and replied that the first is money. They will provide enough funds so that the protagonist can work comfortably and not deny himself anything. Also, if something happens to MC, they will guarantee appropriate payments to his family members, as well as provide everything they need. Hyun confidently noted that the conditions are not bad, but this also means that they will have to work very hard. Taegil calmly closed his eyes and replied that he will not deny it. However, they are not asking for the impossible. The protagonist will be given complete freedom of action. MC just needs to be willing to support them from time to time. Hyun crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and said that this sounds good. Taegil continued that Dongwoo, the leader of the Ability User Alliance, is already cooperating with them under these conditions, and the leader of the Dangwon Guild, Seon. The protagonist asked with interest, is it possible to work in 2 guilds at once? He thought for a while and agreed to try. After some time in Suwon, Gyeonggi-do near the Daeon's laboratory, MC exhaled heavily and said that he would be happy to get here by car. But who knows what else will happen in this area. Sona turned to Mr. Hun and he paid attention to her. The protagonist clarified, is this Soi? She reminded him of her name and handed him the package. MC noticed the crystals lying in the package, and Sona apologized for handing it over so late. She was going to give it right away, but he was unconscious. Hyun asked with concern, did she really wait for him here all this time, not even knowing if he would return? Sona confidently confirmed this, and the protagonist thought that she was very naive. MC scratched his head and clarified that she could have left. Sona disagreed and noted that she had promised. Hyun raised his hand as he left and said that he would not refuse. He thanked her and moved on. Sona turned to him and bowed instantly. She asked him to take her as a student, and MC was stunned. Sometime later, under the bright moon in the forest, in the F-rank dungeon in the village of Kurka, Diance, sitting by the tree, said that he would never have thought that people would put him in a hopeless situation and that he would have to hide in such a place. Minju approached him and noticed that it was the D-rank dungeon boss, the Lich Diance. The boss looked at him with concern, and Minju said that there was no need to strain himself so much. He was not his enemy. After all, it was he who freed the boss. Diance was very surprised, and Minju, enveloping his body in red mana, asked what the boss would do. Would Diance take the outstretched hand? After a while, Sona confidently introduced herself and exclaimed that she was glad to meet you. Yusun did not answer her. He smiled and clarified that he thought that since the protagonist had no friends, MC would not be able to recruit even one person. Hyun barked irritably. What did a friend say? Why did he suddenly have no friends? He also has a couple. The protagonist looked up tensely and thought, or not? MC smiled and asked, in any case, he was the first to bring a person to them, so he won, right? As promised, Yusun is treating. The friend exhaled calmly and replied that, in fact, he always treats. He waved his hand and added that it was not a question at all. Yusun lost the argument, that's true. He confidently smiled and clarified that anyone who wants to join their guilds still has to pass a test. So they need to go to the dungeon. Sona resolutely agreed and exclaimed that she was ready. The protagonist, looking at his friend, thought that Yusun just wanted to fight. After a while, in the D-rank dungeon, the Cliff of Harpies, the harpy opened its mouth with fury and growled. Sona calmly pulled the arrow and shot it into the harpy's head. The monster instantly fell to the ground. Yusun looked at Sona and scratched his neck and noted that it would be nice to have a long-range shooter on the team. Now it looks more like a team. The protagonist asked, and how is she doing with her friend? Did Sona make it onto the team? Yusun looked at his friend with confusion and MC asked. Yusun himself told them about this test, didn't he? The friend remembered and replied that he had completely forgotten. Hyun thought that it was obvious. It was immediately clear that Yusun just wanted to hunt. Sona pulled out a knife and approached the corpse and said that she would go collect magic crystals. The protagonist called out to her and clarified that she did not need to be so meticulous in caring for the corpse. It was very tiring. Sona, tired, put her hand to her forehead and replied that everything was fine. She liked doing this. Yusun turned to his friend and said that this was also money. They shouldn't leave them, especially when the protagonist had no money. Hyun irritably asked, who said that he had no money? He just liked to earn money on dungeon cores. And what did his friend earn money on? Yusun raised his hand and replied that he had a lot of money. The protagonist noted that his friend was really annoying. MC instantly felt something and called out to Yusun and asked if his friend felt it too. Yusun looked at him in confusion and asked what exactly. Yusun felt something and they turned their attention to Sona. She, in confusion, holding the crystal in her hand, asked what happened. MC closed his eyes and instantly opened them and raised his fist. He punched the air with great force, leaving a bright mark. Youngshik appeared in the smoke with a huge wound on his cheek. He instantly fell to the ground after the protagonist's attack. MC asked in surprise, who is this? Yusung smiled and noted that the enemy was hiding well. Although he has a good sense of smell, he did not notice him until the enemy got so close. But Yusung did not feel his thirst for blood, so he thinks that the enemy is not here for that. Ian clarified, he assumes that the enemy did not come here to do something good? He does not like it. Yusung smirked and suggested that maybe he was just passing by. His friend should have at least asked and not attacked right away. The protagonist squeezed his wrist and replied that he knew nothing. Sneaking up on a hunter in a dungeon is bad manners. The enemy deserved it. In general, he has one guess. Some time ago, Taegil said that the contract was concluded and thanked the protagonist. MC agreed and asked to contact him if there was a case. Taegil apologized and clarified that he already had a case. Does Hyun know anything about the recent extremism in the dungeon? The protagonist looked up thoughtfully and asked about someone deliberately causing an explosion. Taegil confirmed this and said that they easily found them and are now tracking them. They plan to conduct a large-scale cordon in the near future. That's when they will need the protagonist's help. Currently, liquid splashed onto Youngshik's face and he opened his eyes. MC asked with a crazy smile, did the enemy wake up? Youngshik tried to move his legs in irritation and asked how he got tied up. Who are they anyway? Youngshik tensed up greatly when he smelled the liquid on his face and exclaimed that it was a curse. What is this anyway? Hyun apologized and replied that they wanted to pour water on him so that the enemy would wake up. But they were short of drinking water, so the enemy would have to make do with the liquid from the harpy. Youngshik was stunned when he heard this. He instantly vomited everything he had eaten out of his mouth. Youngshik calmed down and said that they were crazy to pour monster liquid on a person. He immediately continued to vomit liquid out of his mouth. The protagonist called out to him and said that it was time to answer questions. He quickly squatted in front of the enemy. The protagonist asked menacingly, is he that extremist? Youngshik calmly lowered his head and snorted and agreed. He noticed that that was their name now. Youngshik said with a crazy look that they didn't understand anything. They did all this for a great goal. Han calmly scratched his ear and replied that he didn't care about their goals. He ordered the enemy to tell him everything he knew, and then he would let him go. Youngshik asked if they thought he would tell them anything. They could torture him or threaten him. They couldn't stop them anyway. Youngshik was tortured during the day and finished in the evening. He asked to tell everything with multiple wounds on his face. The protagonist sternly said that he was in no hurry. The enemy still had a lot of teeth left. A loud scream was heard among the mountains. After some time, Tegel asked in surprise if the protagonist had really caught the extremist. MC confirmed this by holding Youngshik by the hood. The enemy with a swollen face asked to save him. Tegel asked what happened to the extremist. Hyun looked away and clarified that who knows. Maybe a harpy attacked him? Tegel said that in any case, they will take care of everything from now on. He thanked the protagonist for his cooperation, and the assistants grabbed Youngshik. Yusung happily raised his hand and said that they will see the official again. Tegel bowed and agreed with him and said goodbye. MC asked if they knew each other. Tegel replied that they also offered Mr. Yusung a contract, but he refused. Yusung calmly raised his hands and noted that he simply had no interest in such a thing. Hyun thought that along with basic politeness, Tegel added that it was late and there were strangers here, so they would discuss the details tomorrow. After a while, Tegel raised his hand to the cup and said that the name of that extremist was Youngshik. Secrecy is a unique ability. Apparently, Youngshik plays an important role in his organization. The protagonist thought that it seemed like the spy hadn't said anything new. Tegel said that they had managed to find their base. As he had already said, a large-scale cleansing operation was planned in 2 weeks. MC, holding a cup in his hand, asked what was it that needed 2 weeks of preparation? Couldn't they just go and attack? Tegel asked. The protagonist knew that the world's first C-rank gate had been activated in China, didn't he? Hyun agreed and replied that the news had mentioned something like that. Tegel lowered his head and said that he would be brief then. There was information that the news was keeping silent about. 1,200 people were involved in the cleansing and most of them died. The protagonist was very surprised and Tegel continued that MC had cleared D-rank dungeons alone before, so Hyun should understand. The danger of the dungeons increases greatly with the rank. The protagonist thought they said that as the rank increased, the number of people needed to clear the area doubled. Although he was fine with just one. Tegel said that in China, they acted based on the basic theory of dungeons. However, this was their downfall. Many people volunteered, but their abilities were mediocre, which led to this result. Therefore, they are going to create a group of elites for the C-rank gate in Gangnan and clear the Vanandi forest. Han wondered if there was any need for clearing. The Chinese are already doing it anyway. If they periodically get rid of normal cores, they can avoid a breakthrough. Why would they even participate in this? Tegel noted that MC was surprisingly well informed. Han irritably clarified what he meant by surprisingly. Tegel took a sip from his cup and put it on the table. He replied that the problem was that no one had ever managed to destroy even one normal core. At this rate, the breakthrough would happen within 2 weeks. Monsters will appear that are capable of taking the lives of hundreds of people in the very center of Seoul, the streets of which are always quite crowded. That is why preparation is necessary. Given the location and the difficulty of the dungeon, their experts believe that there will be even more casualties than during the first attempt to clear it. Hyun rested his chin on his hand and remarked that this meant that time was short. Since Tegel had given him free rein at a time like this, he believed that his participation in this mission was very important. Tegel agreed, and lowered his head and clarified that although he was also unhappy with this rule, the protagonist would not be allowed to act alone. He wondered if the protagonist could establish a guild. Tegel understood that Hun was a loner. However, for the sake of the country's well-being, could the protagonist not give in on this? Naturally, they would take care of all the formalities and provide all the necessary support. MC let out a reluctant breath and put his hand to his head and said that since Tegel asked so, he thought that they were going to create one anyway. But they were offering to do almost everything for them? Hun knew that luck would not turn away from a kind person like him. Sometime later in a cafe, the protagonist crossed his arms and said that they needed to come up with a name for their guild. The comrades looked at him in surprise and asked, "Really already? There were only 3 of them so far." MC seriously replied that they needed to decide now. The comrades remembered that a couple of days ago they met with that man from the government. Yusung asked in amazement, "Clearing a C-rank dungeon?" He smiled, raising his cup and said that he thought it would be fun. Sona calmly noted that as expected of Mr. Hyun, he runs the government as he pleases. She thinks that formalities should be observed. After all, she is his student. The protagonist disagreed and said that they would sort it out later. He put his fist to his mouth, coughed and clarified that in any case, they were now at a stage that would determine the future of their guild. First, they would discuss their policies. Firstly, don't get into conflicts. Yusung asked in surprise why MC was looking at him. Hyun yelled that his friend wouldn't know. Secondly, always do what they deserve. Yusung asked, both good and bad, right? The protagonist agreed and noted that he didn't like being a bandit, but he didn't like being a fool even more. And lastly, thirdly, be the strongest. MC smiled and asked how they liked it. Yusung happily answered that it was not bad. Although, he wasn't sure about the first one. Sona confidently said that she liked everything too. She would try to engrave it in the depths of her heart. Hyun suggested that they now move on to the name and asked if they had any ideas. Yusung happily asked, how about a guild of lunatics? The protagonist rejected it and asked his friend not to joke and to be serious. Yusung asked, lunatic then? MC was very surprised and noted that it sounded cool. And what does it translate as? Yusung happily replied that it was the same as crazy. Hyun replied that the only crazy one here was his friend. He turned to Sona and asked if she had any ideas. She strained herself thinking. Sun confidently asked how they liked the mighty bunch of MCs. Hyun replied that it would have been better not to ask. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. The protagonist said that it meant for him to come up with something. Yusung picked up his cup and laughed and asked, how did the MC want it? Hyun immediately put his pen on the table and showed them the sheet and asked, how is it? The comrades looked thoughtfully at the sheet. Yusung replied that it was not bad, and Sona added that she liked it too. Sometime later at the bar, Minju asked if Youngshik was caught. The assistant confirmed this and turned to the gentleman. He thoughtfully looked at the glass of alcohol. Minju thought that the fighter from Youngshik was bad, but stealth abilities are simply irreplaceable. Their plan to break through the high-sight planes did not work. He asked who it was. The assistant was surprised and asked what he was talking about. Minju asked again who it was, who caught Youngshik. The assistant replied that it was an ability user named Hyun. Minju took a sip from the glass and thought that in April, a year had passed. The protagonist dealt with the mutant Kaika in the training for the Awakened. Therefore, in a large-scale breakthrough of the laboratory, he single-handedly dealt with the boss. He gritted his teeth in irritation and put the glass on the table and asked how things were with the spirit joy powder. The assistant replied that they still needed time. There was a problem finding test subjects. Minju put a napkin to his mouth and noted that this was bad. They needed to speed up. Unless, of course, the assistant did not want to become one of the test subjects. She tensed up greatly upon hearing this and replied that she understood. After some time, the news says that a team has been created to clear the C-rank dungeon, Banandi Forest. The team is under discussion. The emergence of a new dungeon, a team of elites, has been formed. The list of participating guilds was announced. New guilds attracted attention. In the comments under the list, the master wrote, "Is that all? Maybe they are elite, but somehow there are a few of them." The list says that the first is the Dangan Guild. In the comments, they wrote that nothing gets done in their country without this guild. The second is the Alliance of Ability Users. In the comments, they noted that everyone in this guild is cool. The third is the Waryeong Guild. In the comments, they wrote that the appearance of the guild members is not very attractive, but they will not fight for it. The fourth is the Eternity Guild. The fifth is the Guardian Guild. The sixth is the Black Knights Guild. In the comments, they wrote that this is a legendary lineup. If they fail, then Korea is finished. The entire top 10 is here. And who is number 7? Did they really include the newbies? In any case, they are not up to par. Sometime later, in the conference room, the man noticed that they were late. The protagonist greeted everyone and said that he was the leader of the Badass Guild. He happily raised his hand and noted that he was glad to meet them. The MC thought that they were late for their first meeting. Later, people would call the events of that day the first prank of the Badass Guild. Of course, after the 50th, no one was surprised anymore. The dungeon era, it all started 6 months ago with a shared dream that 7 billion people had. It changed this world. In this chaos, new guilds appear and disappear every day, and there is one special one among them. Some time ago, Taegel clarified, "Really badass? What kind of name is that? Does it mean freaks?" The protagonist put the cup on the table and asked, "What's so hard to understand?" "This means that they are the coolest." Didn't Taegel study English? Taegel noted that in fact, the meaning is closer to crazy. Are they sure about this? MC confidently agreed with a smile and exclaimed that he liked the sound of it. Taegel replied that it was as they wanted. In any case, next week at 11 o'clock next Monday, there will be a meeting about the C-rank dungeon. He will send detailed information a little later. Taegel will only ask not to be late. Hyun agreed and clarified that he will try. Taegel wondered, can't they just do it without "I'll try"? The era of dungeons in this world of chaos, hundreds of people die every day. 4 days later on Monday, Yusung, standing on the street, noticed that the protagonist was late. He asked the eldest. Hyun didn't say anything. Sona was surprised and clarified, "Really the eldest?" Yusung grinned and replied that he was just 20 years old. "So, does that mean she is older than him?" Sona thought for a moment and agreed. The MC headed in their direction and his comrades paid attention to him. Hyun apologized and clarified that important matters delayed him. They weren't waiting long, were they? Yusung smiled and asked what kind of strange t-shirt that was. It looked like he was in kindergarten. The protagonist asked irritably, "Has his friend gone crazy?" Yusung just doesn't understand. "This character is very popular with children now." Yusung clarified, "Is that so?" The MC pointed at himself and clarified that they say he has a bad reputation on the internet and only bad things are spread. That's why he decided to add some friendliness to the image. Yusung was surprised and asked if his friend really thought that this t-shirt made him kind. Hyun exclaimed that his friend should just look at this madness. Yusung replied that if he were a child, he would burst into tears. The protagonist was very surprised and noted that it meant that the children in the parking lot started crying just because of Vei. He paused and said that he knew it. At the same time, in the conference room, the leader of the Eternity Guild, Han Myung-do, noted that everything was taking so long. Didn't they agree to start at 11 o'clock? He yelled irritably that it was already 11 o'clock in 5 minutes. The commander of the Black Knights Guild, Lee Chong-gun, calmly noted that they seemed to be waiting for 2 more guilds. The leader of the Guardians Guild, Park Se-hyun, clarified that Hwa Ryong was always late, but it seemed that this time there were more troublemakers. Dongwoo calmly crossed his arms and thought. Seon did not answer, and Taegil, standing behind the counter, exhaled heavily. He sternly said that he would call them. Taegil quickly left the room and dialed the protagonist. The answering machine said that the called party was not answering. Taegil tiredly put his hand to his head and asked why the MC wasn't picking up. Maybe Yusung should call? He called him, and Yusung picked up. Taegil introduced himself, and Yusung said that it wouldn't work. Taegil asked into the phone in surprise what that meant. Yusung said that he was saying that Taegil wouldn't get a promotion that way. He asked him not to bother him and said that he was having fun. Taegil yelled irritably for Yusung to wait. He introduced himself and stated his position. Yusung smiled, remembered him and asked, "That uncle?" He apologized and said that he thought he was another scammer. Taegil breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "They remember that today is the guild meeting, right? When will Mr. Hin arrive?" Yusung asked him to wait and said that Taegil would soon laugh hard too. Taegil asked, "What do you mean laugh?" Yusung smirked and replied that Taegil could come to them himself. It seems there will be a fight. MC clutching the shirt of the Hworyong Guild master, Park Hoyeon yelled that he was talking to him. Hyun asked with a terrified look, "The master will fight?" Hoyeon looked at him in fear and wondered, "What's wrong with this fool? Is the protagonist picking a fight with him? With the owner of the top 3 guild in Korea? Have you completely lost your mind?" A few minutes before, MC looked at the elevator buttons and asked what floor they were going to. Sona calmly replied that it was the 11th. He unpressed the button and closed the door. Suddenly, a hand appeared between the doors, stopping the elevator. They looked at the Hworyong Guild members in surprise. Hoyeon smiled and asked for a minute and said that they would also go. The protagonist agreed and the guild members entered the elevator. Hoyeon looked in surprise at the glowing button for the 11th floor. He looked at MC and asked if they were also going to the meeting room. Hyun confirmed this, and Hoyeon shook his hand and noted that it meant that they were on the same way. Hoyeon introduced himself, and the protagonist said that he was the leader of the Badass Guild. MC irritably thought that they were already late. The guild members noticed the sound that appeared. The elevator operator announced that the elevator was overloaded. A strong request to the last ones to enter to clear the space. The guild member suggested that it was probably because of the armor. Ian looked at Hoyeon with irritation and wondered why they dressed their subordinates like that. They weren't going to clear a dungeon, were they? Hoyeon smiled and scratched his head, and the protagonist said that he thought it was okay. Hoyeon replied that he was glad that the MC thought the same. They would clear the elevator for them? They would go up first. The comrades were very surprised, and Hyun got angry and asked what that meant. Hoyeon clarified that they were a big guild. Their participation in the upcoming clearing was too important. And if that was the case, then the more important guild should go up first, right? The protagonist asked, in other words, the trash should give way to him? Hoyeon disagreed and noted that he hadn't said that, although they got the gist of it. Yusung looked at his hand and suggested beating them up first. MC smiled terribly, trying to hold back his anger, and enveloping his body in red mana asked, "Does Hoyeon want to die?" Currently, Taegil clarified, "Fight just because of this?" He said that this is an important event. Hyun put his hand to his face and asked for forgiveness, saying that he is a sick person. If some freak curses in front of him, he feels an irresistible urge to hit him. Hoyeon raised his fist in rage and yelled that this is very rude. Taegil asked them to stop and clarified that they have gathered for a reason. Myung-do raised his hand and asked to wait until they started. Since there are new people in their ranks, maybe they will allow them to introduce themselves first? After all, they have gathered together to clear the dungeon. Taegil calmly agreed with him. He turned to Hyun and asked if the protagonist could introduce himself properly. MC looked at his friend and asked, "Doesn't Yusung think that their requests are strange for adults?" Yusung replied that he doesn't see anything strange. Hyun sternly put his fist to his mouth and coughed. He introduced himself and said that their guild was formed a few days ago. So far, there are 3 of them, including him, that's all. Hoyeon asked them to wait in surprise and asked, "How come?" Clearing a dungeon is not a joke for them. Are they really going to participate only with the 3 of them? Do they think this is normal? Besides, they have formed. The protagonist interrupted him irritably and ordered them to stop talking. He clarified that he came here because he was called and asked what else Hoyeon wanted from him. Hoyeon stood up from his chair with great rage and yelled, "How dare the MC?" Myeongdo crossed his arms and laughed. He happily said that he likes his friend. The guild leader must be able to stand up for himself. Hoyeon gritted his teeth in irritation, and Dongwoo looked at him and ordered them to stop. Dongwoo clarified that this was not a suitable place for quarrels. The meeting had already dragged on. Hoyeon calmed down and sat down on a chair. Yusung put his hand to his mouth and quietly asked Hyun to look there. He noticed that it was the same guy. The protagonist quietly clarified, "Those guardians, this is their leader?" "So what next?" Yusung asked his friend to watch carefully. He smiled madly, raised his mace, and said that he was going to hit Sehyun now. The protagonist grabbed his wrist and Yusung stopped and asked what was going on. He asked the MC to let him go. Hyun angrily asked what his comrade was doing. There should be a sense of proportion. The protagonist instantly thought, how could he forget? He remembered his friend's bloody face and thought that Yusung was always like this. Taegil yelled, "What are they doing?" He ordered them to lower their weapons. All the masters turned their attention to them. Hoyeon angrily pointed his finger at the protagonist and barked that he knew it. All these guys do is cause trouble. Seon's assistant quickly pulled out his sword. He yelled furiously, "What is this? Yusung really wants to fight?" The assistant called out to the guild leader and asked for permission to fight the badass guild. He turned his head to the side without hearing a response from the leader. Seon gritted his teeth and growled with great rage. The veins on his face bulged and his eyes turned red. Sehyun, looking terrified, clutched his hair with his hands and spread a red aura around him and yelled. The guild masters looked at him in great surprise and asked, "What is this?" Sehyun shook and quickly stood up and slammed his hands on the table. He began to breathe heavily and Dongwoo asked in confusion, what was wrong with him? The assistant tensely turned to the leader and asked if Sehyun was okay. The leader looked at him with fury. Sehyun quickly stuck 2 fingers into the assistant's neck. He waved his hand and pulled out his fingers. Sehyun clenched his teeth with great fury and the guild masters fell into a stupor. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement that this was a curse. Yusung smiled decisively and noted that he knew this would happen. He threw MC's hand back with great force and ordered him to let go. Yusung confidently threw the mace back onto his shoulder. He joyfully waved his weapon and ordered the enemy to die. Sehyun filled his body with mana and with great force struck his hand on his stomach. Yusung tensed up greatly and quickly flew towards Hun. He smiled and laughed and clarified, "Sehyun is an idiot?" Yusung looked at his friend and asked if he was badly hurt. The protagonist sternly did not confirm this. He looked at the guild masters and noticed that the enemy had chosen an inappropriate place, it must be said. The masters, preparing for battle, raised their weapons. Chongbun confidently stood on the table and knelt down on one knee. Sehyun noticed this and tensed up greatly. MC resolutely put his hand on his friend's shoulder and looked at the enemy. He smiled madly and raised his fist and exclaimed that it was his turn to fight. Hun, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, tensed his fist preparing to attack. A loud scream came from the hall, shaking the air. After a while, the hall was completely destroyed. The masters looked at Sehyun's body lying on the floor. Yeong looked down and asked, "Is the enemy dead?" Myeongdo noted that it was impossible to take him alive, and Chongun added, "What can you do?" Sehyun was strong. And yet, what happened? Sehyun seemed to have lost his mind in that moment. The protagonist turned his attention to his friend and wondered how Yusung could foresee this. The MC is proud of his sense of magic, but here he did not feel anything strange. Maybe this is Yusung's special ability? To predict the future or detect threats. Hun was very surprised and thought that if Yusung could predict dangers, then he could well have had reasons to do all those crazy things. The protagonist remembered his friend's bloody face and wondered even then? Yusung lowered his head and exhaled heavily. He grinned madly and yelled that he had not had this much fun for a long time. Hyun wrinkled his face in disgust as he looked at his friend. He thought that anyway, the fact remains that Yusung had gone crazy. Taegil apologized for the incident and announced that the meeting would continue via video conference in the afternoon. After a while, the protagonist yawned tiredly. He asked irritably why he got up so early. Yusung asked smiling, "Does his friend think that 11 o'clock is morning?" MC asked, "Isn't that right?" Taegil quickly ran up to them, called out to Hyun and asked for a minute. The protagonist turned his attention to him, and Taegil clarified that he was going to talk after the meeting. But he thought it would be better to announce it now. What they talked about last time, about supporting the Badass Guild at the state level. MC remembered this and noted that he should be rewarded for his good deeds. Taegil raised his hand and said that, in general, the guild office had just been completed. It could already be used for its intended purpose. Does Hyun want to take a look at it? The protagonist happily exclaimed that an office was good and asked to show him the way. After a while, it was written on the information board that the 13th room was the Badass Guild office. The comrades looked with admiration at the huge office with panoramic windows. On the table was a powerful computer with an advanced video card. The protagonist noticed that there were quite a few things here. There was an expensive coffee machine and a new refrigerator in the office. MC wondered if all this was just for the three of them? Yusung said that they needed to replenish their ranks. Then, they would arrange it tastefully. Hyun agreed and began to tell where he would put the sofa and TV. He asked smilingly, maybe we should also make a shower and a bedroom? The friend clarified. The protagonist thought so. MC, opening the refrigerator, confirmed this. He shouted with a determined smile that the fridge should also be filled with beer. Yusung asked if his friend even understood what kind of workroom this was. Hyun asked, what's wrong? Sona turned to the gentleman and pointed to the computer and noted that it was almost time for the meeting. Yusung asked, do they need to connect at 2 o'clock? MC sat down on a chair and looked at the computer and asked, is there internet here? If not, it will be fun. Sona turned to the gentleman and said that she would step away for a while. After some time, the meeting began. Taegil apologized again for postponing the meeting. He thanked them for having them all gathered here again. Taegil, sitting at a table with many holograms of the master, suggested starting over. He asked if anyone had any questions about the first part. Seon asked what happened to the guild leader Sehyun. Taegil replied that they were still investigating the matter. As soon as the situation became clear, he would inform them. The protagonist asked if that guild leader was very famous. Sona replied that the Guardians Guild is one of the top 5 in Korea. As the name suggests, their goal is to protect humanity. She respects Hyun, so she doesn't understand how this could happen. Yusung crossed his arms and said that Hyun doesn't know anything at all. The protagonist ordered him to stop talking. Taegil turned to the MC and asked him to turn off the microphone when Hyun finished his thought. The protagonist paid attention to him and agreed. Taegil announced that they could move on to important topics. In 5 days, they are scheduled to clear the C-rank dungeon Vanandi Forest. The forest is a rocky area, judging by the intelligence. Different types of monsters live there. Orcs, goblins, ogres. They will have to get rid of all of them. Myeongdo thoughtfully clarified, orcs, goblins, and ogres, that's all? And what does the name Vanandi mean? Taegil replied that they didn't know for sure, but they assumed that it was the boss's name. The monsters that lived there seemed simple, but they shouldn't let their guard down, because the monsters in this forest were very different from the ones they were used to. If you need a parallel, the regular monsters were the people's militia, and the monsters of the forest were the regular troops. Cheonggun asked what that meant. Taegil replied that they could literally think of them as an organized and trained army. First of all, each of them was a skilled fighter. In addition, they acted in a coordinated manner. Dongwoo sadly noted that it wouldn't be easy. Taegil added that it was for this reason that they decided to unite and act together, rather than act alone. The masters tensed up and Taegil slapped his face with his palm, noting that this was to be expected. He turned his attention to the protagonist holding a can in his hand. Taegil was surprised and called out to the MC, asking, Hyun, is he drinking? The protagonist looked at the jar in amazement. He quickly raised his hand and yelled, how did that end up in his hand? Yusung smiled and mockingly asked, when did he manage to do it? Sona, calmly holding the bag in her hand, clarified that she quickly went to the store and brought it. They told her to fill the refrigerator. There are also dried squid here. MC happily took the squid and thanked her. He clarified, so what was that about Vanandi? Taegil felt completely calm. Hyun fell into a stupor. After a while, he tiredly threw his head back and thought, will this cleansing go well? Despite everything that happened, the meeting ended normally. The next day, the employee greeted everyone. His comrades looked at him in surprise and Han Jae-moon exclaimed that from today on, he was their employee. He bowed, introduced himself and raised his head and noted that he was pleased to meet you. MC asked, and who is Jaemoon anyway? Yusung chewed a piece of squid and clarified that the civil servant had said that he was a manager for the guild. Sona handed over a piece of paper and said that this was his resume. Hyun took the resume and thanked her. He walked up to the manager and read what was written on the resume, that his name was Jaemoon and he was 27 years old. Height, 169.7 centimeters and weight. The protagonist interrupted and asked, why so little? Even the university, the manager is cool. Jaemun thought with admiration that it was so cool. It's true, Hyun. In real life, the protagonist is even more frightening. The manager understands that it is better to hide it, but he is his fan. MC scratched his head and said that he did not know. Taegil knows better who to take. He extended his hand to the manager, noted that they will not offend with the salary. And for taxes, insurance and all that, the manager should ask Taegil better. Jaemun looked at MC's hand embarrassedly and began to stutter. He joyfully shouted that he will work hard. After some time, Jaemun awkwardly sits on a chair among the guild members. He looked at them, thought that he really sees them live. The whole company just breathes danger. Sona put her hand on her bag and turned to the gentleman and clarified that she had something important to say. Their guild is gradually expanding, right? Hyun replied that it probably is. Sona asked, how about a suitable uniform? She thought that unity in the guild was very important. Jaemun looked at her with admiration and thought that this was almost merch. The protagonist put his finger to his chin in surprise and asked if they needed this. Jaemun mentally asked the protagonist to agree to this. Sona said that she had prepared a sample. She quickly picked up a jacket with a picture of a skull and exclaimed that here it is. The MC smirked in annoyance and rejected this option. He asked, what kind of logo is this anyway? Why do they need a skull there? It looks like it was taken from a biker from the 80s. Yusung smiled and noted that it was his idea. Hyun sternly clarified, and Yusung did the same? His image has already been condemned by everyone, so he has had enough. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he did not want to see this. Sona burst into tears and stuttered that she understood him. MC worriedly clarified, was she really crying? Sona covered her face with her hand and noted that she tried very hard. She prepared so much, but now that's it. She remembered the past. Sona wrote to a leading top designer, and he replied that he takes orders from 1 million. Sona wrote, isn't it too expensive for a sketch? The designer replied that such is the price of art. If she doesn't like something, she can look for another. The designer picked up the jacket and exclaimed that the girl was very lucky. Does she even understand how valuable this thing is? Sona replied that she doesn't really, and the designer asked her to listen. He told her that their store has been creating uniforms for guilds for over 100 years. Sona was stunned and wondered, did they really appear long before the training? She shook the designer's hand and said that she would rely on him then. Sona thanked him for his work and the designer smiled and asked her to rely on him. He exclaimed that he would create something unique. The product goes for 500,000 apiece, but he would give her 3 for 1,300,000. Does that suit her? Sona agreed and replied that she would pay him. She smiled and hugged the jacket and thought that Hun would definitely be happy. Sona came out of her memories and threw the jacket aside. She covered her mouth with her hand while crying and exclaimed as she ran away that she needed to go to the restroom. The guild members fell silent and Jaemun tensed up because of such an atmosphere. Yusung showed his fingers down and said that the protagonist was trash. The eldest tried so hard after all. MC barked. Was it his fault too? The friend asked, couldn't you have gone easier? Hyun definitely said too harshly. The protagonist put his hand to his face in irritation. After a while, MC said that since a new guild member had joined them today, it should be celebrated. The comrades in new jackets exited the elevator. Hyun asked if she was happy. Sona exclaimed with a smile that she was. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and asked where Taegil had parked their van. MC was very surprised to see a van with a skull on it. He asked who did it. Yusung raised his hands smiling and replied that it was him. He hired a man yesterday. He had worked all night. A friend asked the protagonist to appreciate it, and MC clenched his hand into a fist with rage. Yusung asked if that was cool, right? Hyun raised his finger with rage and bulging veins on his face and yelled that it wasn't. He ordered his friend to return everything to the way it was. He could even hand it over for scrap metal. He didn't care. Sona noted with resentment that she thought it was cool. The protagonist angrily ordered Yusung to get rid of this trash before he got rid of it. The friend replied that this was too much. Jaemun watched the argument tensely and thought that they were different from what he imagined. Where did he even end up? After some time, the van drove through the city at night. Hyun seriously said that if his friend did not get rid of this car, he would kill him with his own hands. Yusung put his hand on his shoulder and asked, what kind of stop plow did they have? The van instantly stopped due to the huge number of cars ahead. The MC looked at the manager and asked, what was going on? Why were they standing still? Jaemun replied that it seemed like something was happening up ahead. Hyun opened the door and got out of the van. He asked in surprise, what was that? A subordinate of the Jungjin Guild hit the door of the van at great speed. The protagonist tensed up holding the broken door in his hand. He asked in confusion, what was that? Yusung anxiously got out of the van and yelled, is everything okay? MC looked at his friend in amazement and asked why Yusung was suddenly worried about him. The friend ran past Hyun and yelled that it was their door. Yusung looked at the crumpled door with rage and added that it was his door, into which he had put his soul in a creative impulse. The subordinate raised himself up, leaning his hands on the ground, and asked how this freak could throw him like that. He instantly noticed something. Yusung smiled madly and ordered the freak to pray. After a while, the deputy leader of the Hasten Guild, Jo Dongwon, looking at the guys, noticed that they were advancing. He furiously clenched his fist and yelled that they would kill them all. The deputy leader of the Jungjin Guild, Wu Jinyu, mockingly called them fools, and noted that they have strength but do not know how to fight. A member of the Jungjin Guild turned to the deputy in surprise and asked if the commander's subordinate was okay. After all, the commander flew so far. Jinyung, smiling madly, replied that everything was fine. After all, the subordinate was the strongest in their guild, he was not even scratched. The guild member looked to the side and, pointing his finger at the dark silhouettes in the smoke, called out to the deputy. He yelled that someone was coming. The protagonist, standing in the smoke, put his hand on the wounded subordinate. He instantly threw him to the side with force. The subordinate fell to the ground and MC put his foot on his head and yelled, "Is this theirs?" The commander, crying from fear, asked to spare him. The members of the Jungjin Guild yelled, "Who are they?" Hyun, smiling madly, asked, "And who are they? What kind of freaks appeared here?" The subordinate told them what the point was. They decided to fight. But why on the roadway? The protagonist barked with great rage that because of these freaks, he can't eat beef. The guild member was scared and thought it was Hyun. They say that if you don't look him in the eye, you can survive. And are these the same infamous comrades of his, about whom there are so many rumors? If you look closely, or rather, even by his clothes, you can see that the MC is crazy. Hyun noted that 500 million, and Jinyung asked what that meant. The protagonist irritably pointed his finger at the car, and clarified that because of the guild members, their van was damaged. Their raider also injured the MC's face. Jinyung screamed with rage. What kind of strangeness is this? Hyun brought his hand to his face and said that he wanted compensation, including moral damages, in the amount of 500 million. Yusung sadly pointed to the scratch on his hand and called out to his friend, asking him not to forget about him. He was also injured and deserved 500 million. The protagonist smiled and asked, "Did the deputy hear that? The deputy owes them 1 billion. MC ordered him to give the money and Jinyung clenched his teeth in irritation. The deputy smiled, put his hand to his forehead and asked, "Have they completely lost their minds?" He instantly jumped towards the protagonist with the intention of attacking and ordered his comrades to kill them. Hyun brought his fist closer to the enemy's face with great speed. The Jungjin Guild members were lying on the ground with wounds on their faces and bodies. The protagonist asked, "Is that all?" Dongwon thanked them and his comrades turned their attention to him. The deputy bowed and said that in fact they were being pressed, and they helped them a lot. MC asked him to stop and noted that they were not going to help them. He sternly asked, "Is this the Hasten Guild? Were they irritated by these freaks? But why did you have to block the way?" "Because of them, MC didn't eat beef." Dongwon happily exclaimed that in that case he would buy it for them. "How about premium Korean beef for 100,000 won per serving?" Hyun was very happy and agreed with his brother. At the same time in the building, the leader of the Jungjin Guild, Hong Chae-yeon, is sitting in a dark room looking out the window. She smiled and noted that they should quickly deal with Hasten. Isn't it time for them to report on their success? After some time, pieces of beef are grilled. Dongwon greeted them again and introduced himself. The protagonist brought a piece of meat to his mouth and clarified that for sure he knows some of them. Yusung said tensely that this was the Hasten Guild. Dongwon asked them to enjoy their meal and said that he would fry the meat. The MC asked if the man was sure about that. Dongwon froze and asked what that meant. Hyun answered irritably that the things he disliked the most in this world were goblins, Yusung, and people who were bad at frying meat. Was Dongwon sure that he could cook meat better than him? Dongwon disagreed and lowered his head and said that he would gratefully eat the meat the protagonist fried. After a while, the MC took a sip of beer. He happily put the empty cup on the table and thanked them for the treat. Hun calmly crossed his arms and asked what the deputy wanted. Dongwon was stunned, and the protagonist noted that this was too much for a simple thank you. He wanted something from them. Dongwon looked down tensely and replied that he wasn't sure if he should bring this up at the first meeting. Could Hyun help their guild? Jungjin and Haesen, these guilds share the same territory. However, about a week ago, they raided a dungeon belonging to the Haesen Guild. It was strange. The sizes and strengths of their guilds are about the same, so there was some kind of unspoken rule not to invade each other's facilities. However, now Jungjin is suddenly openly provoking them, so they couldn't hold back today and fought back. Hyun asked, "Is all the chaos on the road because of this?" Dongwon confirmed this, and Yusung smiled and clarified, "Isn't this a war? They will help, right?" The protagonist asked his friend to stop talking. Jaemin thought that battles between guilds, changes in the power relations are very cool. A war between Jungjin and Haesun for a good place. MC calmly said that he understood Dongwon. But what's the point of them crawling into this chaos? He thanked him for the deputy treating them to meet. Dongwon, tensely lowering his head, interrupted him and said that he was simply afraid that if this continued, they would lose the war. The forces were not in their favor. The Jungjin guild had become stronger too quickly. Dongwon approached the protagonist and whispered in his ear that there were rumors that they were using some new spirit joy powder. It was something that strengthened ability users. MC, listening carefully to him, thought, was this somehow suspicious? He turned to Sona and asked when they had a C-rank dungeon raid planned. She replied that it was in 2 days. Hyun, smiling, agreed to help them, and Dongwon happily exclaimed, "Is this true?" The protagonist clarified that they were a little busy now, so they would act after the dungeon raid was over. Dongwon yelled that it was very good if he helped them. MC interrupted him and noted that he needed another beer. At this time, a man standing on the street was filming what was happening on his phone. After a while, the news said that Badass was in their area. Under the photo of the Badass guild members, it was written so that everyone could just look at these idiots. In the comments, they wrote, "Are these all members of their guild? Is this really a hidden camera?" Under the second photo, it was written so that the commentators could appreciate these crazy things. In the comments, they wrote that the things were cool. Doesn't the protagonist sit in meat restaurants too often? What kind of design is this? Under the photo of the Badass guild van, it was written in the comments, "Are they serious? Hyun has really gone crazy. They look like real bandits. And why did they break down the door?" Yusung showed the phone screen to the protagonist and asked him to look at it. MC got angry and asked what this was. Yusung replied that someone had managed to take a photo of them. He showed Sona's photos and exclaimed that this was so cool. Guilds usually spend millions of won on PR, but they got popular on their own. Hyun yelled that it was the same. Taegil called out to them and asked them not to do anything bad. They should just focus on the task. Taegil put his fist to his mouth and announced that he would do it again. From now on, the cleanup of Vanandi Forest begins. The whole world is watching them. He is not going to talk for long about the sacrifices for the good of the country. He simply asks them all to return safe and sound. They should return and take back the glory and wealth that are due to them. The members of the 7 guilds stood resolutely in front of the flags. They entered the C-rank dungeon. Taegil bowed before the closed doors and wished them a good battle. The guild members appeared in the forest and said that here they are in the C-rank dungeon. Dongwoo clapped his hands and asked his comrades for a little attention. He said that although he is not leading this cleanup, he asks to make one statement. As discussed, the guilds will advance independently. But as they already know, the monsters in this dungeon can think strategically. So no one knows what they will face. So in a crisis situation, they must immediately fire a signal flare. Red means danger, green means they have found the core, and purple means they have found the boss. The guild that notices the signal flare must immediately move towards the signal. Myung-do agreed and said that they will do so. Hoyeon pointed out that they had discussed this at the meeting and asked Dongwoo not to command here. Dongwoo wished everyone good luck. Yusung walked to the side and looked at his friend and asked, "Are they coming?" Dongwoo turned to the protagonist and asked, "How about going with them? They are very capable people, but you never know what awaits them in the dungeon." MC thought that Dongwoo was a good guy after all. He didn't want to share the loot, but he felt obligated to him. Hyun scratched his head and replied that they could run together for a day. He shook Dongwoo's hand and noted that he hoped for productive work. After some time, Yusung called out to his friend. He asked, "Didn't they create a guild to run alone? Why were they going after the Ability User Alliance members?" The protagonist replied that they were just in case. This was a C-rank dungeon after all. Sona noted that the gentleman had said wise words. Yusung irritably asked, "Was Hyun scared?" The protagonist was disappointing him. MC smirked and asked, "Was his friend provoking him just now?" What a fool. Yusung snorted in displeasure, and the alliance members turned their attention to them. The guy asked in confusion, did they think they were going on a picnic or what? The comrade noticed that they were newbies and asked what to expect from them. The guy asked his comrade not to pay attention and said that they had gained popularity, so they considered themselves cool, ordinary freaks. How can they even be compared to the top guilds? This is just a disgrace for them. Yusung smiled madly upon hearing their conversation. The protagonist fearfully put his hand to his friend's forehead and asked him to stop and not to get involved in a fight without a reason. Yusung threw his hand aside and noted that he understood human nature well, and he does not go wild because of the inability to fight. MC asked, "What is in his paw?" The friend is holding a mace in his hand, ready for battle. Yusung calmly asked, "How did this happen? But why did MC suddenly start behaving adequately?" Hyun sternly clarified that he always behaved like this. It was his friend who sometimes got mad. The protagonist, looking at the guys, thought that it was not that he did not share Yusung's feelings. He also really wanted to beat them. Dongwoo yelled that this was an attack and ordered everyone to get ready. MC looked at the many goblin infantry and thought that it was a pity that he would only have to fight them. The goblin, smiling madly, jumped up and raised his weapon and growled. The guy was surrounded by many opponents and he yelled that there were too many of them, and they were moving completely differently from the other goblins. Dongwoo ordered the first team to make a defensive formation and the second team to cover. Team 3 should protect the rear, and Team 4. He fell silent and thought that if he did not quickly regroup, there would be more casualties. Goblin quickly rushed into battle, but Yusung attacked him with a mace. He smiled with pleasure and yelled that they needed to kill. Yusung laughed and the protagonist called him crazy. MC thought that once again he was convinced. The things he dislikes the most in this world are Yusung, people who cook meat poorly, and goblins. Hun confidently smiled and filled his hand with mana. He quickly ran up to the goblin and putting his hand to his head, used a magical explosion. The protagonist and Yusung, with crazy smiles and joy, destroy the goblins. Yusung laughed and exclaimed that he already had 10 of them, and MC yelled that he had 20. The alliance members, watching them in fear, said that they really were crazy. It was better not to mess with them. The guys looked at each other and, crying, thought that they were finished. After a while, Dongwoo laughed while sitting by the fire. He noted that of course he had heard of them, but they were still simply amazing. Hyun replied that something like that. Dongwoo once again apologized for the rudeness of his guild members, and the protagonist clarified that it was nothing special. Dongwoo asked if they should advance together tomorrow too. The protagonist thanked him for the offer and replied that they would advance on their own tomorrow. Dongwoo asked if it was because of that argument. The MC handed him a plate of food and agreed, saying that it happened that way. Shortly before entering the dungeon, Hoyeon called out to the protagonist and asked if they wanted to argue. Whose contribution to the cleanup will be greater, or rather, whoever defeats the boss, wins. The winner of the dispute will be able to beat the loser as much as he wants. Hyun asked sternly, has the freak completely lost his mind? Hoyeon noted that this is a regular 3-on-3 dispute. Or, is the protagonist scared? MC asked not to make him laugh and Hoyeon offered to argue with him. Hoyeon held out a sparkling sphere and said that, if Hyun is not satisfied with the prize, they will give this in case of loss. The system window notifies that this is an Easter egg of an unknown rank. Durability is 10 out of 10. It was created by a big fan of entertainment. Activates upon destruction. The protagonist thought that this is somehow connected with the administrator. Hoyeon clarified with a smile. MC understood what it was, right? Hun thought, does the master know about the administrator? No, Hoyeon cannot know that he has completed training.